I just put them in the
He's
dishwasher.
all hurt himself. Did you hear it?
No, what happened?
I heard like oh fuck in the background. Like,
What did you do with his breakfast? Oh my god.
Wait, who, me? I didn't do anything. What are you?
I heard someone like injure themselves in the background. Like
No, my.
Who, me? I didn't do anything. I don't know. I wasn't in V. Like, I'm not looking at VC, so I can't see where it's coming from. So I didn't know.
all I heard was like oh fuck and like heard like someone slam their finger into something. Fucking hurt themselves.
No, we can't use the.
No, my background is quiet. I'm like
Yeah,
alone.
that might be mine.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It's chaos over there with Obscure. Yeah, people are like.
Yeah.
I hate when I get like orders from Walmart and then I just get constant text messages that say like the item is unavailable because it's like I didn't order it myself, like my grandma ordered it for me, so I can't even see what they're talking about, and it's just like really ominous.
Sorry, guys. Oh my god. I tried to
Yeah,
mute, but
Walmart.
we don't have Walmart here.
That makes sense.
What do you have, Tesco?
Yeah, Tesco. Yeah. Every little helps.
Amber, do you have a Costco next to you?
Oh no, I've never seen a Costco.
What?
What state do you live in?
Yeah. What like? Isn't
I
Costco?
don't want to answer because we're like live and people are stopping me.
Oh,
I keep forgetting that we're live.
do you
Yeah.
have Sam's Club instead?
I used to work at Sam's Club, but like they shut it down, so they still have to go.
You know, when I first started doing physics, I thought I'm going to do physics and I'm going to explain to people exactly the issue that they're having, why they can't understand so many things. I'll figure it out. I usually figure things out. Only to discover they don't want, they like not knowing the end. People like living in a fantasy, in ignorance, in fantasy.
Yeah, that's what Plato said. Yeah, he said, "To live
Oh
in the
my
world of
god!
appearances."
Oh my god! That's literally
That's
the
something.
cave. It's literally the cave.
Yeah, exactly. It's
They
literally
th-
the case. Yeah,
they
the
took
Matrix is all about.
they took his eyes out. They blinded him so that he would stop telling them about the real world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, though.
What?
Yeah.
Amber, I can never understand what you're saying.
Stop crying about it.
Okay. I'm curious what you're saying. Usually you say things because you want people to know what you're saying.
Everybody else can understand. Like, I don't understand like your problem. Everyone else is like talking to you.
To be fair, I didn't catch that either, though. Whatever.
Amber,
I don't know.
people are just embarrassed to tell you they can't understand what you're saying. It's like, they said once, twice, three times. After a couple of times, they just give up. I just don't give up.
I can hear her.
No, but
I,
sometimes her audio is impossible. Sometimes, like some of the times, it's good.
You've sent me clips of my audio before where you said it was like unintelligible and then I could understand it. So that's why I'm like, stop complaining. Like, just because it is perfect doesn't mean that it's unintelligible.
Amber, that is such a that I could tell what you're saying. I because I'm very intelligent. Just because of my intelligence, I was able to figure out what you just said. But that's the exception to the rule.
it sounded like you were underwater.
Yeah. Amber, I'm explaining to you, most people are not going to let you know that we can't understand what you're saying. I'm on your side. I want to know what you're saying. Anyway, So I'm gonna,
We're gonna have elocution lessons with Mr. Slade.
yeah.
We must project our voice outwardly. Yeah. Breathe into the diaphragm, into the.
Anyway, Rover, do you want to do some OpenAI? I'm gonna purchase the OpenAI thing to test it.
Right.
You want?
I don't know much about it.
I don't know much about it either, but
Yeah.
two brains is better than one.
That's what they say.
That is the theory.
I'll leave you guys to it then, because I'm gonna go and get some work done.
Okay, that's good.
You're leaving?
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah.
Good luck with your interview.
No. Yep.
All right,
Yeah, but I've
doctor.
been here for like an hour.
Yeah.
Goodbye, guys. See ya.
Bye. See you.
Bye. Bye.
All right. So, let me purchase. I'm gonna go purchase. Well, let's first. Let me first. Go to Google
I
Collab.
need to cook some food. I need to think about what I'm gonna do
Okay.
for dinner. Time is late
Okay.
now. See what can I eat?
All right. Let's run the code. Let's see what it
I
does.
guess I could cook that.
All right. Okay. Let me install. All right. Installing OpenAI. Let's run the code.
Can I ask a question? What is it that you want to do? What's the point of the?
Well, the first step is just to use the API. I mean, obviously,
Okay,
then
sure, yeah.
and then I can do like the point is to like there's very specific questions we want to be able to ask ChatGPT in order to build a newsletter for investors.
Cool.
Okay, so right now I'm getting an error that the os.environ.
Yeah, because you're not doing it locally. I don't know if unless you go into the terminal, you're not really configuring your OS environment or something. You might have to open the terminal there in the thing on the side. There should be like a little symbol for a terminal. You'll probably be doing some of that stuff there. But I don't know. I don't know how Google Collab works. Like I've never used that before. Like I always do shit locally before I do it on a server.
Mm, unmatched parenthesis. Okay, that's easy to resolve.
Wasn't this working before? I feel like you had it like
Yeah,
working and stuff
I
already.
mean it was, but now I don't know. It's like I don't know what's going on anymore. Like I'm so confused. Okay, client equals OpenAI. Yeah, this is really weird.
Mm-hmm.
Let's again go to who did we get the best code from? I don't understand why we don't have. Let me look at my notepad.
I don't know. I I'm still a bit confused because I wasn't following. I couldn't, because you got code from Gemini at the end, and we'd gotten code from the OpenAI documentation, and it just wasn't clear. Like it was a bit confusing because there's a, because I don't know what was happening
Hey.
with the API key. Yeah.
What's going on, Amber?
Nothing.
Anyway,
I just ate some like breakfast burrito.
mm,
You had a breakfast burrito?
I made like two. Actually, they're probably more like breakfast tacos, I guess. So I just made two. My dog's in my chair being called.
where's my OpenAI? Let me see. Open. Okay, let's try this. OpenAI. Authentication required. Continue with the Google. Monsieur Sliff. Uh, oh, how am I gonna add payment? Let me see
Why do
payment
you need to
method.
add payment?
Why do I need to add payment?
Yeah, like what's
I mean, it's not working, so I'm like, I don't know why it's not working. So I'm assuming maybe it's because I'm not paying.
oh, okay.
Okay, let me try.
No.
Let me go to OpenAI and API reference.
It told me basically that my full order was like unavailable.
Who told you that? Like
The
Uber Eats?
Walmart app. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Basically the same thing.
Yeah. I don't know. It's so weird. Vegan Games just ordering food and people keep eating it on there. They keep pulling over and just eating his food on the way to deliver it to.
How?
Yeah, they don't deliver it. They just pull over and eat his pizza.
That's literally stupid. Like, when I saw like that happen to one person, like I'm sure it happens all the time. They were out like $132. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I used it so much when I was homeless. Like that's the funniest thing. Like I never ordered delivery. Like don't order it now. Order it homeless. We order it.
Rover, what is curl? What is that thing? I keep
That is
seeing.
a program that will go to like a website and like download stuff for you. Like, you know, it's like a better version of wget. You know, it's like a web scraping thing built into your computer to download stuff.
Anyway, so I'm on
Oh god.
Wait, what?
Hey Gamma, what's up? Wow.
What's up?
Yeah, are you familiar with OpenAI?
Do you like steam engines, Mr. Slave?
Not necessarily. That looks very big. What is the size of that thing? That's in your room?
That's what she said.
Wait, what's
Yeah.
different? Oh, yeah, that's what she said.
You built it?
My grandfather, yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I thought you meant like a steam engine, as in like a massive, like one that people climb into.
I mean, it can carry about 40 people
Oh,
or
nice.
so.
Okay.
Yeah. It's pretty big.
That makes sense.
Pretty big.
So it's a steam engine?
Oh. Yeah, it's a steam engine, yeah.
And it functions?
Yeah,
really?
absolutely. Yep.
Oh my god, that's a massive steam engine. I thought it was like, for some reason, the angle that I was looking at, it looked really tiny. I don't like it looked like a little miniature engine. I was like, but that is actually a massive. Oh my god.
Yeah, I know. These are the cylinders, so I mean, pretty big.
Yeah, dude, they're massive. Yeah, but I thought for some reason, because in the little small screen it looked really tiny, and there was no perspective, like, so it just looked like a little tiny like train. But yeah, that is massive.
I mean that's gotta be worth. That's gotta be worth. Probably like I don't know. That's like very expensive. I would say
$5.
no. I would say about $500,000, like $500,000.
Whoa. No. Mr. Slade thinks it's worth $500,000. What do you think? Is that a good valuation? Would you take him up on that offer?
Honestly, I don't know the value of steam engines. I have no idea what
If it's a functional
I can add it,
miniature steam engine, that's about 10,000 hours of work.
It was a lot of work. Yeah, that's true. I was pretty young. I was helped with like the rivets. But they machined everything. They machined every piece of this thing.
Wow.
Yeah. With this is the telescope too. My grandfather also built this telescope.
My screen is frozen, so I can't see anything. I don't know. Like Discord just like fucked up for me. I have no idea why.
It's been bad for the past 2 days.
1 foot diameter telescope, Mr. Slave.
Alright.
We could see the ether through that.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
It's just a big ass telescope. Holy shit.
Yeah,
You've got some awesome stuff.
Wow, that's a beautiful neighborhood. Let me see the neighborhood. I miss the U.S. so much. Wow. Wait, what state are you in?
I'm in Pennsylvania.
Wow. So your vote is gonna either push Trump into the White House. It's up to you.
Good thing I don't vote.
Why don't you vote?
Faith and anarchy kills.
Voting is immoral.
Dude, my stomach hurts so badly.
Wait, voting is immoral?
That's true. You heard me right. Yeah.
Define morality.
Faith.
Well, anyway, here's the half of my rocket engine that I showed you, Mr. Slave.
What do you mean? Wait. What do you mean half of What do you mean half of your rocket engine?
Well, here's the regulator for the oxygen, and then here's the end plate for the injection, and then the other half is somewhere, wherever that is.
Wait, do you fly rockets?
No. This is the huge oxygen cylinder. Where's the nozzle?
The schnozzle.
Yeah, and then here's the nozzle.
So the mixture goes in there?
Yeah, it's gaseous oxygen and then acrylic. Here's the spent fuel cylinder.
So that's the size of the fuel tank, basically. I mean,
yeah, this is basically the fuel. Yep.
So it's solid. You use solid fuel.
Solid fuel and gaseous oxidizer. Yep.
What do you mean gaseous? What? Solid fuel is supposed to be already. Everything is mixed together.
Nope, it's a hybrid rocket engine. So I have solid fuel and then I have a gaseous oxidizer that I flow through it.
Really?
Yep.
Who invented this?
Elon Musk.
I don't know.
Well, I've never heard of anyone doing something like this.
I would say it's me, but that would be a lie.
No, we believe in you. We know you can do
that. Do you know how to program?
I wouldn't say yeah, but you know.
But yeah, you wouldn't say yeah, but yeah. But you are the best.
This guy just do everything. He's gonna like unveil like his art collection next, and he's gonna be like his like orchestra that he plays with, and like
Well,
his
I
martial arts trophies.
do have my glassware for my chemistry stuff that I used
Nice.
to.
Wow. So you're a chemist or you're an alchemist?
Well, this is
What's
you
it?
can't guess what this is, Mr. Slave.
Heavy water.
Oh no. I don't know. You might be able to see the. Yeah.
Oh,
It's 87% ethanol that I distilled.
I don't even know what that means.
So it's like
Alcohol, basically.
super alcohol, like insanely alcohol.
For your jet engine?
No. This would get you wasted 100%.
Oh, you drink
Or
it?
is it like drinking methylated spirits or something like?
This is higher than methylated spirits.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And then you got the distillation. Here's one of the apparatuses for short draft distillation.
Did you buy this? Did you like order this on eBay?
No, it was Amazon. Amazon. Where all good things are found.
Hmm.
And then we got the milling machine, so I can mill stuff whenever it gets put together.
Hey, you guys seeing this drama
Wow.
on Twitch?
What happened on Twitch? Oh, with what's his name?
Israel was like IP blocked.
Oh yeah.
The IP blocked the entire country of Israel.
Yeah.
And then they're saying that they just forgot to like undo the block.
That
Like-
makes sense. Sure.
Yeah, of course. It's a perfectly logical explanation.
I am a man of many interests.
I mean, that's incredible, Mr. Gamma.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Do you wanna do some papers, some math, something interesting?
Maybe after I eat. Right now, I just I don't know, just chilling.
Maybe you gotta have the hunger, you know, to you gotta have the hunger for physics. You know what I'm saying? That's the real.
It's true.
What are you gonna eat?
What am I gonna eat?
Hmm.
I don't know, but I'll tell you what I eat. I could eat my 12-pack of MREs that I bought.
What's MREs?
Oh,
Are
dude,
they
I
nice?
lost all of those. I had like a shit ton of MREs. I wish I still had them, but they're lost in that storage unit.
Are they nice or are they like actually just really fucking horrible?
They're actually really good.
What
Oh,
are
right.
what are
I didn't give
MREs?
a try. I had like a whole bucket of like vegan ones.
They're like a
Like,
military like kit. Like,
Wait,
sort of
Gamma,
kit,
are
like
you a
meat.
vegan?
No,
Why not? Don't you care about the aminos?
absolutely not. No.
So
Oh my God,
what
your
what
species is
what if
better
you?
Vegan.
So what do
On
you?
my bed, I got my carrier.
What?
My
So
plate
you got one
carrier.
What is that?
Cool.
My plate carrier with AR-500 steel plates.
Why do you need steel
It's a
plates?
body armor, basically. It is in
Oh,
America. America.
so it's body
I like the
armor.
eagle sound.
Why do you need body armor?
Because it is in
Um,
America.
Because I'm a true American patriot.
Wait,
Proud to
who,
be an American.
wait, who do you give massages to?
Oh,
The mock.
I'm a male prostitute, actually.
Oh,
That explains how you can afford a giant steam engine and all this really cool stuff. You have so much, free time.
wow. What size is that? Is that's like huge? That must be like a 75.
I can't see.
No.
Let me check.
Uh,
What is that?
How big is that?
Oh, there.
well, here's 9 millimeter from your standard handgun.
Okay.
Wow, so that's like fucking 18 millimeters.
It's 58, so it's Desert Eagle. So
Oh, okay. What shit?
And you have a gun?
9 of them, yeah.
You have a gun?
Yeah, 9 of them.
You have 9 guns?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what if one breaks and then the other one breaks and then the other doesn't break? And
Why,
you
wait,
have
why do you have
three
9 guns?
Why don't you have 9?
So I can
That's the
have
real
9 different guns to shoot with.
But like, are they different or are they all the same? Like,
They're different, of course. That'd be insane.
like one is a pistol and one is. I can understand like one pistol and one rifle, but like one
But
shotgun.
the real question is, are they AR-15 styled rifles? Because I heard about those in the news.
I have one AR-15, one AK, one or 2 handguns, one Chamberlain 22, one Chamberlain 380, a 9 millimeter pistol caliber carbine, a lever action 22, a bolt semi-auto 22, and a Glock.
That's good.
I'm jealous. I gotta like start buying guns.
Wait, and that's wait, Pennsylvania is there's no gun laws in Pennsylvania. How does it go?
Of course, there's gun laws. There's like no gun laws here.
So it's like a blue state.
But-
So
It's pretty good with gun laws, though. Yeah.
oh, okay.
Also, I think that the Supreme Court has been striking down like a lot of stuff. Like a lot of stuff has been challenged in the courts recently. Is that true, or have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Well, the FDR ban was not passed through, so that's fine.
Who's that organization that everybody with guns hates called the Bureau of Tobacco and Alcohol? Or something?
Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Administration.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What do you think of them? You think they're good or bad or like they're mixed bag?
Of course, I hate them. They're horrible people.
Makes sense.
Some people say demonic.
Makes sense. It feels like a relic from like the Prohibition era or something,
Yeah. When are you gonna come to us, Mr. Slade? So you can come visit me.
Wait, what?
You know what I said. Don't act flustered.
I do. I know. No, I don't.
Are you going to visit him?
When
When are you gonna visit?
I'm not. Well, I'm not in the country right now, and I mean, you could come visit me. That is possible if you want to come. If you want to come to New York when I'm there, so you can come. We can we can do stuff. But right now, that would be insane. Yeah.
I've met one person on Discord before, and they were from California. They flew over here.
Cool.
Wait, they flew just to meet you?
Yep.
Is it a
Yep.
chick?
No.
Is it a client?
A client? What do you mean a client? I'm not actually a male prostitute.
Oh, you're a pretend male prostitute.
Yeah. Did you actually believe me?
I usually believe all women,
Yeah, and I'm. Yeah.
Anyway, do you want to do? Oh, you want to go eat?
Yeah.
I'm still traumatized. I'm still
What?
I'm still traumatized by being on the Globe server yesterday. Like every time I visit that server, I'm like, my jaw drops to the floor and my eyebrows hit the back of my shoes. It's like every time I'm blown away again. How people can be so terrible.
It's a gift that keeps on giving.
Mm-hmm.
They sound like very mean people. I've never really been in a voice chat much in there. Just in that one that you joined that you recorded, but
But
apart from that,
what's incredible is that I mean he refused to take a position about Schrodinger's superposition. I mean he refused to take a position, but he had no problem attacking my position. So it's like everybody knows there's no perfect position. It's like everybody knows there is a problem with every interpretation. So why would you be so mean about anyone's position?
What the fuck is that? Is somebody farting?
that is me squirting ketchup on some food.
Oh,
That was my
there
second.
is.
What?
That was my second guess.
Hmm.
I'm looking at OpenAI. Like,
Mm.
how
Are
do
you
you?
in? Are you in the IRA?
Of course, he's in the IRS,
No, the IRA.
IRS.
Are you in the
I don't know which
IRA?
is worse,
which is
There you are.
Mr. Slave or me.
You.
Right, of course. Me? No, I'm not.
Oh, that's lame.
wait. Wait a minute. Gamma. So you're anti-Israel.
I'm anti all states since I'm an anarchist. So yeah.
So you're anti-American.
America.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. That's why I hate libertarians.
What?
What do you mean? What? What's the question? What do you mean?
Why do you?
I love America. America is the best thing we have on the planet. What do you mean? What else would we have if we didn't have America?
That's a true statement.
Yeah, so why would you hate
I concur.
like why would you hate the only bastion of freedom we have in the universe?
I would say it's I would rather have no states, but if I have to have a state, it would be America.
Right, but libertarians hate America. That's and that's why I hate libertarians. They are to me the worst of the worst.
Well, we need to turn America back to 1776.
We need many things, but there is reality, and reality is America is the best we have. And to
I agree.
right, so okay, so libertarians are the worst thing to libertarians are the very worst
That's not.
creatures I know. I don't
Oh
know.
my!
Yeah, unfortunately.
Wow.
I mean,
I feel
people that hate America and hate Israel and hate Argentina and when like there is reality. Reality is there's good and there's bad. There's very good, there's very bad, there's a spectrum. So you pick the best that there is and you embrace it. But libertarians hate the best there is and they love the worst.
What's the worst?
The worst is Putin and the Palestinian states. I mean, those are the worst. And Iran is
How do I love Putin? I would 100% fight in Ukraine for Ukraine.
Okay, then you're a little bit exceptional. What about Iran? What if the U.S. bombed Iran? What would you say?
Iran is totalitarian regime.
Okay,
So,
but
yeah, that's good.
so you're not a libertarian. So you're a normal human being. Okay, that's good. Then I would not.
He's an
I would.
anarchist, isn't
Yeah, but I would not identify. If I were you, Gamma, I would not identify as a libertarian. You need to forget about those people.
Well,
Unfortunately,
I think there are libertarians who just want to be edgy, and libertarians who know that, there are some
look,
actions by states that are based, such as
look,
destroying totalitarian states is based.
look. I
Yeah.
I listen to libertarians. The head of the Libertarian Party, Dave Smith, is one of the most vile creatures in the history of humanity.
Oh my god, it's like,
What? You like him?
no, you're just saying libertarians are vile, and it's like, what?
I mean, Dave Smith
he? To be
is.
fair, they are incredibly dumb. They are like.
Would you rather be a communist or a libertarian, Mr. Slay?
That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, libertarians are just terrible. Dave Smith is just terrible. He's against Israel. Israel is a bastion of freedom in the Middle East.
Okay, you
How
need to
could
calm down.
what? What do you mean?
He's not like your own Baruch a little bit, which is very bad.
What?
I think I figured out Mr. Slave's identity. He's an Israeli national
Yeah.
um, who travels the world for his job. I don't know what job it is, but he's an Israeli national.
Yeah.
He's a spy that infiltrates.
Is that true,
Israel.
Mr. Slave?
Of course. Of course.
Are you actually
I think
Israeli?
that's a film.
You know that I don't discuss my personal identifizieren.
Yeah. So I just need to start speaking Hebrew, and then you'll respond on accident. Mr. Slave, how many yarmulkes do you own?
I've always liked it. I always thought those were cool.
Yeah, definitely.
He got the Aether yarmulke.
Anyway,
I think I should group Jews for the Aether.
Gamma, are you eating now?
Me?
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to eat so we can do something productive, not waste our lives.
Well, what happened with the OpenAI thing? Did that go?
I'm
nowhere?
doing OpenAI. So it's telling me again you exceeded your current quota, but I didn't input my key, and I'm looking at at OpenAI website. They have like an introduction page, and there's like a lot of code, but there is no code in Python how to add the key.
Anyway, that's because the Python uses like a software development kit thing to do it.
Look, I'm on the page. I'm on the OpenAI page. Introduction, maybe authentication. Maybe that would be it. Organizationen.
If you use the software in Python, you don't need to use the API key. Is what it's saying.
If I use this,
But I don't know. This.
of course I need to
this thing-
identify. Of course I need to identify. What are you talking about? Oh, I see. Okay, so
I'll
this.
post a link inside chat. Yeah, the API key isn't included in the Python code at that.
No, use the side chat. Looking for a simple example.
On the side chat.
No, I don't wanna. I don't wanna talk to the community. I want to use the
I didn't say you
OpenAI.
did.
So I have a page, platform.ai. I'm using not that. Let me close that actually, and close that too. Here, this is the page that I'm using. It has all the answers to all the questions.
Okay. On the side chat.
This is the
Okay, here we
page.
go.
It seems
Authentication.
it's authentication is just a section in this page.
Yeah.
So authentication, API keys. Okay.
Yeah, and it says the Python.
But this is the organization. Where do you give it the API key? Organization. Okay. Organization making requests. This is the curl. And what's this?
Well, You mustn't include the API key in
and then
Python.
streaming. But they have bearer. Let's read the authentication section. So the OpenAI API uses API keys for authentication. You can create API keys at a user or service account level. Service accounts are tied to a bot individual and should be used to provision access for production systems. Each API key can be scoped one of the following: project key or user keys. Remember that your API key is secret. Do not share it with others or expose it in any client-side code, browsers, apps. Production requests must be routed through your own back-end server where your API key can be securely loaded from an environment variable or key management service. All API requests should include your API key in an authorization HTTP header as follows. Okay, but that's an HTTP header. I'm not writing an HTTP. And
Wait a
there's
minute.
and there's no code for the OpenAI API key. There's curl, and then
Yeah,
there's
there's no code for it. It's handled by the software. It's
what do you
handled by the
what do you mean handled? What do you
by
mean
the
hand?
package.
What do you mean handled? I have a
You
key.
import OpenAI,
Yeah. What do you mean import?
right?
But I need to give. I need to submit the key. Where there's no code, they don't
No,
show you
it's
any.
handled.
What do you mean it's handled?
Yeah, the website that I sent you with the forum, the guy answers the question. He says there are many ways to program it. They make API calls, turn on your environment. You do it by passing the JSON back and forth, and he gives a curl example. But you can also use the OpenAI SDKs for Python. These SDKs make it so you can use that particular code and option to access the API
Okay.
instead.
Wait, the code you sent me also doesn't submit the API key.
Right.
I need code to submit the key. Why is there
Okay,
no?
well then use the Gemini code that you had before, where you had the key included.
Okay, I just
Remember
wanted to have.
Gemini?
Yeah, but I wanted to have authentic code from OpenAI. Like somebody, like OpenAI, they know.
But
They know, right? This is an OpenAI library. So
right, and you don't need to include the key in the Python, is what they're saying, right? Like
what?
you must need to include the key
What? Wait, say slower. What?
in Python.
Yeah.
You don't like. You mustn't need the API key.
You mustn't need the API key. Look,
Yeah, in the same
right
way,
now,
like it's done different.
okay, I'm getting an error. You exceeded your current quota. Please check your
Okay.
plan and billing details. But I didn't submit
Okay.
my API key. Right? If I'm going
I
to
didn't say you
pay,
did.
okay, let's say I'm going to pay now, right? I need to submit my key so it can say, oh, this is the guy that paid us.
I don't know how it works.
What do you mean you don't know how it works?
Ask ChatGPT how to do it. Like
Again, I want OpenAI reference page to tell me how to submit the API key.
it tells you to do it with curl.
But I can't use curl. I'm using Python.
Wait, what do you mean you can't use curl? Like
How
there's a
can
terminal right there on your screen.
what terminal? Where's there a terminal?
Yeah, on the left there should be a
Left
symbol
of
for a
what?
terminal. It should be like a little square.
Left of
Open up the
what?
terminal and use curl in the terminal.
Left of what? Where? What are we talking about? Left of what?
In Google Collab.
In
the left, there
Google
should be symbols.
Collab, there is a curl?
There should be something like that.
Okay. You're welcome. A terminal? Okay. Sign up for Collab Pro to gain access to the runtimes terminal. Okay, no thank you. I don't get it. I'm just trying to do the simplest operation in the universe. Literally the simplest operation in the universe. Gemini. Model messages stream. Like I don't know how to submit a key according to OpenAI. Like what how am I supposed to submit the key? Just let me know. Authentication, authorization. This is an HTTP. Organization and project optional. And making requests, yeah, but what about the key? They show,
Like the issue is they're saying you
yeah.
should be operating in an environment
What does
that
that
has your
mean?
key loaded into it.
No, nobody said
There's like
that.
a small like
That doesn't mean anything. You're not that's not that doesn't compute. You're not saying anything that makes any sense. What does that mean? What is an environment? What is that?
environment is like a local area that
You
you've set up
you mean collab?
to do operations.
You mean I should tell collab my API key?
Like yeah, something like that should have your API key. Yeah, if you don't want to include it in the code,
I don't care. I don't care if it's in the code or not. I
then
don't care.
but include it in the code then.
How? What's the code? There's no example. There's no example how to include it in the code. There is no example.
We'll use an example from somewhere else.
There isn't any, and everything I try fails. Like, and there's no autocomplete. Like when you use Microsoft, Visual Studio, it has so much autocomplete. But when you use Collab, there's no autocomplete. Like I don't know what's available. Like there's no dot. Let me know what's available. It's like everything is you have to guess.
Sorry, what?
Anyway. Who can I ask? How do I authenticate? os.environ. Okay, let's try that. Copy. And you're saying don't include it in the code. So I'll put it in the, like right next to the pip install. Import OS. OS is red. Would you know why that is?
Sorry, it says what?
OS is red. It has a red line under it.
Well, I don't see what you're doing, so I don't know what like.
How would I don't know how to share this with you. I can try. Let me try.
Just read the line.
Let
What
me
does the line say? Like,
let me try
does the line start with OS tab?
here. I'm sharing collab. Can you see it?
No, not yet. It's just loading for me.
Tell me when you're able to see it.
It's just loading for me. It's not coming through yet.
Mm-hmm.
It just keeps loading. I don't know what's wrong.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. Let me try.
Disconnected because
I don't know. I don't know what's going on with with Discord and everything. It's like it's impossible.
Can you just send a screenshot in DMs? Because it's not
Yeah.
loading from.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go. Oh, fuck.
Oh, it's coming up, but it's probably going to be
Yeah.
low quality.
Yeah, I can't see. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so like
Why is the OS at the bottom red?
I
It says,
actually it's I can't read it. Sorry.
hmm,
It's just too low quality for me to read.
yeah, Discord is just awesome. You know what? I'm gonna stop sharing on StreamYard. It's 720 pixels, 30 frames per second. So it's basically impossible to do any screen sharing. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So let me share. I'll do a screen capture.
So I'm having trouble. So have you purchased something from OpenAI yet?
No,
Because when you run that Python code, it's supposed to respond with like a joke or something.
no, I didn't purchase anything from OpenAI. Okay, I sent. I put the thing in the side chat.
Why is the import? Yeah, why is it tabbed in? Why is it like?
Mm. Oh, that's better. Okay, let me insert my key. That can't be my key. It's half the size of the previous key.
I don't know if the size matters as long as it does the job, you know.
Okay. No, I'm just saying it doesn't make any sense that it's so tiny, but fine.
That's what she said.
Yeah, that's what they all say.
Hmm. So any luck?
Well, I'm running it now. Let's see if it accepts it. Okay, no errors.
Does it say you're out of tokens or whatever?
No, let me try and run the code now. You exceeded. Okay, it gives me the you exceeded.
Okay.
But I need to be able I'm not handing it my key. Um let me see. Frequency penalty. Creates a model response for the given chat conversation. Args, messages, text, image, audio model. I want to be able to submit to give them my API key.
Okay.
So I need to be able to say API key is, API key.
Okay. You can include it in your code, right?
Right. So should I say key, like open it, like what is the name of the, like how do I give it? Let me see if there's, if, okay. Let me do the get statement from yesterday. OS environ get. Let's try this. No, it's red. Invalid syntax. Forgot a comma, okay. No. Takes one argument, but two are given. Instead of get, I'll just use the square brackets. That seems to work. No. Again, expected one per, like takes one argument, but two were given. Yeah, I need to say
Wait,
API
what has
key.
given you?
I need to be able to tell it. Here, let me show you the problem. Let me get
I feel
this.
like we solved this yesterday. Didn't it
Yeah,
happen
yeah, yeah.
yesterday
We
to
did.
you?
Everything was solved, and today I opened my collab, and it looks like the code from 1,000 years ago. Yeah, I agree. I don't know what happened.
Did you not save it or anything? Or?
No, it saves. It's always saying saved. Every couple of seconds, it says saved.
Oh, okay.
Let me ask Gemini. Wait, Gemini actually answered the question before. Get a key. Set the.
This is how you solved it before, I think. Well, I sent it like. Isn't this how you solved it last time?
Let me see. What? Where? What? Okay. No,
Something like that. No. Okay.
no. I mean, basically, I did that now through the bottom. Right at the bottom, I have the pip install OpenAI and import OS, and then OS environ, and then I set the OpenAI API key. So that variable is available. So it should be getting picked up. I shouldn't need to hand it. I don't think I need to hand it. So it should already be so. But I don't know. I'm unable to just run this thing once and get a response. Well, let me try. I don't have any other hope. I'm just gonna pay them because I don't know what else to do, and I don't want to waste so much time.
Do they have anybody like any service that can help you? Do they have any like help desk or
What are you
anything?
talking about? It's a multi-billion company. Who can you ask in a multi-billion-dollar company? You can ask.
Anybody will help you.
No, no, there's no such
Yeah,
thing.
if they run their product, they want people to use their product so they make more money. So they should have someone who'll help.
Yeah, that's in theory correct. Yeah. Look, when I look at their website authentication, so there's like
Yeah,
nothing.
there's literally a help button. It's like
There's what? Help phone?
there's a help button on this website. You
Help
can ask an agent, and a team can help you.
a help bot
Button, again, like
button?
on a jacket, a button like you click on. Button.
Where? Where is there a button like that?
I
Where?
posted a picture like on my version of the website when I click on it on mobile.
Where did it post it to? I mean, okay, let me see.
Side chat.
Where? I see the picture. Where is status
Okay,
all
I'll post a link. Okay,
systems?
here's the link. Here's the link. I don't know. See if that works. Oh wait, no, that link isn't going to work. Sorry. You have to click on the website.
Yeah, I'm in the website, and what?
So there's a. Show me a screenshot of the website, what it looks like for you, and then I can.
Oh, create speech, create transcription, assistance. No, that's like programming assistance, personal. Well, there's no help button. Uh, I, 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 I don't even know
Is there, wait,
what.
is it?
What?
If, okay, in search for help, this is how can I contact support, right? There are two ways to contact our support team.
No,
If you have an account, simply log in and use the help button to start a conversation. If you don't have an account, you can't log in. You can still reach us by selecting the chat bubble icon on the bottom right of help.openai.com.
let me try signing in. How can I contact support? Yeah, I don't think support exists. It's in theory, yeah, there is support. In practice,
Like I've seen someone call Microsoft support like a few weeks ago, and Microsoft support helps them with with a different problem, and they like spend hours and hours and hours. They spend like 2 days working on it for this person. So I don't see why this massive company has all these resources wouldn't help you.
okay, I mean, okay, let's.
Call them on the phone, ring them, and go, I want help with my API. You hear me, you bastards? Give me the goddamn keys. Why would you take the keys?
I mean, I don't get it. I mean, there's a section here about authentication. There's a section here, but like this is
Okay.
supposed to be an API reference. Yeah.
Right, it's handled by the software is the idea, right? Like,
What does that mean?
when you set up the environment, right?
And they
When you're
don't,
in
but they don't,
Bash or
but they
whatever.
don't, but they don't even say it. They don't say it. They don't say it's what you're saying. They don't say it. They say the
They do. They show you the curl thing.
the curl thing
I don't
says,
know where you're reading right now, but like, if you
yeah,
read through all the documentation, it says
it says authorization bearer OpenAI API key -h. It's a header. It's like add a header. Okay, but that's in curl. Then they have Python, but Python doesn't have OpenAI API key. It only has organization and project.
mm-hmm.
And then
Right.
there's a Node.js example. And then there's making
Yeah, because they
requests.
handle. Yeah.
I don't know what to do with this. This is the most bizarre thing in the universe.
Ask help and support. Call them. Message.
Okay, let me
Twitter.
ask. I'll ask ChatGPT. How do I authenticate using OpenAI API in Python? To authenticate, install OpenAI, get a key. OpenAI dot, there it is. OpenAI dot API underscore key. Set, that's the line that you need to add. All right, let's do that.
Didn't you already do it this way? That time you used the Text DaVinci version 3.
I don't know.
getting like an error, or is it working okay? Like what's happening?
Oh, let me run the installation again. Oh, open. 1 second. Your key here. Well, at least I'm beginning to understand how to program in this environment. Okay, looks like it went through. So let's try running it again. No, it failed.
Did it respond? Did it print out like a joke or print out some kind of?
No. You exceeded your current quota.
Okay. I guess that might be working, right? Or no?
I don't know.
What's wrong?
I
Did
don't.
you purchase tokens? Like are you
No,
using a?
no, not yet. But that's like my next step.
Okay.
Client. Nope. You exceeded. All right, you exceeded. You exceeded. I don't know what else to do, so I need to purchase. I don't see any other choice. Which is really weird. I mean, I can't perform a single call. Not even
No, they used to allow it, but not anymore.
Not even to minimally test that I know. Like,
No.
all right, fine.
I mean, maybe if you call support, they might give you some.
No, I just need to know. I just need to know. Okay, so before we continue,
you could.
let me
call
take.
support
No. Let me take the first. Let me.
your code. Okay.
Yeah, let me save the code so that we have it. So that tomorrow you're breaking my ears. Okay, so now let's try the next order of business. Let's try purchasing, dashboard, API reference, billing. Let's try billing. Payment methods. Payment methods. You have not started a billing plan yet. To add payment method and start paying for API usage, go to the billing overview page and select add payment details to continue. All right. All right, let's try. Individual. Card. Why can't I use my Apple Pay? All right, card number. I guess I'm going to use my card number. Where's my cards? Are they here even? Oh, my cards are not here. Okay. Okay. Cards. Where are my cards? Cardy cards. Wait, you have a cat? My cards. Where are my cards? Did you see my cards?
Yeah, it's a cat. Yeah, it's a bunch of cats. Actually, it's like 7 cats.
Only 7? Why only 7? Why so few? You need at
No,
least.
there might actually be 8. I think there's a few more.
You need at least At least 7,000. Under 7,000, that's like basically zero.
A minute. Hey, Dad, you okay? Yeah, what you get, burger? Did you? Okay.
Alleen ik moet eerder.
Okay.
You can have it if you want.
I just had
You want to
sausages.
open and see what's in it if you want to. You can probably just see it
You're talking to Alan, were you?
Alan was here.
He was in there?
He left it to me.
Okay, yeah. Maybe I'll hear it later, I don't know.
Oh, I don't know what wants to work.
Are you having some of it?
Huh?
Are you having some of it?
I'm not, no.
Did you eat today?
I ate some of it. You only have it, and you can eat some of it.
Okay.
I got a couple of bites out and I bought this old salad.
Oh, there are my cards. My cards. Found them. Oh my god, your dad and you when you speak, it's like I have no idea what you're saying. Like a different language. Cards. 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 Wait a minute, where's my card? What's going on? What is going on? This looks like a good card. Why is it marked? What is going on here? So where's my card? Where East? My God. Weird. No. Nowhere.
Hey, what's up?
I'm looking for my cards. Oh wait.
Your
Yeah.
bank card? Like your
Yeah.
credit card? Your debit card?
Yeah, found one.
They were probably stole by some dummy mommy. They're like,
Oh my god, I'm in such pain. Why do you fart so much all the time?
ooh,
You.
okay. It was me, my zipper.
Your sister is farting so much?
My zipper. Zipper.
So why
Hey,
is your
Gamma,
sister...
I can hear you. It's just can you hear Gamma?
Gamma? No. Gamma, I can't hear you. Oh my god, I can hear
Do you have
T.
it muted?
No, I don't have
Yes,
Gamma.
that's me with the tea. I'm Irish. Okay, we drink tea. All right.
Wow. Okay, I'm gonna
So,
punch in my numbers.
can you hear Gamma? Like, what's going on?
Gamma, you should exit and come back.
I can hear Gamma.
Tell him to exit and come back, because I can't hear him.
He can hear you.
I can't hear him. Okay, I'll exit and come back. Hellos.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, my card
Okay,
number
okay.
is 6289116.
No, don't
Zero.
say your private info.
I can say the next 4 digits and it would be fine because no one's going to be able to guess the last 8.
No one can guess the
So-
last digit.
I don't know about that, but yeah.
I think people can guess
One-
the last digit. I think that limits it down a little bit.
People can guess anything. You know, they can. People win the lottery. You know,
And it's
people
my credit
win.
card anyway, so if anyone somehow manages to figure it
Yeah,
out, I
that's
can
true.
just
That's true.
call them and be like,
That's
that
true. You're
wasn't
very
me. So
yeah.
now I wouldn't say that with my debit card, which has $13,000 in cash on it.
Nice. Good to be financially secure. Do you listen to Dave Ramsey and
No,
that kind of stuff? Okay, you already know all that shit. You don't need him.
no, I don't. I can give you my debit card, Mr. Slave.
No, I'm punching in my numbers.
How much do you make a year in shekels, Mr. Slave?
A zillion.
A zillion shekels? That's a lot. We could make our own research lab with that money. The Ether
I
research
don't
lab.
remember. I don't remember my like what I put in my address and stuff because I'm traveling so much. Who knows what my last thing that I gave them?
You should tell me your address and I'll verify if it's correct for you.
Definitely.
You should always write shit down. I always use that.
Yeah, always
You know?
write.
I guess if
everything.
you're traveling, yeah. The issue is if it's stolen, then you're kind of if your notebook is stolen, you're kind of fucked.
I'm gonna guess.
Someplace, somewhere.
Gamma, did you eat?
Who, me?
No, Gamma.
Oh, Gamma. Did you eat Gamma?
Where is he now? Gamma, you there? Oh, he's probably on a phone call. Hmm. Maybe I shouldn't do it from my from this browser to begin with. Yeah, I'm gonna cancel everything and go to my other browser. And go to OpenAI billing. Start over. Anybody? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hmm. Hmm. All right. Initial credit purchase. Let's start with $500. Yes, automatically recharge my card when credit balance falls below threshold. Forget about that for now. Konfirmacja. Payment successful.
Sorry, unsuccessful?
No, successful.
Oh, good.
Oh, good. So all I need now is to get my key verification. No. Members, limits. General. Members, billing. Oh, payment methods, billing history, preferences, but your profile, I guess. No? API key, okay. Start verification, okay. So send text. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. Let's wait for the text. Gotcha. 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 Okay. The code is one. Create. Copy. Done. Notepad. Paste. Okay, so now we can go and update the key. Okay. How do you create another, I guess, plus code? Okay. So let's run
Sorry, what?
that. Yeah, I just plus code, like I create another section of code. Okay, I guess it's been run. Now let's run our code. It worked. Finally, after 1,000 years, that's probably all we needed ever to do. All right. Okay. Okay, let me copy. It says all changes saved, but I don't trust this thing. Okay, so what did he want me to do? Let me see what he wanted me to do. Gamma's still gone.
Hey, you want to?
What?
What did you say?
I said Gamma is still gone.
Oh, okay. Looks like it. Yeah.
Do you know how sometimes you put you don't know, like you fold a wire, like you know how
Yeah.
like the USB, like the USB, like I have a USB headset.
Yeah.
So I plug in the
And the
USB.
cable.
I plug in the cable, and I always, it folds, and I pass the fold under the USB adapter. So it creates like a loop, and I make sure I loop it under. I
Okay.
but every time I unplug and replug the headset, and I make sure that the wire goes under the adapter, but like every day I come back and the wire is above, and it gets into my keyboard. You don't understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. No, I do understand what you're saying. It's in the way.
It's in the
Keep this folded
way,
over. It's in the way of your keys.
but I always fold it under, but it always somehow comes back. How does it do that? It's like by magic. How does it do that?
No idea.
What is this magic? This is some sort of magic. Oh, I think I understand. Okay, I was able to unwind it under, so it just unwinds itself. So it's not magic after all. Okay, so the next step in my life, let me see what he said in the texts. Let's see. Where is it? There it is. So he says, hey,
Hey guys,
what's up?
I
Hi.
got some seltzer water and some beans.
Seltzer water and beans.
Nice. What kind of bean?
It's blackberry.
Blackberry beans?
It's black beans.
Oh, okay.
All right, so how do you... Okay, I need to be online when he's online because I don't know what he wants me to do.
I want to get in the bathtub, but I'm worried as soon as I do, you guys are gonna leave, and then I'm gonna be bored.
No, I'm staying here. Say this is a test. This is a test. How can I assist you further? Okay. Let's ask it.
I'm gonna
Do
start
you
crying.
know my name? Let me see. Do you know my name?
You're gonna cry?
No, I don't know your
Yeah.
name unless you tell me. How can I assist you today?
What are you talking about?
No idea. You must be talking to an AI.
I'm
or something.
talking to the AI. I'm testing the AI. All right. So, how can I? Okay, let me. How many questions? How many? How many? What do you call it every time I make an API call? How many API calls can I make to? No, I can ask it an actual question like what stock do you recommend? I'm not able to provide specific investment advice or recommend individual stocks. However, when considering stocks to invest in, it's important to conduct thorough research on the company's financial health, market position, growth prospects, and overall economic conditions. Mm-hmm. All right. All right. Let me try and no. Streamer mode. Enter streamer mode. Yeah, we saw that it's useless. It doesn't work.
What's going on?
Mm,
You streaming something?
I'm trying, but it doesn't work. We know it doesn't work. Right? It says your stream is it's frozen.
Dude,
I can
I
see
think
it
I
when I
haven't
drink
looked
my
at
thing.
myself today.
What?
I don't think I looked at myself today.
I don't think I've
Yeah.
looked at myself this year. Yeah, it blocks the stream, and there's nothing we can do about it. You can't stream from Discord. It's just hopeless. Change windows. Window. Discord. Yeah, it doesn't let us stream.
Now what the fuck?
What?
What
Wow.
am I supposed to do?
What to do with what?
Life.
Right? Just sit back, enjoy the ride, have a good time. You know, it's just a roller coaster, and you gotta ride it out.
Oh, I wanna shit in a public pool, but I don't want anyone to know.
Hmm.
Like, I want people to know because I want to enjoy it, but I don't want to have to live with the embarrassment of that for my whole life.
It's kind of like an art piece. People pay lots of money. You know, it's art. It's woman defecates in pool. It's like it's performance art. You know, like a flash mob.
I want to do it as like a protest.
Yeah, well,
I want to protest the prison system
Why?
because I don't agree.
what don't you
Hmm.
disagree with?
Like, they're like super ugly.
Who, the judges or the cops or the prosecutor or the defense?
Everyone, that's so ugly.
They need to look smacked. Like the guy's name Frank Tefano or someone.
Who's trying to find it? Oh wait, yeah, I know who he is. Never mind.
He's gotten surgery on his eyes to have like I don't know what you call
Seriously?
like predator eyes or something like that. He's been look smacked, and he's cross-eyed
That's
now, and
weird.
they ruined his eyesight, and he can't see straight, and he's
That's
had three
funny.
surgeries, and they just keep making it worse.
People don't realize like the outside of stuff count. Oh, holy shit, he looks so ugly.
Frank
He's
Stefano?
soft. He's like
That looks like someone photoshopped it, dude. That's just weird.
yeah, his eyes are totally crossed.
It's
I'm
called
really genuinely
enthalpy.
curious too,
And
because
enthalpy
typically,
is simply defined, it's used the letter H for enthalpy, not entropy. Enthalpy
A lot of money.
is equal to
that's
the
disturbing.
internal energy
Part of, like,
plus the
this
pressure
label.
times the
So,
volume.
like,
And we say that H
surgery and then
is
get
a function of
fixed,
temperature
like,
and
advertising
pressure.
for the doctor.
Now we
You know
don't
what I mean?
use
Because
the
sometimes
ideal,
No,
sorry, the
he
first
just
law
did a
of
video
thermodynamics,
and the
which
doctor
we
really
showed
fucked up.
was
He just had
dU is
emergency
dQ
surgery.
plus
And
yeah,
even
but
dW,
the other
which
doctor
is the
gets it
same
tested
as
first,
dQ.
Yeah, they didn't. They also so like he's like talking about it.
They might not have wanted to like disable him. They probably just wanted it to look ugly, and we're just like, hey, it'll be fine. We'll put it back where it was.
Can I reduce?
Like I've had offers like that before, like where people are like, go get some like really intense like lip injections, and then we'll just take care of it after the fact. But like we need something to get attention. You know what I mean? And then you can also use it for OnlyFans. Yeah. Yeah, they
Can I?
sell it as like something that you're just like temporarily doing like a costume, and then they're gonna fix it anyway, and no one's gonna remember it. And oh, look at all the other people who did this, and no one remembers that. And look how good they look now. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. They also tried to sell me on like a weight loss like arc where they wanted me to gain weight, and then they were gonna have me starve myself to lose it, and then they were gonna like have a surgeon like just give me random plastic surgery, and that was supposed to be my new thing. It was like fitness influencer bullshit. Yeah, and like, how is that fitness influencing anyway? Because I do all that shit.
How can
I'll
I?
never be able to work out again.
Can I? Can I? Can I reduce the volume? Like I want the room to not blow up my ear, and I want to like concentrate on like watching a YouTube video. So can
That's your job.
no, I'm but
There should be volume for different apps. It depends.
mm, mm.
There's a master volume controller on Discord and PC mode if you just go into your settings. It's under voice and video, and do output or something. That way it will stop.
In the daytime, which, really loudly into his ears.
So on the speaker, like sound settings, open mixer. No, it's for the whole browser. Wait, yeah, the whole browser. I can't. It's not for different tabs. I can't control.
In the sentence for.
In this, no, no. Like I have different tabs though. I have different tabs. So I wanna.
Yeah, I said you can reduce the volume of different tabs. Let's use
Two different browsers or something.
So I have two tabs. I want one of them to. I want to lower the volume of the Discord tab because you guys are yelling in my ear.
Well, you just have to mute it. You can right click on the tab.
No, I don't want to
There should be a mute
mute.
tab option.
I don't want to
No,
mute.
I don't.
Then
Okay, well, this is why you need free and open source software so that you can edit the
this is.
thing.
I think Brave.
Google the JavaScript to lower the volume and then copy that into the DOM. Okay.
What are you talking about?
Look, Google how to lower the volume using JavaScript.
What do you mean the Discord JavaScript? You think I can inject? You think I can inject?
Yeah, why not?
What do you mean? Why not? You think I can manipulate the Discord JavaScript while it's running?
Yeah, of course.
What do you mean, of course? How? From the F12? Like the developer?
Yeah,
I can.
Yeah, something or Q or whatever.
As it's running, while in runtime, I can just manipulate the JavaScript.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, I don't care. Sure.
Okay. I don't think that's practical. It's anyway. It's completely obfuscated.
Wait a minute. JavaScript runs on the browser. It doesn't run on their side. It's the same. Like they run on server side. Have you never used JavaScript in the browser before?
You're talking to the world expert in JavaScript. What are you talking about?
Exactly. So there you go.
What do you mean? There I go. What are you talking? That's completely not practicable. I don't know what to do. My thigh hurts like crazy. I can't sit anymore. It's killing me.
I told you it's sciatica.
I don't know. I don't know if that's.
But you actually have sciatica? Do that stuff. You can. What you call
If
has
the
a video
pain is
on it.
down your leg, then it's sciatica.
No, it's not
Yeah,
down my
back
leg. No, it's on this. It's on my side, like on the side of my. I don't know.
Yeah, that's where it is.
No, I don't think it's like a nerve. I think it's too much pressure. Like I've been sitting too much. Like I'm streaming like a 10-hour stream is too much for my thighs, apparently.
You're like a standing desk.
Yeah, that's exactly what I need. I don't have one. That it would have right now. It would save my life if I had one. I could just I can put a chair on my desk and put. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm gonna place a chair.
You can do what I said. Someone said that they can edit the audio of the video in the HTML. I don't know if that's going to work on. But that's in a video. Okay.
In the video? What video?
Well, you be able to change the volume in there on a website, like in a tab.
Okay, I put a chair on my desk. So now, not half my house is on my desk. My whole house is on my desk. Okay, let me unplug some stuff. Mm-hmm. 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 The problem is that I
Oh, hey,
don't.
there's actually a program to do that. You can get like a plugin called Volume Master, and it would allow you to reduce the volume of individual tabs, I think. So there's an extension for Chrome.
I'm using Brave.
Okay, we'll look up an extension for Brave then. Okay.
You think they have an extension that will allow me to manipulate
Yeah,
the
why not?
sound?
Yeah, that doesn't sound hard to do. I bet they could do it. It's got to be a volume mixer for Brave.
Extensions, manage extensions. Search, I guess. I wrote audio. It says no search results. My extensions. Find extensions and themes in the web store. Web store.
Yeah, Volume Master should still be on Brave because it
Oh, it
uses
says
the same.
Chrome. It says Chrome Web Store. So I think maybe Brave is just a Chrome. It's Chrome based.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's Chrome based. Yeah.
So
It's
what
the same
will?
engine.
Okay, audio. What would you call it?
Volume Master.
Yeah, Volume Master extension. 38.6 thousand. Okay, add to Brave. Add extension.
I successfully infiltrated your computer with my extension, and now I know who you are.
Volume Master. There's no information on this browser. I use my Brave. It has zero information about who I am. Brave doesn't know who I am. Volume Master has been added. Let me see.
But do you use a VPN? Like this?
Well, you
I don't know
wouldn't.
if it. Like, are you using the VPN with it?
I don't see. I don't see a Volume Master.
You might
Where's
have to restart the browser. Is there no browser master option? Or
it didn't tell me I need to reset anything.
did it install or what?
I don't know. Let me see. Yeah, Volume Master. To give an extension access to this site, click it.
I'm gonna have to get an ear horn and like play it into my phone.
It says when you click the extension. What do you mean when I click the extension? Oh, I have to click the extension, so I need to add the extension.
Have you heard the song "Clickless Cage"?
Oh, okay. Now, no.
I remember the meme with him where it's like, "Do you want this cake? I want it. Do you want this cake? I want it." And it's like,
I don't know that one.
Can you say something?
To me? No.
Yeah. Okay. I lowered your volume.
You bastard! How could you?
To 10%. That's too low.
Do you want this cake?
Wait, did you change your voice?
To me?
Yeah?
Why would I do that?
Did you change it?
I just read, "Do you want this cake?" Why would I change my voice?
Reset to 100. Can you count to 3?
1, 2, 3.
Amber, can you count to 3, please?
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it destroyed the audio. Jesus Christ.
You destroyed the audio.
Completely, like, you sound like little babies now.
Oh my god, maybe there's a setting.
1, 2, 3. How do I sound?
You sound fine. You sound exactly the same.
Count to 3?
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Did they change the pitch? Like, did you change the pitch instead of the volume?
What do you think?
I think yes, you changed the pitch.
No,
Give
I
us
did.
little chipmunk voices.
No, I didn't. Did not do
You
that.
did.
20%.
You sound like
Anyway.
little chipmunks. We're like Alvin and the chipmunk. We're gonna sing.
Wait, what if I turn it
Chipmunk
off? How do I turn it off? But there's no way to turn it off. Oh, maybe like this?
Are you gonna try a different volume mixer? Do those are the extensions.
I mean, it ruined the audio. What's the point?
How did it ruin the audio?
Well, it just did. You know, it just did. How do
Do
I
you think on YouTube it's ruined, or like in the stream it's ruined, or just for you it's ruined? Like, what do you mean?
I assume it's ruined on both. Let me look.
Let me go to YouTube and check.
Yeah, I'll check. Yeah, it's ruined. Here, you can hear it for yourself.
Is it? Is it ruined?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Yeah.
I blame you. This is all your fault. You're the one who wanted to.
Well, how do I remove it? I just need to remove it. Let me uninstall.
No, you can't do that.
Remove from Brave. Remove. What a load of. Okay, can you count to 3?
Hooey.
Yeah, now it's better.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Okay, let's try this again. Wait a minute. I did a search for volume master. Volume. So how could it get such a high rating? 4.8 stars from 40,000 people. How?
Well, they're not live streaming like you. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the live chipmunk voices. I don't know.
Let's try volume control. This one has 2.7 thousand, 2,700 people gave it 4.5. Forget it. I'm not going to try this again. It's a waste of time.
Can I use a different one?
No, I'm not going to waste my time. I'm just going to ignore this. Okay, what else? What else do we need to do? The extension we can throw to the garbage. Done. Wait, what just happened? Who left? Oh, wait.
Rover. He's probably coming back. He disconnects all the time.
Minus PDV. We've derived that before. I'll put a square around it to remind you. We've seen that earlier in the video. And if you rearrange this, you find that du plus.
There's an interesting video. What is this? Let's check it.
And in Ron Brooks Show. Dear Ron Brooks Show on this October 22nd. Hope everybody's having a fantastic week. It is Tuesday. Yeah, things. So we got a full show. We'll see if my clickbait works and how many people actually watch today. I did put Hitler right at the beginning of the title. Maybe that'll create some buzz or whatever, or maybe the census, not the census, the algorithm from YouTube will kick in and restrict my. I don't know. Who knows? Anyway, we will be talking about the popularity of Hitler on TikTok. kind of crazy. We'll talk about Fogan. Fogan, who's really Morgan, Twitch. So today is very cool stuff. This is for the cool kids. Today's show is definitely oriented towards the cool kids, the young kids, the people who know what Twitch is and who know what TikTok is and maybe know what's going on TikTok. It's all new to me, so I apologize in advance. We'll talk about the Pentagon leak and kind of how to deal with news about the Pentagon leak and what is real and what is not. We'll talk about that a little bit. We'll talk about BRICS meeting in Russia today. There's a bunch of other stories. We'll probably talk about gold and interest rate. Gold is and so are 10-year bonds in declining and interest rates going up. But there's a lot to talk about. I mean, we'll see how far we get. There's a falling out of Windows story. Remember falling out of Windows? We haven't talked about falling out of Windows in a long time. But there's a new falling out of Windows story. There's a wealth tech story. In this
I should
wealth
find
tax
something
story.
that
Let's see. Anyway, and there's a
Mhm.
sweetener that is pretty cool. We'll see how much we get to. I also want today to start on a process. That is, I want to start today reviewing the songs that have been sitting in my review folder for 10 months now. So we wrote to John. Because a lot of these songs are songs that you requested. So I've got a bunch of songs that John requested and he made a lot of money for. So I will be doing some reviews of those. I don't think I'll get through all of them today. We'll do a few of them today, a few of them tomorrow, and so on. Then there's a painting, and there's some Shazbot music that he wanted me to review, and then there's a Star Trek episode that I have a request to review. So I'm going to try to do all those in the next couple of weeks. So we'll try to do them. We'll try to do a little bit every day and get through them, and so that I'm done. And then you can tell me maybe I missed something. I think I've got all the movies. Let me know if I missed any movies. I think I've got all the movies. But anyway, we can go through. We'll go through that as well. There's a Star Trek episode that I have to do as well. Not ready to do that one yet. So far we're just doing songs. What else do we want to? Yeah, before we get to hit run, let's quickly run down for the latest in the Middle East. Nothing really new. The bomb target within Beirut. This is pretty amazing photos of a bomb hitting a building and the building just collapsing really quickly. It just shows how the bomb basically takes out probably all the columns enough, and then everything just collapses. You want to see how a building collapses pretty easily from one bomb. It's out there. But by the way, they did let all the residential in the building know before they bombed it, so it was empty. So Israel continues bombing operations, Lebanon continuing operations in Gaza. They're evacuating out more and more of northern Gaza. The idea is, I think, ultimately to make northern Gaza completely empty of people. Not clear what they'll do with it then, but completely empty of people. Maybe they'll militarize it and annex it. I don't know. But they're slowly moving people away from the northern part of Gaza. I guess a big piece of news coming out of Israel. One other thing before we get to that is
like
kind of funny and cool. So Israel yesterday announced that they had a location of a bunker in Beirut, and in that bunker there is
Wait, what?
I found like a Mediterranean recipe for sweet potatoes that I want to use.
Awesome.
And that has been from the Middle East, so if you like it, probably.
Worth of cash and a bunch of gold. Thing before we get to that is this is kind of funny and cool. So Israel yesterday announced that they had the location of a bunker in Beirut, and in that bunker there is $500 million worth of cash and a bunch of gold. And they said, "Here it is. Here's where the entrances are. Lebanese, go get your money." Now they said this is all Hezbollah money that they've stolen over the years. It belongs to Lebanese people according to them, and they basically gave them. They didn't bomb it. They basically said, "Lebanese, go get your money." Now I don't know that anybody actually has. And there were reports. The reporters tried to find it. So today Israel sent better instructions about which elevator to take and which floor to get off, and that the entrance is probably obscured and hidden, but it's right there. And just keep searching, and you will find it. It's the bunker with gold and cash. And go get it. Go take it away from Hezbollah. It's pretty cool. Why bomb it? The cash will burn and it's gone. And the gold will melt. It'll be harder to scrape together. Rather redistribute it to the people of Lebanon whose life has been dramatically disrupted by Hezbollah over decades. As long as the Lebanese government doesn't get a hold of it. Anyway, that was a funny story. But it's all over. You can see the video of literally the Israeli spokesman for the Israeli military going through, showing a map, 3D images, and then. There was a further report about which elevator. I think it's called -2. And if you are a church artist and want to get your hands on $500 million, floor -2 under the Rafi Haruri Hospital. Take the elevator down to -2 and then send it. There is an entrance into the bunker, and there's where the $500 million of cash and gold is. So anybody who is adventurous and wants to go find treasure, that's the location to do it. Forget about hidden treasure, buried treasure anywhere else. This is clean, easy. Well, not even, but $500 million. Anyway, I guess important news coming out of Israel is that Blinken, remember Blinken? Blinken, diplomacy, ceasefire. Don't go into this. Don't do that. Don't attack there. Don't, Blinken. That Blinken, the representative of the Biden administration, is in Israel today. I told you that Israel probably wouldn't attack Iran last night because Blinken was there. But he met with Netanyahu today. And according to Ynet, which is one of the Israeli news sources, his big ask on Netanyahu was shocking, surprising, unexpectedly. Please decrease the scale of your response against Iran. Just tone it down. Just don't make it as harsh as you intended to. And by the way, maybe you can just take off the list all those targets that the documents leaked by Blinken's office or the Biden administration, people in the Biden administration yesterday. You can just take those targets off because the Iranians already know about them. They're all over Telegram and all over the internet. So maybe that's the way to resolve this. Just to show you how appeasing the Israelis are and how this is a negotiation that is, it's not the reality that sometimes Netanyahu tries to present. They don't know we're going to do on national interest, we're not interested, we're going to do. The defense secretary said something like, in Israel, when Iran attacks, after Israel attacks, whenever that happens, it's to boost the regional deterrence.
Hey.
How do I not? No.
She's like on my stuff. Oh my god, you're being so crazy. Oh my. Wow, parkour.
The only way to establish regional deterrence is for Israel to do an all-out, crushing, unbelievably aggressive, full-on, using multiple weapon systems and leaving big chunks of Iran as scorched earth. That would be deterrence. Another air defense system by the United States. Another example of Israel's dependence on the U.S. Another example of Israel playing the crybaby to the U.S. is not going to send the message that Israel will never be defeated. Because the reality is, a future American administration could stop supporting Israel. Israel should not position itself in a way where its deterrence depends on the United States. Its deterrence should be its own. Its airplanes, its rockets, its ballistic missiles, its operations. And I know that they've been negotiating because I know, I'll be surprised. The attack on Iran is going to be less than what it should be, less than what they originally planned, less than what the Iranians deserve, because the Israelis got to deal with the Biden administration to get more air defense systems in exchange, toning it all down. That is not deterrence, and they know it. They just, I feel weird saying this, it's true. They're too cowardly to do what's necessary. They're too cowardly to go all in. Everything they do is hedged. Everything they do, they want big brother, big uncle America protecting their flank. And that is not good. Not good given that Kamala might win the election in 2 weeks, and she is even less friendly to Israel than Biden in 2 weeks. And who knows what Trump is? He might be friendly right now. He might be friendly for a year. He might be friendly for 4 years. But he might not be. He might change his mind and strike up a friendship with the Iranian, Ayatollah, and decide that the Ayatollah is his best friend and his whatever. You know, right? He's a complete welcome. Why do you want to establish your deterrence based on the United States, which cannot be and should not be relied on? But I'm not going to give Netanyahu credit. He hasn't destroyed Hamas. Hamas is still killing Israeli soldiers. Israel still hasn't occupied southern Lebanon. It still hasn't reached Litani. Everything is going super slowly. Soldiers are dying. That is all a consequence of indecisiveness, cowardly behavior, and placing risk aversion above victory. And I'm not. He does not. He's done, as I said many times, more than I expected. Very low, Netanyahu. He's doing more than I expected. But to give him positive credit, when he doesn't deserve it, he doesn't deserve it. And if you understand what the alternative is, you understand what could be. And how many lives would be saved if what could be would be what is done. The problem was, and a lot of people think like was, is they can't imagine what a self-interested, actual strong, self-defense focused military exercise is. I got the same kind of stuff with Bush, and I go, oh, look, Bush, he's so tough. And yeah, there were moments he looked tough. But he was a weakling, a coward, an intellectual coward. And Bibi is very, very similar. And you can't imagine that. Neither could the people, many executives who after 9/11 criticized me for critiquing Bush, couldn't imagine what the alternative looked like. I tried to articulate it in detail. Let's see. This is kind of funny. And it's a funny story. I'm pretty sure it's not true, but there's a story right now that the Iranian state media is reporting. Iranian state media, there's a source for you. That Iran and Saudi Arabia have agreed to hold joint naval exercises in the Red Sea. I wouldn't put it past them, but it is kind of crazy. That would be pretty nutty. Anyway, Saudi Arabia, would it shock me if they were playing both sides constantly? It wouldn't surprise me at all. All right, let's see. That is not sense.
Wait, so actually, Amber, you can see my screen right now. You can see me streaming, right? Oh, yeah, because I'm sharing. Yeah, I'm not streaming Discord. If I would be streaming Discord, then it would not work. Okay. Yeah, I was worried. I wasn't worried. I was surprised that it's working. So I wasn't. So what am I? Oh, it's not going to say. So wait, from StreamYard. I'm streaming. I don't know. I'm so confused. Let me see.
No.
global capitalism and the evil of global capitalism. Globalism, cosmopolitanism, as they called it back then. He's yelling about the benefits of socialism. Yeah, socialism. Hitler was a socialist, a national socialist. The Nazi Party is. And he's not kidding. He really is a socialist. That's the ideology. It's national socialism. And he's, after basically globalization, capitalism, global capitalism, the Jews, of course, but the Jews in the context of capitalism, most leftists agree with that because Marx has conditioned them to that already. He accuses Marx of being a Jew, and in the pockets of the financiers, of the capitalists, and communism as a betrayal of socialism, he presents himself, Hitler, as the true socialist. And people, young people, listen to this out of context, right, on Twitter, and they're like, huh. I always thought, they probably think, I always thought Hitler was a fascist, and fascist is right wing, and right wing is the opposite of socialism, so Hitler must have been kind of a capitalist, and he was defending capitalists. That's what Hitler's about. God, he really turned out to be a pretty good guy, because he's a socialist, he cares about the workers. He constantly talks about the workers. And that's why the workers, this is what my teacher taught me is good. This isn't bad. So what you get on TikTok right now is both alt-right crazies going, and they know a little bit more what they're doing. But then you get a bunch of leftist kids who have no clue. All they're taught history by the woke professors and woke teachers, and they've been taught that there's this political spectrum. On one side is the left, communism, and those are kind of the good guys. Although it's never been done perfectly, and they've never done it right. But socialism is basically good. And then on the other side is fascism, together with capitalism, and those are the evil. And capitalism and fascism are racist and everything else, and that's evil, and that's where Hitler belongs. And then suddenly they discover, but wait a minute, Hitler is saying all the things the socialists say. He's talking about the workers. He's talking about being against finance, and being against capitalism, and being against all the things that I was taught were bad. And yeah, he's accusing the Jews, but so did Marx, and so did my professors, really. And the Jews are successful, and they're bad. So this all fits. It's really, really, really scary out there. This is a generation that gets much of news and knowledge about the world out there from TikTok, from social media. And literally, Hitler videos are doing well. Now, part of this is that people don't know who Hitler was. They kind of know Holocaust and stuff like that, maybe they know World War II, but it's a taboo topic. So the fact that Hitler was a national socialist, the fact that his ideology was a socialist ideology, the fact that there's no big difference between Marx, in a sense of between communism and fascism, they're in a sense on the same side of the political spectrum. They're both socialists. The socialists embrace all of that. They don't know that. They never really, probably studied Hitler in terms of actually read him or read about him in a serious way. He's held, I think, in our modern culture as a caricature. And then you hear him, and they go, oh, that makes sense. That kind of makes sense. And he comes across as an anti-Semite, which is, of course, completely consistent with the modern left. Not as a racist, which they don't like racists, but he's really just an anti-Semite. He hates the same people we hate. And it's really, really scary that they embrace this stuff, or at the very least, they can't filter it out, or they can't combat it, they can't challenge it, they can't say anything against it. And it just becomes part of the world in which they live. Part of this is the fact, for example, in Germany, that I think it's true of Amazon, you can't buy Mein Kampf. You can't buy a Hitler, book of Hitler because, it's good. But people should read it. People should know what he said. People should know what he stood for. Not in sound bites curated by who knows who on TikTok. But they should read it from the devil's mouth. Now, all this supposedly violates TikTok's hate speech policies, but having a really hard time dealing with it. It's something else videos will pop up as they take it down. The translations are done by AI, and the videos are altered, and a lot of times they have all kinds of pleasing backgrounds, right?
Wait, what?
Videos like have scenic imagery or stuff like that. People are commenting on the thread. Adolf Hitler was a good and kind man, it seems like. And people are saying, this is my view of him. Like this minute TikTok video changed people's view. How shallow do you have to be? It's not just that idiotic Tucker guest who is rethinking the conception of Hitler, but people on TikTok are getting a new perspective. They say there are over 50,000 TikTok posts that have used the audio clips of the Nazi speeches. Not only Hitler, they also have some of Goebbels, who was, of course, the chief propagandist of the Nazi Party. And these things are going viral. Some of them are getting, one of these got 6 million views or something. In the meantime, TikTok has said they've taken down 1,300 pieces of related content. 1,300, they're 50.
Hey, what's up? What? I was watching the video. I can't choose. I mean, people No, the issue is not. The issue is that capitalism, by definition, is freedom. It is economic freedom. That is capitalism. So Hitler could not have been a capitalist. It's impossible. It's impossible for a capitalist. No, but what do you mean? The definition. Let me just switch to my computer. The definition of capitalism is. I mean, if you it depends on how you define capitalism. The way I define capitalism, and the rest of the things, is that capitalism. Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, so by my definition, capitalism is freedom, and everything else is not. Socialism is not freedom, and of course, communism is not freedom. So if you're pro freedom, then you're not going to kill anyone, right? You're not going to kill, right? The least freedom is when you kill someone.
Wait a minute, that's not addressing the thing, right? If you think that there's Jews who are undermining your freedom, I mean, wouldn't you want to stop those people? Like, oh, someone's calling me.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty amazing. The accounts that launched this are the alt-right type accounts, the white supremacist, anti-Semites kind of accounts. But then these young kids who are leftists, they don't know. They can't differentiate socialism. Let's go for it. This is why I said left and right ultimately unite to kill us, the people who believe in freedom. Anyway, beware on TikTok. It's a dangerous place. You guys know how to deal with this, I'm sure. But if you got kids, if you got others, you got to monitor this kind of stuff, or at least give them the tools to deal with it. Self-identified Nazis are clearly using TikTok purposefully in order to launch this stuff, in order to try to get new adherents. All right, related, I guess, not really, but kind of wackiness on social media. There was a big brouhaha on Twitch. Now, I don't know what Twitch is exactly. I guess it's a place where young people play video games and they talk while they're playing video games, and it's huge. It's like massive, right? I think that's right. And it has its own celebrities, and people make a lot of money on there, and they're Twitch partners, and they get paid to do this. And it's just big Twitch community out there that I am completely unfamiliar with. I don't know anything about it. Streaming service like what I'm doing right now, but it's got to do with gaming, right? It's got to do with gaming. Anyway, there's a woman who goes by the name Frogan, although her name is Morgan, but she goes by the name Frogan, who is a Twitch streamer, I guess a Twitch partner, and she is
He had a phone call.
She's half Lebanese, half American, something like that. I read somewhere that her mother called her Morgan.
Yeah.
Someone else's house.
Yeah.
Just like, how stupid is that? Like, my fucking apartment doesn't have two doors like that, or like even remotely look like that. Fucking stupid.
Yeah.
All you have to do is read the giant number on the front of the door, and you would know if you have the right apartment.
Yeah. I need to throw out some stuff from my office. Like, I have no room to stand here. No standing room.
I have the opposite problem where I have nothing. I don't own like anything.
That's an advantage.
I miss, like, all the stuff I had at my there's some stuff I would go back to that storage unit and like take with me because I have basically enough stuff to have like a mobile office, and like I thought I was gonna be able to go back and get it, so I just left it there.
Do you know Frogan?
No, never heard of him.
It's a her. It's like a. I think she's like a Muslim streamer, so we're discussing her right now on YouTube.
Oh, is she like famous?
I guess she's like an anti-American, anti-Jew, and the rest of it.
That makes her even less relevant to me.
Wow.
Because she was pissed off at the dad who was Lebanese and wanted to call her the most American name she could think of. She's called him Morgan, something like that. Who knows? Anyway, Frogan has been who is a Twitch streamer, I guess a Twitch partner, and She is half, I think she's half Lebanese, half American, something like that. I read somewhere that her mother called her Morgan because she was pissed off at the dad who was Lebanese and wanted to call her the most American name she could think of. She calls her Morgan, something like that. Who knows? Anyway, Fogelin has been talks about all kinds of things. She's got a foul mouth. She's pretty disgusting. Just listen to her. Every second or third word is the F word. She wears a head covering. I don't know if that's because she's religious, because I don't know any religious people who talk like this. I don't know what her story is. I'm not really that interested. You guys probably know more about her than I do. Some of you do. Anyway, and she plays. I guess she plays some games. She plays. I don't know what kind of game she plays. She plays some games while she comments on the world. And she's affiliated with some other gamers who are also Arab, who have a common perspective in that they all seem to hate Israel. They seem to be pro-Palestinian and seem to, want to, without being too explicit about it, basically support Hamas and Hezbollah. There have been a lot of complaints about her for a while. She's been on panels. Again, she's associated with this group of people. But put everything else aside. I don't understand. And you guys can tell me. You can explain this to me because you're more connected to popular culture than I am. What is it about being the most foul-mouthed you can be that gets you massive followers and gets you to be a representative of a platform, right? That's what I think a partnership means. And yeah, so I don't understand this just talking horribly and not being articulate. She can't put a sentence together and yet be foul-mouthed on principle. Why that is appealing, but it is. There's something about the generation of people on Twitch. Anyway, Fogelin has been involved in a bunch of stuff about she's pro-Palestinian and about conflicts and contradictions there. But last week, I guess it was, she made a statement about American troops, American soldiers. She basically said, let me just find it. She said, and I have to censor this, right? She said, I quote, "I will never have any pity for any soldiers. U.S. military, boo. Effing who? I hope you get PTSD. That's post-traumatic stress syndrome, right?" She continued, "U.S. military that are like, yeah, I did this back then, but now I know it's wrong. Like, I'm changed. Effing imperialism. F this. You don't deserve the PTSD. So you should be worse than PTSD." Anyway, this created...
Whoa, Gamma, what's up?
On Twitch, disrespecting American soldiers, I guess, is unacceptable, even on Twitch.
Wait one second.
When you say she disrespected the
Let me
troops,
stop my stream. What are you saying? No, I'm streaming and watching a show on the YouTubes. Do you want to do something? Do you want to write a paper or something? Do you want to do some research? Do you want to talk? Do you want to talk about the ether?
What do you want to talk about, Mr. Slave?
I mean, I was rethinking. Somebody asked me yesterday, like, so what's your evidence for the ether? And I brought up the 11 kilometers a second. And he said, okay, how do you know it's falling in at 11 kilometers a second? How do you know that? So I was, I've been rethinking this. Is it really falling in on my head right now at 11 kilometers a second?
Maybe.
So what's the evidence? Like, why would I say that? Let's assume it's true. Let's assume there is ether, that the universe is filled with a fluid.
The evidence is that the square root of 121 is 11. Therefore, it's 11.
Okay, but what are we assuming? So I'm assuming that the universe is filled with a fluid. I placed the Earth in the center of this universe. And then what? I can't... Right, the fluid flow depends on the pressure differential. So I don't know the pressure differential. I don't know... Oh, we can calculate can we calculate the pressure differential? Because we know it's... Do we know anything about the pressure differential? The pressure gradient? Do we know anything about the pressure gradient? If we know... I guess there's things we can maybe extrapolate. Anyway, so in my in the thought experiment, I took an electron or a neutrino or even a photon, and I placed it at infinity, and I let it drift towards Earth. And it picks up speed. And this picking up of speed, I can only attribute it to being stationary relative to the ether. it's moving with the ether. Would you agree with that? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I agree with it because you said
No, no. Do you understand? Like, try to imagine what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to understand how fast is the ether flowing through the Earth's crust towards the center of the Earth? How fast?
11 kilometers per
How do
second.
you know? How do you know? What's your
Because
evidence?
test particle at infinity accelerates towards Earth.
Why?
When it hits Earth, it's because gravity.
No, it's not
I
because
don't
of.
know. Not,
No, you can't say gravity. There is no gravity. There is no gravity. So all we know, according to Newton, a test particle accelerates towards the Earth, and it reaches the Earth at 11 kilometers a second. Not because of gravity. We don't know why. We don't know why, right? Now we're assuming there is a fluid that is flowing because of a pressure differential. So would you say that fluid, right? Because the test particle we can assume is massless. So the there's no it doesn't resist acceleration. So the equations of Newton must describe its acceleration, but its acceleration must be because it's stationary relative to the ether. Do you understand what I'm saying? Can you okay? Can you explain to me? Can you explain to me? Can you argue for the ether? What's your argument for the ether?
I don't agree with ether.
Fine. I can argue both sides. You should be able to argue both sides. It's not like it's not like it's a theory.
That's true. Yeah.
I can argue both sides of Schrodinger's cat. I can argue any side of any debate. Like I'm always skeptical. It's not you're not a genius when you say that you're unable to argue one of the sides. You're actually the opposite of a genius.
I don't say I'm a genius.
Well, you don't have to say either way. I mean, if you're, I mean, if so, okay. So, how would you represent the ether position? How would you argue for the ether position?
I would call Mr. Slave and be like,
Do you
"Yeah,
want to? Do you want to prove? Do you want to prove gravitational lensing from the ether? Do you care?
Sure.
Sure. That's yes in Chinese. Sure. Sure. Okay, then Chinese. Definitely. Especially if, well, depends on the size of the boobies. Do they have big boobies? I'm very gay. I'm the gayest of the booby lovers. I'm gay. I'm gay for big. For I'm gay for big. Yeah. Anyway, so let me take you on a ride. My drive. In progress. So we need to write a new paper. And the new paper shall be named Gravitational lensing, gravitational lensing from the ether, or deriving Deriving gravitational lensing from the gravitational ether model. The deriving. Deriving. You want to derive ging? So, gigap. Gigap. Okay, so abstract. Let's start saying a little bit. So, do you want to say something about how to derive gravitational lensing from gravitational ether model? What's beautiful in my theory is that it gives you all of physics from this simple model. You get all of physics. You get dark energy, not dark matter, but everything. You get gravitational lensing, gravitational time dilation, everything. You get everything for free immediately with no contradiction to any known physics. But you get it instantaneously. You don't have to think about it. It's so simple, and it's quantum mechanical. My special relativity is mechanical. My GR is mechanical. My quantum mechanics is everything is mechanical. You know, it simplifies physics. Look, my ether simplifies physics too much. It takes away the magic. Like, people love the magic. They love the cat steroid. They love cat steroids and cats and dogs being both alive and dead at the same time. They love it too much. They can't give it up. It's too much to give up. I'm asking. It's a big ask. I'm asking them to give up a magical universe. They love this magical universe. The ether takes away the magic. It replaces it with simple mechanics, and they don't like it. Nobody likes simple. Like, it's simple. So what, a physicist is just like a mechanic? Yeah. Oh, no, we don't like that. Physicist needs to be a magical creature, like a unicorn. Apparently, because you see the vitriol, you see the vile and the violence and the poison and the endless attacks, personal attacks. When I talk, you see, I'm just trying to simplify. It's not like I'm some evil. I'm just trying to understand quantum mechanics, GR, SR, and I'm just trying to understand. Just trying to. I'm open-minded. I'm nice. I'm joking. I'm laughing. And to them, I'm an anathema. 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 I think there's a word anathema. 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 Let me see. Anathema. Where's the Google search? Define anathema. Oh, anathema. Something or someone that one vehemently dislikes. Anathema. It's I misspelled it. It's anathema. I'm an anathema to them. Why? Because I mock their their cat steroid. It's obviously deserving of mocking. It's a mockery. You see, you saw. I mean, Totoro is unable to even take a position. I'm not saying defend a position. He's unable to take a position. So this is what happens if you don't, if you refuse to be mechanical, you end up refusing to answer questions about the foundation. Well, you don't believe in superposition, all right? So you're against mainstream physics. You're like me, and he couldn't admit it. He had to immediately attack me. What say you? So you're not listening to what I'm saying? Anyway, so let us begin. Okay, how would you derive Oh, no, they can't hear you. Oh, they can't hear you. This is so bad. And this is on streamer mode and they can't hear you. Oh, and you can't see my screen. This is useless. This is just useless. Can you see my screen? Are you there?
Are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to Senor Gamma. Oh, he's silenced. He's completely silenced. Yeah, this is useless. This is completely useless. Your stream is still running, but they're not going to show it. Just wonderful. Okay, I'll wait for him to come back.
Mhm.
And, you know, I don't think they're worried about her. I don't think they're afraid of her. I mean, she'll support Ukraine. But even there, I mean, Biden administration supported Ukraine. It's not just she has terrible ideas. She's just not a competent person. It's not just that it's not just supporting Ukraine like Biden did, but he supported it in a defeatist way, in a weak way. Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard is completely loony. Yeah, she can talk, but she's completely a wacko. Gabbard. Tulsi, she's on Trump camp. She's going to get a juicy Trump appointment. Maybe we can make a, I don't know, ambassador to Russia. That'd be a good position for her. Anyway, the BRICS smell blood. They smell weakness. They're attracted to weakness. And they see the West as weak. They see the West as weak under Biden. They see the West as weak under Trump. And I think Putin in particular feels like this is his time. So he's bringing together, one of the things he wants to convince them of, all these 36 countries, is to embrace a new payment system. To abandon SWIFT, which is the international payment system, abandon the dollar, and shift to an alternative payment system that the Russians are creating. I'm not sure what currency they will use, but Russia is creating an alternative. The Chinese would like this as well. China's creating their own alternative. China would like everybody to switch to their central bank digital currency, which they've been experimenting with for a few years now, and is very efficient because it's a digital currency, which is a very efficient means. So that is a big part of the agenda. The meeting, I'll follow, I'll let you know what happens. Whatever they say, whatever ultimately happens, whatever comes out of this, let me guarantee one thing to you. They'll claim they're abandoning the dollar, maybe, but they won't. They just can't. There is no current alternative to the dollar. There just isn't. I wish there was. I'm not that crazy about the dollar. I think Milei is right in wanting to dollarize his economy, not converted to yuans, or not converted to rubles. But he realizes that the only semi-stable currency in the world is the dollar, and the BRICS are fantasizing if they think that they're going to be able to get off the dollar and do something different. All right, let's see. What else do we want to do? That is BRICS. Putin's having a blast, greeting all these people and showing himself off as not the ostracized dictator. No, he's very popular and loved and appreciated out there in the world. Jeremy, thank you for doing 10 gift memberships. That's fantastic. Let me go forward. I think John, it's on here. Here we go. And from you guys, you can support the show without seeing memberships. Try to raise every first goal. We don't get value from the show. Showing your support. Yeah, related to BRICS. I want to talk about this. This is a really interesting phenomenon. I don't have full explanation to it, but I think it's probably the most interesting economic phenomenon right now, market phenomenon going on right now. And that is, if you look at gold prices, they're just going straight up. Gold prices seem to be hitting new all-time highs almost every day, well over 2,700. Gold is supposed to be an inflation hedge, but inflation is coming down. So you kind of wonder what's going on here. Why is gold going up? We'll get to possible explanations in a minute. At the same time, another thing is happening. You remember the Federal Reserve lowered interest rates by 50 basis points just a month and a half ago. And yet, since then, the 10-year interest rates you get if you buy a 10-year bond is going up. It's gone up to 4.2%, which is significantly higher. I think it was down around 3.5. So interest rates are going up. Now you'd expect that if the market was expecting inflation in the future. And basically saying the Fed is overdoing lowering interest rates. If you believe interest rates and inflation are related, and that lowering interest rates will create long-term inflation, then it makes sense. If they believe that inflation is still a potential, it makes sense that they're afraid that the lowering of interest rates is going to stimulate inflation in the future, like it did in the 1970s. So 10-year bonds are going up, which is curious and interesting. Gold is going up. You could also explain gold going up as also a kind of an interpretation that says, yeah, inflation seems to be coming down now, but we believe, the buyers of gold, that inflation is going to go up in the future. So we're hedging now against future inflation. So that's another potential explanation for why gold is going up. Future inflation expectations. And that is consistent with the 10-year. And it's consistent with the fact that everybody believes that the economy is doing pretty well, that we're not going to have a recession. And that, again, people associate a good economy with inflation. So we're not going to have deflationary pressures. Right? So that could explain the increasing gold prices and the rising interest rates. As a consequence of rising interest rates, price of the value of dollars in terms of other currencies, not in terms of gold, obviously, but in terms of other currencies, the dollar is still strong, relatively speaking, and holding up. So people are buying dollars so they can benefit from the high interest rates they can get on a 10-year bond. They're buying 10-year bonds with it. Now, that might be the explanation, but it's not necessarily the explanation. I think gold generally is a hedge against the world going nuts. It's a hedge against craziness. It's a hedge against mayhem and destruction. Interest rates, again, a hedge against, in a sense, people are saying, in order for me to hold U.S. government bonds, I need to be paid for them because, God, you have so much debt, I don't know if I can get paid back. I find it interesting that gold has accelerated and interest rates have gone up in an accelerated way as Trump has risen in terms of the probability that he will win. If you look at betting markets right now, the probability that Trump is going to win has increased by up to 65%, 64%, I think. So right now, bettors are saying that there's a 64% chance that Trump will win. Just a few weeks ago, it was 50-50, or it was 51-49 for Kamala. So as the probability of Trump winning has increased, so has gold and interest rates, and as Boaz points out, so has the price of Bitcoin. Bitcoin gone through the roof suddenly. Right? And again, some of that in the beginning of the year, but a lot of it is just in the last few weeks. It went from like 62,000 up into the 70s. Now, why would people be doing this if Trump is likely to win? Well, a few things. One is, if Trump wins, that increases uncertainty about what the hell is going to happen. He's a wild card. He's crazy. Right? He's crazy. So nobody knows exactly what to make of that. And you want to have a piece of your wealth hedged against craziness. And gold is a great way to hedge against that. Right now, central banks, instead of buying what they typically buy is US treasuries, are buying gold. Because right now, they don't know what US treasuries are worth. Because who knows what Trump will do when he's in office. So it's a hedge against crazy. It's also the case that by most estimates that look at the relative economic plans and what's doable and what's not doable, Trump's plans involve massive increases to government deficits. As government deficits increase, the probability that the government can pay back its debt decreases. The probability of inflation to devalue the value of the debt increases. And you want to take that into account, and that means long-term interest rates should go up. So as the probability of Trump winning has increased, the probability of greater deficits, even bigger than what Biden has created, increases. And interest rates are going up. And alternatives, I guess people view this as alternative to gold and dollars, Bitcoin is also going up. And then if you add to that Trump is committed to spiraling the world into a tariffs war, into a trade war, then it makes sense. You want to buy gold. There's going to be a trade war. Who knows what happens to the dollar? Who knows if the dollar is useful at all? Because it's not clear who you're going to be trading with. Probably not with America. Maybe you're going to be trading with other countries and not with the United States. It's not clear the United States is going to buy stuff, so dollars are going to get scarce. So you're looking for alternatives to dollars, and people are rushing to gold and maybe to Bitcoin. And if you're going to hold dollars, i.e. dollar-denominated securities, you're demanding higher interest rate. So my interpretation right now, and again, interpreting movements of the markets is very, very dangerous, is that markets are hedging a Trump victory. They're hedging against the Trump victory. They're worried about Trump winning. Now, stock market is up as well. But stock market did very well under Trump. So I think people assume it'll be good for these businesses and it'll be good for the stock market. But Biden was good for the stock market as well. So Kamala's probably not bad for the stock market either, according to the market. So the stock market's going up because I think they think, whether this is true or not, I'll leave it to you, that no matter who wins, stock market's going to do okay. Stocks can deal with inflation. I don't know what stocks do if there's a trade war. Stocks get hurt. American companies get hurt. But some, not all. I'm not sure what Apple does if tariffs suddenly hit. If tariffs suddenly hit, hits Chinese goods. So stock market is a more complicated story. There's a lot more going on. And what's interesting is stocks are going down the last couple of days as interest rates are going up. As I told you many, many times, all else held constant, there's an inverse relationship between interest rates and stock prices. As interest rates go up, stock prices will come down. That is the relationship. So interesting outlook out there. Interesting way in which people are hedging and protecting and trying to figure out what the future holds. Whether this makes sense or not is an open question. Whether they'll make money, lose money, or exactly what happened is an open question. We will see how this all plays out. All right. Let's see. I think one thing is pretty for sure, and that is that we've got two candidates who are both pretty destructive to the U.S. economy. And of the two, if you take their ideas seriously, that if you believe that they're going to do what they say they're going to do, surprisingly, the one who's more destructive is Trump by quite a bit because of just how destructive tariffs are. This is not the tariffs of this first term. This is universal tariffs, across the board tariffs. That is, super destructive territory. Super destructive territory. Anyway, both candidates bad for the economy, no question about it at all. All right, what else do we want to say? Frank said, "You're on. I think Dave Smith thinks you're a bloodthirsty evil man." I know he does. It's not surprising. I was called a bloodthirsty evil man. Me and Dr. Peikoff were called bloodthirsty evil people by the Mises Institute people in 2002 or 3. You can find it, I think it's on antiwar.org. You can find the articles they wrote about us and how evil we were and how bloodthirsty we are and all of that. Who cares? Why would you care what Dave Smith thinks of me? I don't care. If Dave Smith thought something positive of me, I would worry. The Rothbard Institute, which is called, unfortunately, the Mises Institute, hates my guts and has hated my guts for, God, I can't believe it, but it's 20 years. 20 years. And Dave Smith is just the most recent expression of that vile hatred. And that's fine. I will defend my position on 9/11. I'll defend my position on foreign policy, and I'll defend my position on the Palestinians and Israel and all of that. I have no problem with that. Okay. All right. So that is the news for this October 22nd, 2024. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to do a few songs. I'm going to review a few songs for those of you interested. I know John paid me quite a bit of money to do these. So, and these are the oldest ones. So these I'm holding over, I think, from the New Year's Eve show, God, from December. But these I've had on my list for a long time. So we're going to go over these. I think we go over some of these pretty quickly. Ask more questions. By the way, for each review, now I can't play the songs. By Queen, late 70s, I think. Find this entertaining and interesting.
What?
I looked at it says Gold Soul behind it. Ayn Rand's book, Atlas Shrugged.
I never read Ayn Rand. No. Is it? It's most. I'm assuming it's wrong. You just watched it? But did you just watch it? Well, let's. Discord, StreamYard.
physics clearly explained the worst nuclear accident in history. But why did it happen? Today I'll show you. Step by step, I'll explain the relevant nuclear physics. I'll implement that in code and make a basic model of the Chernobyl reactor. Then I'll use the model to explain and redo the same terrible decisions in the Chernobyl control room, and you'll be able to see how the reactor responds and exactly what went wrong. A very simple reactor. But let's start with the basics.
So Thunderfoot did a review, and as far as I understand it, no, Thunderfoot is a communist, but I mean, yeah, but sometimes he does, sometimes he's, as they say, even a broken clock is right twice a day. So Thunderfoot, when it came to analyzing Chernobyl, the television series, the Netflix special, whatever, so he made sense when he debunks frauds. What? You said something? Mm-hmm. Right, I'm just saying. So Thunderfoot explained very well that Chernobyl could not have been a nuclear explosion. Could not have been. So it had nothing to do with nuclear. It had to do, according to Thunderfoot, it was just it melted and water and what? Yeah, I'm listening. What? Right, but that's not an explosion. It just melted. What do you mean? No, that's Destiny pretending. I don't know why he's using. Pretty much. So, uh, so a meltdown is not an explosion. A meltdown is, just right. So, and then Thunderfoot explained that it's just water, and he demonstrated that sometimes molten metals, when they interact with water, they blow up. Yeah, it's an. No, I agree. I'm just saying. Yeah. I'm just saying it was not an explosion. It was not like a bomb. It could not have been a bomb. Oh, are you kidding? The Netflix special. Yeah, most people think that. Most people are told that. The Netflix special. Yeah. The Netflix, I mean, I'm sure there was radiation, but the Netflix special, from what I remember, I don't remember the exact words, but he played clips, and it was clear that the way they explained it, it was a nuclear bomb reaction. It was a chain reaction. So in a um, in a power plant, in a nuclear power plant, you're avoiding a chain reaction. So if it melts down, yeah, it could run away, and you can have a meltdown, which is a limited chain reaction, but it's not like a bomb. A bomb is a very fast, very. I mean, it was very difficult for the U.S. to build these atomic bombs. I mean, you saw how many engineers were needed in order to build the bomb. That it needs. Yeah, the bomb. So what is he going to say?
Basics. In any nuclear reactor, you must bring the reactor up to power and keep it balanced up.
By the way, do you want to go back to writing our paper? You don't want to do. Really? What's wrong? Did you overeat? Well, that's the problem. So you gotta
Just
undereat.
tapeworms.
Tapeworms. Did you know that some people eat tapeworms in order to lose weight?
I'm on the
I
tapeworm
used to
diet.
sell them at Sears.
Seldom
I'm
used.
on the tapeworm diet.
Really?
Yeah.
Does it work? Yeah.
I'm sure it
It
does.
does, but it can kill you, and
It
it's
won't
not
kill
like
you.
predictable weight loss.
When you're growing parasites inside you.
You'll be fine. Millions of people worldwide have tapeworms, and they're like,
The thing is, when they used to be sold like as a weight loss aid, like in stores in the United States, they would also have a product that killed the tapeworm after you lost weight or if you were having complications. So now, since it's not legal anymore, people buy them off of the black market and then they don't get that second medication that kills the tapeworm. And then they also don't stop it. So if they go to the doctor for the symptoms, they don't tell people like what they did because it was illegal.
Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah, that's an
That's
issue with like the law and stuff.
right. That is in general the
If it
problem.
wasn't illegal, it honestly wouldn't be as high of a risk. Like people used to do it all of the time. Like
Yeah.
the issue is honestly, it's just the fact that people didn't want to stop doing it because it worked. So like,
Right. It's called unintended consequences. Like when you pass a law and you think, what could go wrong? Yeah. Here.
yeah, exactly.
There you go.
The thing was too, like I think people were coupling like the products because there was a lot of meth on the market. So I think people mainly died from like confusion because they would take the tapeworm and then they would also use like a methamphetamine based like diet aid, and then it would just thwack them out of like reality. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So they wouldn't remember to go deal with it, or they would just die in their house.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, Gamma no hack. You don't wanna. So you don't have like you just sit back. I'll nom 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 nom.
I think I have tapeworms. Maybe.
That's a good thing. That is one of the best things ever. Okay, let's.
It's over. I think. I don't want Kamala Harris to win. It's over. Oh no.
All right, let's do some diagrams, some diaphragms.
My diaphragm's about to explode.
What did you eat?
3 kilos of ground beef.
Yeah, that could do it.
That's really gross. What the hell?
No, I've eaten 1.5 kilos before, but
Still a lot. Like with
like okay, I ate 1 kilo of chicken breasts and then like 500 grams
kilo?
of broccoli. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't, and normally I'm fine. Tonight
Yeah.
I'm just, I don't know. I can eat a lot. Like
yeah.
Everybody can eat a lot, but then your tummy hurts.
yeah.
I can eat infinite and then lose my mind.
No,
I don't know about that. About infinite.
No, I can continuously eat nonstop forever. I can just eat, but then I would kill myself. I would decompose.
Decompose. You would
The Chernobyl.
Yeah.
There would be nuclear flatulence. You know?
Nuclear flatulence.
Atomic flatulence.
Definitely. All right.
So when is the wedding, Mr. Slave?
The wedding?
Yeah, you and Amber?
No, me and Amber. Amber is married. She is a married woman.
You already had the wedding?
No, we already did not have the wedding. We already didn't have the wedding.
So it's still coming up.
It's continuously. It's ongoing.
Oh, it's infinitesimally far away.
Yes. I'm trying to copy paste a figure and it's not allowing Maria. Not allowing Maria. Copy. Can you do are you allowed to do copy schmaste or only copy paste? Oh. Well, it worked with the mouse. All right, so share on the Discord. All right. So the ether. So we're gonna prove now. Wait, did we lose someone? Oh, we lose Hover Vinci. Wait, Gamma, are you
I have to go
watching?
outside.
That's fine. Gamma,
Now I have to go. I need to lay down or something.
you can lay down and watch the stream.
Oh my God, Mr. Slave! He's trying to
What?
keep me hostage.
Well, I mean, go lay down. You can eat more. Go grab another
I'll
steak.
go eat more. Yeah, yeah. I
Eat.
should go eat more.
Yeah, don't never stop eating. You should never stop eating. Never ever. You should always eat. Like
Yep.
for every breath you take, you should take 2 bites of of
Of cheese. Just
of any.
block of cheese.
Yeah, definitely. Always,
What's your
always.
favorite cheese?
My cheese favorita
How do you
cheese
spell that?
favorita,
Yeah.
like favorite, only with an A at the end. My family. How do you say cheese? Dolce? No,
Yeah, what's
dolce
your
is milk. How do you say cheese? I forgot. Anyway, leche. Leche is milk. Actually, like anything, Parmesan is probably the best for pizza. Like, or there's I don't remember feta cheese. If it's really salty, it's very good.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, I mean, do you know what a margarita pizza is?
No.
So right, because you're not from New York. So in New York we have pizza margarita, which is completamente incrível, as we say in Portuguese. So anyway, so how do we get gravitational lensing? All we need to do is just bend light, right? If we do you agree that if we bend light, we have gravitational lensing? Do you?
Wait, how do you spell milk and what language you're using?
In what language I'm using?
The leche or whatever you said.
Leche.
Leche.
Leche is in just
How do you spell that?
Spanish. Leche. Leche. I think that's how it's leche. Leche. Like in a lot of languages, leche is milk or dulce. But leche. Even the word galaxy,
Oh.
if you think about the word galaxy, it's milk. Right? The leche and the gala, lacha. Because it's not galaxy, it's galach, lach. The lach is the leche. Leche is leche. It's all the same word. So when you say the Milky Way and actually that's galaxy is Milky Way. It's the same word. So you can't really say what galaxy are we in? We're in the Milky Way galaxy. You can't say that. That's like saying we're in the Milky Way. Do you understand? Leche. Okay. So en orden. Do you know what it means? En orden. En orden. That means in order. En orden. Okay. So in order to get, so we just want to get gravitational lensing. So let's gravitational. Let's work backwards. Let's create gravitational lensing. Oh, you're not listening. Oh my God. Unacceptable behavior.
I was listening.
But you're not. Are you watching?
No.
Okay. Anyway, gravitational lensing. Let's create gravitation. Do you know what gravitational lensing is?
No.
So gravitational lensing is when you look at the sun, when you have a solar eclipse. Imagine you have a solar eclipse. So do you know what a solar eclipse is? A total solar
Yeah.
eclipse? What is that? Explain a total solar eclipse. Please.
It's when the sun is completely covered by something else, another planet.
Let's write total solar the moon.
Oh, I didn't know if it was the moon or if it was just like a planet.
Well, the only planet, I mean, there's two planets that can hide the sun. Can you tell me which planets can hide the sun, please? Yes, I'm listening.
Venus and Jupiter.
Almost. Close. Very close. One of
It's
them is.
Venus and something else then.
Right, starts with an M. What?
Mercury?
Very good. You are the best person ever. You are hereby award. You're hereby awarded the award that we only award the one and only best person ever, and you're hereby awarded that. All right, so okay, I'll explain to you the. Okay, so we're going to, but in this case, we're going to just put the moon, right? So, can the moon hide the sun? Do you think?
Yeah, it does.
Very good. So let's have a hypothetical. We're gonna hide. At what time during the day for you? What time would it be when the moon hides the sun from you? What hour of the day would that be?
Like 4 p.m.
At 4 p.m.
Yeah.
So where would the sun be at 4 p.m.? Like, can you point at the sun at 4 p.m.?
Well, no, not if it isn't there.
No, I'm saying, but let's assume it is there. Like, at what? Like, is it over your head? Is it about to set? Did it just rise?
It's like it already set. It's like underneath me.
That's 4 p.m. So it's already dark outside.
Yeah.
So, but you need the moon to hide the sun. If the sun is not visible, how is the moon going to hide the sun from you?
I don't understand the question.
A solar eclipse is when the moon eclipses the sun. That means the sun is in the sky, and then the moon suddenly starts eclipsing it. So the sun must be in the sky somewhere. It can't be under the horizon. It must be above the horizon. Do you understand?
Oh, so under the horizon is what I'm trying to say.
How? But a solar eclipse is when. Who just left? Who left class in the middle of my speech? Are you listening? Amber?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay. So we have the Earth. This is the Earth. Where's the sun? Are you watching my stream?
No, I didn't realize there was like a visual component.
There is indeed a virtual component. Indeed, there is, and there shall always and forever be a virtual component. So what do you see in this beautiful of diagrams? What do you see?
It's like 2 circles.
What does it say on the left one?
Sun.
On the left one?
Oh, it says, what's it say? Earth?
I hope so.
Okay.
I should certainly hope so. Let me just fix. Okay, here it is. Behold the solar eclipse. Right? Do you agree?
Yeah.
So what time? Where are you on Earth when the solar is eclipsed?
Like, what do you mean? Are you asking like a personal question?
Yeah. Where are you? Here's the
New
Earth.
Hampshire.
Well, but where are you in the picture? On the left of the Earth, on the top, on the bottom, in the center, on the right?
I don't know.
Well, if you're experiencing,
How would I know?
well, if you are experiencing a total eclipse of the sun,
Oh, on the right.
good. So what time is it for you then? What time in the clock in the 24-hour cycle? What time is it?
Noon.
Exactly. By the way, you have a very
Yeah,
high.
yeah, that was like really obvious.
Well, I just noticed you have a very high IQ.
I'm sorry.
No, I mean it. Anyway, so good. This is pretty normal. Just a normal day. Just another day. But now we're going to add a far away star. So now we're adding a far away star. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Behold a far away star. Are you able to see the far away star?
No.
Why not?
There's a moon and a sun in the way.
What if we took away the moon? Would you be able to see the far away star?
No.
So the answer is yes.
I was gonna say maybe, but I was assuming the sun would blind me, so I couldn't see it.
Well, the sign doesn't blind the sun. The sign. Let's magnify the moon. So the moon is going to completely block the sun. You can't see the sun. Nevertheless, Einstein said, and you should be able to see the faraway star. Why is that?
The sun isn't like dense, it's a burning ball of gas, so you should be able to see through it. That's the only thing I can think of.
You think you should be able to see well, the moon, even if you should, the moon is blocking the sun, so you can't see the sun. Actually, what can you see? Let's say there's a friend next to you. Can you see her?
Out of your peripheral vision, like yes.
No, it's too dark. You can't. You actually can't. It's too dark. There's no sun. It's like it's like the middle of the night. Suddenly it becomes the middle of the night.
Okay.
Nevertheless, what am I saying? What did I just do? What is that? So the fact of the matter is that you should be able to see the star, the faraway star. Why? Are you there?
Yeah, I don't have an answer. I'm trying to come up with one.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Like technically, I guess like you could be tall enough to like see over the moon.
No, I mean you're not tall enough. I mean you're flat.
I don't know how I would see the star.
Okay. So let's go to the next slide. Figure 2. Hold on, let me open figure 2. What is gravity? So figure 2, we're going to ask what is gravity. We're going to say that we're going to erase this. And what I'm going to say is that I'm going to take a bunch of arrows, and I'm going to draw them in blue. Here is one arrow. What am I drawing? Do you have any idea? Do you have any notion?
No.
So, what is gravity? Or do you remember what gravity is? Why do apples fall towards the earth? Why does the apple fall?
Because of fluid ether that's flowing and pushing it down.
Well, yeah, it's flowing through it and dragging it down. Yeah, that is one. Do you have an alternative explanation besides this theory of ether?
No.
Okay. So you can think of a fluid. There's a fluid that's flowing, and now what? There's a fluid that is flowing. So what does it do? What does it do to the light?
Oh, it refracts it. So it like mirrors it.
I wouldn't say exactly that. What I would say is
It's not like, I don't think it's light refraction, but there's a different word for when light like makes things bounce off of objects like mirrors.
so here is
I think refraction is just when it shows like the light spectrum, but like
so this fluid flows into the sun and it drags everything along for the ride. Everything including light itself. So it bends light.
yeah.
Does that make any sense?
Yes, that's what I was like trying to say.
Brilliant.
That made it look like pee.
It is pee.
Oh no.
It's good pee.
Oh.
It's very delicious pee. I just need to make sure it's connected. It's well connected. So, what is gravity? So I'm going to write gravity is the flow of ether. The ether drags everything, including light itself, into the sun. And that's how you can see stars behind the sun during a total eclipse of the sun. Do you believe me?
Yeah.
What do you mean, yeah? Let's
Like
ask.
toads.
Can I see the stars behind the sun during a total solar eclipse? Question.
Like I know you can because like I've been to one.
It says you cannot. You cannot see
But
stars
like a
behind the
vomit.
sun. The moon's shadow has two parts: atmospheric, the sun's corona, bright planets, the deep. Oh my god. You can see these stars and planets during. Oh my god. We can't see. Let me just share this with you. Discord. Are you familiar with Discord? Have you ever heard of Discord?
Yeah.
So, mhm. Let's ask Mr. ChatGPT. Behold, Discord. Behold the Discord. The abominable Discord. Oh, can I see the stars behind the sun during a solar eclipse? A solar eclipse. There you go. And the answer is. What's the answer? Can you see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the answer?
I don't know.
So you admit you don't know. The sun's
Yeah, I don't
brightness.
know.
Right. Here's number 4. Can you read number 4?
A scientific importance, Einstein's relativity test. During a solar eclipse in 1919, scientists used the opportunity to test Einstein's theory of general relativity. They observed the apparent position
Mm-hmm.
of the sun and confirmed that the sun's gravity bent the light from the stars, shifting their apparent positions. This was a groundbreaking confirmation of Einstein's prediction that massive objects like the sun could bend space-time and thus light traveling through it.
There you go. You did very well. You did very well. Behold. So let's let me add this snippet. Snippety snap. This is the question. Let's do the question answer period. And number cuatro. Do you know what it means, cuatro?
Yeah, that just means 4.
Very good. I told you you're brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Anyway, very nice, very nice. Let's add oh, let me share on Discord this instead. Right, so this has nothing to do with Einstein's. Does it? I don't know. But it's the same thing, and we're done. Okay. So copy, bold. Changed in. Oh, it already changed. That's good. Okay, let's write an abstract. Okay, can you explain to me how this works? I need to write an abstract.
I have no idea.
Okay, so I mean, all we need to say, I mean, Um, I mean, do you think this diagram is enough with the sunlight with the starlight that is bent? I mean, it bends.
It was enough when you were describing it to me, so I would say yeah.
Hmm. Okay, I just need to tell the story. The abstract is telling the story in a bunch of words, like one paragraph. So what would we say? How would we explain this? Okay, the ether. Okay, I would say okay, the ether, the gravitational ether. The gravitational ether is a fluid that fills the entire universe. All the things that we know are embedded in it. The apples, planets, stars, galaxies, and the rest of the and galaxies are immersed in this fluid. Okay, that's step one. What do you think?
That works.
Okay. Step two. Gravity. So gravity is the phenomenon by which all objects seem to fall towards massive objects. Indeed, as the ether flows into the earth, wait, gravity is the phenomenon. No. Okay, gravity is the phenomenon by which all objects seem to fall towards massive objects, such as the Earth. Gravitational ether explains gravity. The ether flows into the earth and drags the apple along for the ride. However, according to this explanation, it is not only apples. I would say that so would you say that light should be dragged along for the ride as well?
I wouldn't say dragged. I would say it flows into the.
But the apple is dragged. I'm saying the apple is dragged.
But the light isn't really.
Why
I guess
not?
it is. Come on.
Right. However, according to this one, it is not only apples that get dragged into gravitational.
But it's not like solid, so that's like saying gas is dragged. Gas isn't dragged either.
Everything is dragged. It is also
Yeah.
the air and light itself that get dragged into the earth. The same also happens in the sun. The sun drags light, bending it. This explains the phenomenon observed by, what was the name? The guy who went to see the bending, schmending, we don't know. Anyway, it was in 1919, they said. During the solar eclipse 1919, scientists, okay. So this explains the phenomenon observed in 1919. Let's look it up. Look it up, look it up, look it up, 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 up. Wiki 1919 bending light eclipse. Solar eclipse 1919. All right. Wikimedia. Do you know Wikimedia? Have you ever heard of it?
No.
It's very similar to Wikipedia, but it's just a little better. Yeah, it's a little better. A total, here it is. Here it is. Nevertheless, a total solar eclipse occurred at the moon's descending node of orbit on Thursday, May 29, 1919, with a magnitude of whatever. A solar occurs, yeah. Yeah, but who took this photograph? You see the photograph on the right? Behold. Oh, Sir Arthur Eddington. That's the guy I wanted. Sir Arthur Eddington. La 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 la. Okay, Sir Arthur Eddington. No. Discord. Okay. This explains the phenomenon observed in 1918 by Sir Arthur Eddington. I think that's enough. I don't think we need to add anything else. Everything else is obvious. So that's it. We don't need to say anything else. We're done. We're done. Okay, finished paper. Do you want me to put your name on it?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. 1 second. La 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 la. All right. Okay, so your name is Hamburger and Fries?
Yeah.
All right. Today is October 23rd, right?
Yep.
24. Very nice. Very nice. Must to say very nice. There's your name. Amber, right? Hamburger and Fries. Very nice. So share. Anyone copy? Here you go. Your copy is ready. La 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 la. Let me move it to the ready papers. Gravitational. So we're going to in progress. So this is this it? From the probably this one. So let's put it in my drive and move it to ready papers. Move, yeah. So ready papers now has deriving gravitational lensing. Okay, congratulations, you're famous. Are you reading it?
No, I'm looking at Instagram.
Instagram?
Yeah.
Well, you can share it with your friends if you want. Do you believe in it?
I kind of don't believe in anything. Like, I need to be on shrooms to be able to have this conversation.
Let me go to the globe. Oh, the globe server is empty. There's no one there.
Ooh. If you
Yeah.
went, I bet people would pour in.
I'd rather not. I don't want to. Like, they really, it's. What's the point of going to a place where you know people are just going to mock you and attack you?
It's, like, funny for me to listen to it, but
Jesus Christ, that's so funny. That's really funny.
we can do it until my husband comes home. But
Well,
he's coming home at like 8, and then I have to go with him to the dispensary.
I mean, the server is empty. I don't know. I mean, you think somebody will come?
Yeah, they'll see you in there and they'll come, like, for real.
All right, let's go.
I can literally guarantee.
Are you coming?
Yeah.
Do you have a link? Do you need a link?
Yeah, just send it to me.
Okay, 1 second. Oh my god. Where is she? Wait, did she just go there? Are you here?
I'm back.
You're back?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Hello. Wait, is this guy
Hello.
on? Oh, you're here? You're functional?
Who?
Hey, are you a glober or a flurf?
Glover.
You're a hollow earth? Hollower?
No, I didn't say that.
Then what is you?
I said
Identify.
Glover.
Oh,
I already did.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear. I thought you said neither. Oh, okay.
No, sorry, no Glover.
Have we ever had a discussion, me and thou?
Not a deep one. I've heard you talking.
And okay. I published a new paper. Me and Amberger and Fries, we created a new paper. We're deriving gravitational lensing from the Aether model. Would you like us to explain it to you?
No, I've heard a bit of it. It's all a bit over my head, to be honest.
It's over your head? Well, it's just pictures.
Yeah.
I can do the presentation. I mean, it's really just 2 pictures, that's all. 2 diagrams.
I don't understand anything about ether and time dilation and whatever fucking else spaceship you're going to talk about.
Well, this is
a normal person.
But this is gravitational.
Gravity.
Yeah, this is
Gravitational lensing.
Yeah.
Do you think everybody knows about? I don't even know what the fuck that is.
Well, that's what the first picture is for. The first picture shows gravitational lensing and asks what could be causing it. What have you ever heard of gravitational lensing?
No.
You've never heard of it?
No. Why would I have?
It's very famous.
To who?
To
Most people
hamburger.
don't even know what gravity is.
Really?
What's gravity? Go out and ask normal people in the street. What's gravity? They'll tell you what it does. They don't know what the fuck it is.
Mm.
No one's into this shit except you nerds.
Well, are you a guy or a girl?
Girl.
Do you smoke?
Are you going to tell me I've got a deep voice? Would you like me to talk in my girly voice?
You can talk
Are
however
you
you.
jealous that I've got a more manly voice than you? Are we going to do voice things? You're going to tell me why I sound like a man when I should sound like a girl? I've had this lecture before, seriously.
No, I'm not.
Did I tell you that you've got a very high pitched girl voice? Maybe you need to smoke.
I try. Believe me, I try. I wish I could.
Wow.
Yeah. So
If you guys want to talk about this, go for it. I'm just here listening. I'm not doing nothing.
So we would like to make a presentation.
I doubt I'll understand it, but go for it. I'm probably not the best one.
Anyway, so I'll share my can I share my screen here? Let me try and share my screen. Deriving the gravitational ether. Can you see my screen?
No, it's not loading on my device. It's not working well today.
Well, give it a few seconds. Give it a few seconds. It's usually very, very slow.
Yeah, it's up.
Okay. So, can you explain to me what we're seeing in this beautiful work of art?
Of course I can't. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, do you know what a solar eclipse is?
Yes, I photographed it.
Okay.
No, sorry, I've done the lunar. I did the lunar, not the solar. Sorry, wrong one.
So what? Okay, so solar eclipse. That means the solar. So what is the solar? The solar is just another word. Like if you say solar energy, what do you mean?
Sun.
Yeah, I concur. I'm in complete concurrence. Yeah, so a solar eclipse is when the sun is eclipsed. So what could eclipse the sun?
The moon.
Very
or the
nice.
Earth.
Well, wait, what?
Or the sun. No, okay, so it has to be the moon. Yeah, wrong. Sorry.
Exactly. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, so in this diagram we see. Do you see the Earth in the diagram?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the sun and the moon?
Yes.
Very good. Do you think this is a total eclipse of the sun?
I have no idea.
Well, if I'm on Earth, anywhere on Earth, would I be able to see the sun?
Probably not.
Well, what do you mean probably?
Well, not at this particular point in time when they're all lined up. I wouldn't think so.
Right. I concur. I concur. Do you know what it means to concur?
Agree.
Yes. Very nice. Very nice. So, okay. Okay. Now, do you see on the far right it says far away star?
Mm-hmm.
Very nice.
Yep.
Do you think, okay, so this far away star, do you see how it's hidden by the sun? Like,
Mm-hmm.
if I'm on Earth, would I be able to see the far away star?
No idea.
Wait.
Well, I wouldn't think you'd be able to see. Well, you can't. You can't see past the moon, and you can't see past the sun.
Right. And yet there is a far away star. Can I look?
How do you know? You can't see the fucking thing.
How do I know? I'm asking you. Can I see the fargen thing? Yes or no? What is your learned opinion?
Not according to this drawing. Not according to this drawing.
Right. Right. I concur. I concur.
You're going to tell me that you can see it, are you?
Well, I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you something pretty much incredible. So here is a question that I asked ChatGPT. Can you see the question that I asked ChatGPT?
Vaguely. My device is small.
Oh, I'll read it to you. So it says, I asked ChatGPT, can I see the stars behind the sun during a solar eclipse?
Why would you ask ChatGPT? It doesn't know shit.
Oh.
Wouldn't you better Googling it? Or interneting it or something?
Well, but I mean, how? So who? I don't understand. So you don't trust ChatGPT?
No, not for answers. It's a fucking AI piece of shit.
Okay, so let's see what ChatGPT answered, and then we can follow up and see if ChatGPT is correct or wrong or something.
Why? I don't care about ChatGPT.
No. We're just gonna see what it answers.
If it's not right, don't use it.
No, we'll check. We're not gonna believe. We're gonna see what ChatGPT says, and then we'll check with any other source. We'll cross reference ChatGPT with any other source. Would you be fine with that?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. So ChatGPT says yes. You can see stars behind the sun during a total solar eclipse.
Well, it'd be wrong then, wouldn't it?
Right.
Is it explaining how you can see something that's obscured by another object?
Yes.
Said yes, but didn't tell you how.
Yes. So so ChatGPT continues. There's a bunch of reasons, and then it gets to number 4. Reason number 4. ChatGPT says scientific importance, Einstein's relativity test. So I'm assuming you've heard of Einstein.
Yes.
And relativity.
I've heard of it.
All right. So here is what ChatGPT says. We can cross-reference it later. So it says, during a solar eclipse in 1919, scientists used the opportunity to test Einstein's theory of general relativity. They observed the apparent positions of stars near the sun and confirmed that the sun's gravity bent the light from these stars, shifting their apparent positions.
So it was near the sun, not blocked behind the sun. Like off to the side of it, which is why I could see them. I mean, it didn't say stars blocked by the sun, behind the sun. It says near the sun. So I'm assuming that means out to the side where you can see it.
You could see the stars near the sun. You could see the stars near the sun. Yes.
Yeah,
but they were
nothing to do with the stars behind the sun.
No.
They're just near it.
No.
Okay, I get it. Yep.
So these stars.
What do you mean no?
So these stars were actually behind the sun, but you could see them.
That's not what it says here.
Yes, you
No,
could
it says
see.
it's near the sun. It doesn't say it's behind the sun and now we can see them. It doesn't say that in
Apparent.
here anyway.
Apparent. It says apparent. They appear. They were apparent near, but we know where they. Okay, let's go to the
Okay.
cross.
The apparent. All right, fair enough. Yep.
Let's do a cross examination. So let me see. Closed.
No, I'm up with you. If it says apparent, that means they don't think it's exactly where it is. All right, yeah.
Okay.
Same with they use the same word for the horizon, don't they? The apparent horizon.
Yeah.
It's a visual. Yep, I get it. May not be its actual true location.
I just want to find. We just looked up. Do you trust Wikipedia?
I don't know.
Okay.
I've just heard that ChatGPT is not a great source for truth.
Okay, we can
Wiki. I think people can change Wiki, can't they? So I don't know.
We
I'm not
can.
a great researcher.
We can discuss ChatGPT. I'm looking up. I'm reading Wikipedia. Let me see if there's a diagram. Let me see. What is this?
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know if this is gonna explain.
So anyway, you're saying that they say that they can see a star that's behind the sun.
Right. Einstein predicted it. Einstein said so. But
and then they went and tested it and they could do it and it turned out correct.
Right.
What you're saying.
But now I say, me and Hamburger and Fries, we have a new theory.
A different reason, yes.
Yes. Well, it's not so much different as it is, I would say, more straightforward. So, have you ever. So, do you know why an apple falls? Why an apple falls towards the ground? Why do apples fall? Right? You notice that things fall. Like right now, something is dragging you towards the ground. Something is.
Yes, and I get to go gravity even though I don't understand gravity.
Well,
yes.
Exactly.
Because it's the bending of space time and mass attracting mass and all that kind of crap that's too.
Well, I don't know what it means. Can you explain to me what it means, the bending of space-time? How does the bending?
Absolutely no idea.
Right. So I don't understand it.
I can tell you how they explain it, but they put a ball on a sheet and then it bends that sheet and so then you say
Yes.
Do I get it? No.
But an apple is not on a sheet that is bent.
I know, right?
Right.
Well, it's heavier than the air around it, so it's going to fall.
Right. But why does? Sure, but that doesn't.
Why down instead of sideways? I know that.
So why do things fall? Why does the apple and why do we? Why does the moon? Why does the moon fall towards the earth and why does the earth fall towards the sun? Like why do things? What is the?
These are questions way beyond my ability.
Well, so I would say
I didn't even know the moon was falling. I mean, I don't get space falling. They used to be floating 20 years ago when I was looking at space. Now they're falling around.
Well,
does it make any sense to me? No.
Well, if you you can throw an apple and it will go in a trajectory, right?
Yeah.
What if you threw it?
But when you're in space,
Hmm?
if you fall when you're in space, you're just going around the Earth. It's like what?
Yeah.
Where
Wait,
did down disappeared all of a sudden?
no. So if you throw an apple hard, it will go in a bigger trajectory, right?
You mean up or
In a
down?
trajectory, like in a parabolic, in a ballistic trajectory, it will just cover more distance, but it will fall further, right?
Okay.
And if
Okay.
you throw it even harder, it will go even in a greater trajectory, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But then you have to also think the Earth is a sphere, it's a globe. So at one point, you're going to throw it so hard, you're going to throw the apple so hard that that the trajectory is going to be Earth's curve. It's just going to go into orbit. So
Okay.
the apple is falling, but it keeps missing the Earth because as it's falling, it keeps missing the Earth. So anything in orbit, you could say that anything in orbit is falling. It's falling, but it's falling, but it keeps missing the Earth because it's also going forward.
Yeah,
And
you guys can say that and you can understand it, but the rest of us don't.
let me
So, okay.
let me try and get you.
I get the idea. It's just, okay. Space is weird.
No, it's really. I wouldn't say it's weird. So let me show you.
Well, it's not like Earth. It's not like Earth. And it's not like anything I've experienced. So
let me try and find you a video that explains how things go into orbit. This comes directly, I think, out of Principia, right out of Newton's book about everything. Maybe this one.
Next topic in gravity is looking at the satellite in orbit around the Earth and whether or not that satellite experiences acceleration due to gravity and whether or not that satellite has weight. Now, when we look at pictures or film footage of astronauts in orbit around the Earth, they all seem to be weightless. They all seem to kind of float in space. So that's because in orbit, a satellite.
Can you hear what he's saying?
No.
You can't hear him?
No.
I can.
Amber, I'm just sharing the video. I'll play it again.
I wasn't clicked in.
Oh, I'll play it.
There's a space shuttle or any other capsule that contains human beings is actually in free fall around the Earth. It's actually falling towards the Earth, and only because the satellite has sufficient velocity, it will never hit the Earth, but continue to fall around the Earth. And because of that, we need to be able to figure out the acceleration due to gravity. What is the actual acceleration of the free fall motion of the satellite? Well, if the satellite is, for example, 500 kilometers above the surface of the Earth.
Okay, it's not a good explanation. Maybe this guy?
Okay, I'd like to tell you about satellites when they're orbiting in circular orbits. Before we get started, let me tell you, a satellite can be a satellite, like a communication satellite that orbits the Earth. Satellites can, the moon is a natural satellite around the Earth. And the Earth is actually a satellite around the sun. And so it goes. There's all these things that are orbiting, and some of them are in very, very close to circular orbit. So let's talk about the easiest type of orbit. That's a circular orbit, and let's just what we're going to find is how does it's a put something in orbit around a planet. What velocity do you need?
Velocity? I don't know. Let me try and find something better.
Okay, I would like to talk to you.
So what's the point? What are you trying to?
The point, like when you throw an apple, it falls. If you throw it harder, it will fall farther. and then you throw it
Hello.
harder. Hi. And then at one point you throw it so hard that it falls with the curvature of the Earth.
Okay.
And then we say it's in orbit.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, but why do apples fall? I mean, so the moon falls. That's all I meant to say is the moon is falling. It's in orbit. It doesn't matter. The question is, why does the apple fall? What's causing the apple to fall?
Gravity.
Right. That's begging the question. You're not explaining why the apple falls. You're just saying
I'll explain it. I'll explain it.
I can't.
I can. I mean, there is a way gravity over time weakens the connection between the apple's stem, and eventually it will obviously snap under the force of gravity. So gravity would pull the apple down because it's
What?
the only force acting upon the apple.
Wait, what? I didn't understand you. You can explain why the apple falls?
He's saying the force of the gravity pulling on the apple makes the stem of the apple stalk snap.
Oh, okay. But okay, but
Over time.
yeah, but what?
Over time. Yeah.
Right, but why? Why does the apple want to fall towards the earth? What is dragging the apple?
Why does it want to go down?
Yeah.
Down.
Yeah.
Because gravity is pulling it down, and there is no upwards force on the apple itself.
Right, but what is gravity? What is it? Like on a quantum mechanical level, like the apple is composed of, let's say, there is a tiny electron inside the apple, and that electron somehow is dragged towards the earth. How? How is that electron dragged towards the earth?
Its weight. With a question mark at the end of that.
Right, so quantum mechanically means we need some mechanical reason for the electron to move down. Something locally, something must interact with the electron and make it move down towards the earth.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we've exactly proven that yet. We can demonstrate gravity. I don't think we can prove it properly just yet in terms of quantum mechanics.
Right, but
it's demonstrable still. It is still there as a force. We just can't exactly prove why it's there.
right, so I have a theory, a quantum gravity theory to explain exactly that. Good point. You're making a good point.
I mean, my theory is that it's the mass of the object itself that it's on.
But okay, so we're talking about why is an electron suddenly deciding to move towards the Earth? So we need that electron, it needs something to interact with it. Something must touch the electron in order to force the electron to move towards the Earth. That would be a quantum mechanical gravitational theory. We have to have that, otherwise it's magic.
Well, it's in the field of gravity, isn't it? So gravity's already touching it? I'm just
I mean, gravity is a field.
But gravity needs to be. So when we say quantum mechanics, we mean some quantum particle must interact with the electron. You must tell me the name of the boson, or you have to have a particle that causes the electron.
I don't know.
Well, so quantum mechanics is a very simple theory. It says that in order to move an electron, some particle must bounce against it like a billiard ball. Something must touch the electron to make it move. Things don't just move because of magic, because of.
I mean, I agree with that. I agree.
Right. So in quantum mechanics, everything that happens must have a quantum mechanical reason. So if an electron.
So are you saying that the gravity has to use electrons.
No, I'm saying the apple at the end of the day is composed of electrons and other things, but also electrons. So that one, if you look at one of those electrons in the apple, it must be dragged towards the Earth.
But
hmm
if it's already in the field of gravity and you can't see any effect on the electrons whilst it's in the field of gravity, and I don't know how you're supposed to see gravity in something. I'm confused.
I mean, there's many things we can't see, but if we
well,
can,
yeah. So if it's already in the field and it's being affected and you can't see it,
what
it
is?
doesn't mean it's not there, though, does it?
But
It
what
means
is?
you can't see it?
What is a field? So quantum mechanically, there are
An
no
area.
Quantum mechanically,
An area around the force
right.
of an force.
So, but in quantum mechanics, we don't allow there to be fields. We need particles. We need particle exchange. We need boson exchange. We need particles to bounce against each other, and that's how things move.
Why?
So if
Why? Well, but
because
maybe quantum doesn't do it all by itself. Maybe some things in different fields also. I don't know.
So we've been able to explain literally every phenomenon in the universe, like light.
No.
What do you mean, no?
We haven't been able to explain every phenomena just yet. We're not that advanced, I'm afraid.
Well, I'm in the beginning of a sentence. So we've been able to explain basically, I'm stressing the word basically, every phenomenon in the universe using quantum mechanics. Certain phenomenon we don't have yet an explanation, like dark energy and dark matter, we don't understand, or gravity. But every other right, but every other phenomenon like electricity.
Well, we don't know what fire is.
We do.
We know. Well, it's combustion of things, I suppose. All right, fine. I find it.
That's a good question. I mean, what is? I don't know. Okay.
Fire is just reaction.
I don't know what fire is. I personally don't know everything, but as far as I know, we've been able. I mean, basically, it's light. And during the fire,
It's a reaction. It's a reaction.
Right.
Fire is a reaction.
Look, I don't know. It's so I don't know. I personally don't know what fire is, but in general, quantum mechanics explains everything as far as I know, except for very few things. Like why I'm not falling through the floor right now is there's a quantum mechanical explanation. Every process that takes place in my body right now, we can explain quantum mechanically. Every house, every planet, every sun, how the sun works, we can explain quantum mechanically. So basically, we can explain everything quantum mechanically, basically. Okay, now it comes to gravity. So, how can we explain gravity quantum mechanically? What is a quantum mechanical?
As a human race, we haven't quite gotten to that just yet. There's still quite a few things in the way before we can actually explain it quantum mechanically.
Well, so I have a theory that I'm presenting to you right now.
Yeah.
So my theory is that there is a fluid, that this universe is filled with a fluid that is called the ether. And that fluid tends to flow into Earth. Amber, you're hot miking.
Can I ask?
To be fair, we used to use ether as a name to call something that we didn't know as a liquid in older days. So, I mean, yeah, for now, you can call it ether, but it will probably be named something else.
And do you mean a liquid as in something solid and runny? Or do you just mean it behaves like a liquid?
Well, we don't know. I mean, obviously, we can't see it.
Obviously, it isn't solid. It obviously wouldn't be solid either because
No.
it would be detectable as well. So I think it behaves like liquid is what. What's your name
Getting
again?
it.
You're trying to say
Yeah.
So,
it behaves like a liquid. Yes, that would be understandable.
so, so according to me, there is this fluid that fills the universe, and for some reason, it flows into the Earth. And as it flows into the Earth, it drags everything along for the ride. So that's why it drags the apple towards the Earth. That's why it drags the
Do you think
Mhm.
do you think fluid is a good word, descriptive word? Because I'm sorry, I
It
just keep
behaves
thinking of
like a
solid
liquid.
liquid. I can't help myself.
Yeah, it behaves like a fluid. It seems to behave like a fluid. So when you
So like
analyze
wind with a direction, wind with under total control of its like
wind like a
not just random
gas,
like wind with.
like when you analyze gravity and other things that this fluid can explain, it ends up that as a fluid, it gives the simplest explanation.
So is it gravity or does it just encompass gravity?
It it also creates what we call gravity. As it flows,
Okay.
it drags us. As it flows into the earth right now, it's dragging you into the earth along with it. It's
I mean,
flow.
it's just a theory. To be fair.
Yep.
But I
So
don't think it would drag us into the earth because then that way that would be gravity itself, but gravity doesn't drag us into the earth.
well, so according to my ether theory, the ether flows into the earth and it drags us along for the ride and it drags everything along for the ride. And that is what we feel as gravity. But really, all it is the flow of ether through us and through the apple.
I mean, I don't know how I mean, uh, how this can be explained with the dynamics situation. But I mean, in other senses, it wouldn't be exactly feasible, considering that would mean that for forces such as lift, friction, etc., there would also be this certain liquid made, and those other forces are provable without this liquid. So, not too quite sure this would be the answer for gravity.
Wait, I didn't understand what you just said. So what I'm saying is that I can explain, right? We tried to explain gravity quantum mechanically and we couldn't. So I'm proposing an explanation that there is this fluid that flows through everything and drags everything with it. And it flows into the earth and it drags
I mean,
everything. Hmm.
that's only in a thermodynamical sense, but in other senses,
Hmm?
such as take a force sense, for example, it wouldn't be feasible. Other
What?
forces don't require this liquid, and let's say
Wait.
strong or weak nuclear forces, those don't also require this liquid. So why would it only just be for the weakest of the four fundamental forces that requires a liquid?
Good question. But first of all, uh, uh, okay. So I'm giving a quantum mechanical explanation for gravity.
Yeah.
Okay. So now your question is, why don't we need this explanation, this fluid, for other quantum mechanical effects?
Yep.
Great question. trouble about. Are you following?
You might be AFK.
Trouble about. Are you there? Anyway, let's continue. So that's a good question. So the answer is that actually you need this fluid for every quantum mechanical effect, because every quantum
Haven't we already proved
hmm?
those quantum mechanical forces that they don't require this? They require the forces or something. I believe it was. Oh, I can't remember, but I think we have proven one of the other fundamental forces. I'm not sure which one it is. It.
So all quantum all elementary particles are actually waves according to quantum field theory. At the end of the day, according to quantum mechanics, all elementary particles are waves. They're just
Mm-hmm.
waving. An electron is a wave, a quark is a wave, a gluon is a wave, a photon is a wave. They're all waves.
Yep.
So actually, you need a fluid in order for these elementary particles to wave in something. So you actually
I
need.
mean,
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, that would be feasible with something like sound waves, but in terms of in terms of what is it, radio waves, etc., that wouldn't be feasible because
Yeah,
they
actually, yeah.
get slowed down by a medium. They don't speed up or stay
Actually,
at the same rate because of the medium.
actually, radio waves need a fluid to wave in. Radio waves cannot
But
wave.
space isn't a medium exactly.
Right. So radio waves cannot wave without a medium. So you need some fluid for radio
No,
waves.
radio waves are transverse waves, not longitudinal waves. They don't exactly require a medium. A medium actually slows them down.
So what? So what? So what are radio waves? If there, so you're saying there's no medium?
Yeah, radio waves actually get slowed down in the medium, not
So are
sped
you?
up or.
Wait, are you? But are you saying there is no medium through which radio waves
There is
travel?
no medium needed for radio waves. However, we already are in one, existing in one, which obviously slows it down unless
Wait,
you
wait,
send it to space.
wait. I'm lost. 1 second. Just answer this question, please. So, are you saying radio waves, do they need a medium or do they not need a medium? I'm confused.
I'm saying they do not need a medium, but they
Wait,
can
hold
still
on.
exist in
Wait,
one.
wait. I don't know what. Okay, they do. So they don't need a medium. Radio waves don't need. They what? So
On one side, I'm just double checking. Yeah, they do not need a medium.
okay. So what? Then what is waving? What are they waving?
A medium actually slows them down.
So what are they waving through? How could you say waves if there's no medium? What?
Because then, because the type of wave you're describing is a longitudinal wave. A longitudinal wave is a parallel wave, parallel to a wave that travels parallel to the direction of motion, and what is it? That and it requires a medium to exist. The radio wave is a transverse wave, and it travels perpendicular to what is it?
Yeah, I understand. But
The
fine, fine.
direction of travel, and
Yeah, yeah,
does
yeah.
not require medium.
What do you mean? So then, what is
And
waving?
look at
Explain. Explain to me what is waving. What is waving? And it doesn't matter what type of wave, longitudinal, transverse.
I mean, radio waves are electromagnetic, so
Yeah.
whatever electromagnetic frequency is emanating as a radio wave
Wait.
is the thing that is.
Answer the question. Just answer the question. What is waving? In a radio wave, what is waving?
Um, radio wave is waving, I believe, is the frequency that is of that wave that is fluctuating.
The frequency is just how many waves per unit time. But what is waving?
Oh wait, no. Oh wait, no, not frequency. Sorry. Right now it's 1 a.m. 1 second. Oh God, where's waving in radio wave? Oh, wait. I, it's the oscillating current that pushes electrons back and forth, creating electric and magnetic fields, which I believe radiate energy away from the antenna.
Okay, I'm asking
So
again.
your answer
What
is
what is
electrons.
okay, hold on. What is
The
waving?
current in electrons.
Wait. What is waving? You have a radio wave going through space. What is waving?
Electrons on the receiving and the
But
was it sending ends.
yeah, but but as it's going through space, what is waving? Yes, it's being sent and being received, but in the middle, what is it waving through?
Waving through vacuum in this case. It's
But
waving through a vacuum. Space is a vacuum.
what is waving? What is waving?
Oh, what is waving? Okay. What is radiating? Is I mean, it is the electrons at the starting and receiving end, but in between. Oh God, I know this one. Oh,
So okay,
give me a
so
second, please.
yeah, but for now I'll give you the answer. You said why do we need this fluid? Here, that is your answer. You need the fluid in order for radio waves to wave through it. All elementary particles are waves. Radio waves are photons. Photons are
Oh
waves.
wait,
In the
I think I got it. It is electrons within. It's electrons that are emitted in space that are found through, and basically it comes from space emitted by
what is
gravity.
waving? What is
Electrons
waving?
moving.
What is waving?
Electrons. The magnetic fields emitted by electrons.
Not emitted. I know
No, sorry.
emitted and received, but what is it waving
Ele-
through?
ele- ele- Electrons moving through magnetic fields. Sorry, not emitted. Moving through.
So okay, but in a wave, things move in a wave. In a water wave, the water is
Meaning?
moving, or is the water stationary?
Oh yeah, water's moving. I mean,
Wait,
d- yeah, they're basically random electrons in space that uh, wave because of these radio waves.
so the electrons
Ah,
wave? The electrons are
yes.
waving?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh God, you put me through. Oh my God,
So you're saying, okay, but electrons.
that was a hard one.
Wait, but electrons are negatively charged. Are you saying space is negatively charged? Right now, my room is negatively
No. It's
charged?
basically electrons that are results from like supernovas or just random stars or random mediums
Wait a
that
minute.
come in the air.
Wait a minute. In my room right now, I have radio waves because, I'm
Yeah,
receiving.
we have air obviously around us.
So what do radio waves what are they waving through? If you're saying electrons, that means the universe is filled with a negative charge.
No, electrons on particles that have these particles are results of things like supernovas, asteroid
Wait,
collisions,
hold on,
planetary
no,
collisions.
no. Wait, you're saying electrons are not negatively charged?
No, I'm saying they are charged, but it's electrons on an atom.
Wait a minute, but in the vacuum of space, right? Radio waves travel in the vacuum of space. When the
Yes, but
astronauts.
space isn't.
When
space isn't a perfect vacuum exactly.
When the
That's why radio waves.
When the astronauts were on the moon, we were talking to them in radio signals. What were these waves travel? What were these waves waving through?
There is dust between Earth and the moon.
The
which
dust? It's
occurs
waving
because
through
of
dust? Wait, are you saying radio waves wave through dust?
Listen, you need to understand space isn't a perfect vacuum.
I'm asking, just answer. So you're saying radio waves wave through dust?
Yeah, they can wave. They wave through any medium, but they can exist in a vacuum as well.
So then what is waving? If radio waves go through a vacuum, then what is waving?
Oh God, in a vacuum. Wait, isn't it electromagnetic? So they don't really require particles. They do not need matter to travel.
Then what is waving?
Then
what is waving?
These waves consist of transverse vibrations in
What is
electromagnetic
waving?
fields.
What is waving?
What
electrical and magnetic What is waving? What is waving? Tell me what is waving.
Electrical and magnetic fields.
But what is
transverse motion?
What? I don't know what those are. I don't know what those are. I don't know what those are.
Then that's why that's why you don't understand.
No, explain. What do you mean? That's why explain what those are. Explain what is electrical and magnetic fields. What is that? What?
Electric fields are fields created by an electrical source. Let's say.
But what is it? What is it? What is a field? What is an electrical field? What is it? What is there?
Electrical field is a physical field that surrounds charged particles.
What is it? What is it? What is it composed of? What is there? What is there?
It's not composed of.
So it's a vacuum.
Composed of a force.
It's
composed of a force.
It's composed of a force? I don't know what that means. Look, radio waves.
Well, think about a magnet. Well, think about a magnet. You can't see magnetism around it.
Okay.
It has a force around it.
Yes, but
and then that magnetic field explains.
Yes.
And it takes up an area of space.
Yes, I'm asking what is this magnetic field that the magnet emanates these lines through? What is there? Something
area of space causing.
But what is it? But what is there? What is there? It looks like something
there. It's just an.
Then what is
nothing there.
Then what is
area of force.
Then what is a radio wave waving through?
An area of force, a field.
What is a what field. Is it? What I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
We just explained it.
No, you didn't. You did not. Now you're lying.
Surrounding certain objects, I would imagine. It doesn't appear willy-nilly.
It's a force.
Well, I don't know what it means for a radio wave go through a force. Look, you need to explain to me everything quantum mechanically. At the quantum level, what is a radio wave waving through?
Photons.
Photons are just other words of waves. Electromagnetic waves are photons. They're tiny photons. They're tiny waves. Waves in what? What is waving?
Okay, so a field is a thing where you have a value. It could be a number, or it could have a direction as well.
I don't know what that means. That's not. I don't know what that means. I honestly don't know what that means.
Do you know what point in space is?
No, I understand.
Do you know what every point in space means?
Yes. Yes, I understand.
Okay, so let's say you have a number at every point in space. It could be a different number, it could be very similar numbers, but that's a field. when you can point at
Quantum.
any point in space and
I don't know
say,
what that
this
means.
is the number for that point in
I don't know what
space.
that. I'm looking for an
You
electromagnetic.
don't know what that means?
Let me say
That
something.
is the definition
Let
of
me.
a field.
I let you finish.
If you can't get
I
past
let
that,
you. I
you're
let you
not going to
finish.
understand
I
any of
let
it.
you finish. So we're looking for something for the electromagnetic waves to wave through. What do electromagnetic waves wave through? They don't wave through numbers. I don't know what that means. I'm looking for.
They are in a. Okay, if you don't like numbers, use the word magnitude.
Of what?
Or value.
Of what? These are nice words. I'm looking for particles. I'm looking for a quantum mechanical explanation.
Photons.
Photons are just.
Photons are the particles which mediate the energy in the
Yes,
electromagnetic
but
field.
those themselves are just quantized waves. Photons wave through something. What are we waving through?
The electromagnetic field.
Nice words. I'm looking for a quantum mechanical explanation. What are these things waving through?
Can we go back to what the word field means?
Sure.
Like you've had a piece of graph paper before, right?
Sure.
Imagine that on every little square of the graph paper, you wrote a number.
Sure.
Maybe most of them are zero, or a very small number is higher.
I heard this before many times.
So
I heard this before.
It's not an explanation. It's just a definition.
Yeah. Okay.
When we use the word field,
what is waving?
One meaning of the word field. That's the fundamental.
I know what a field
fundamental
is.
meaning of field
in math
and physics.
I know what a field is. Trust me, I know what a field is. But we're looking for the electromagnetic waves, for a radio wave to wave through something. What is it waving through?
The electromagnetic field.
Nice words. Give me a quantum mechanical explanation. I need particles. I need something.
What's a quantum? What's a quantum explanation?
I need
for
something.
magnetism?
I need something. I need particles. I need a quantum.
Photons are the particles which mediate the waves in the electromagnetic field.
Photons are quanta.
And the energy in the electromagnetic
photons
field.
Are.
You ask for quantum particles. Their name is photons.
Photons are the quanta of the electromagnetic waves. Photons are the electromagnetic waves waving through what? What are photons waving through?
The electromagnetic field.
The photon.
You don't have to like it, but that's what it means.
Then you're not answering. If I don't like it, it's not that I don't like it. Like I don't like Swiss cheese. I don't understand.
It's the answer. You don't have to like it.
No, of
it's
course
an
I
area
have.
of space
I
that's
have.
affected by
Of course.
electromagnetism.
Of course I have to.
Whatever he said.
Of course.
All of space.
Of course I have to like it. I have to understand it. What do you mean I don't have to like it? Then you might as well say some crazy words. Blah 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 blah. I don't like it. Well, you don't like it. Blah 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 blah.
Of space,
You understand
which is
what he's saying?
either electric field or magnetic field.
Wait, what?
It is waving through an area of space which is either affected by an electric or a magnetic field, or both.
Yeah, but field of what? A field of something. Field of what? What is it waving through? I need to understand. What is it waving
I said
through?
electric field, magnetic field, or
Yeah.
both.
What are these
You can have
fields?
electric
What
fields.
is? That's just begging the question. What is this
It's
field? Field of what? What is there?
You can have electric fields
Vectors.
from any. You can have
Vectors.
electric fields from any chemicals, anything which is in space. You can have magnetic fields from any charged particles as well.
Okay,
And you can
light.
have
That's a
both as
different
well.
meaning of the word field. It's complicated, but there are two meanings to the word field.
Field of what?
Vectors.
That doesn't mean anything to me. I need an electromagnetic
Well, okay,
wave to
but that's
travel
your
through
fault
something.
that you don't know what a vector
No,
is.
no.
That is
This
your
you're
fault.
it's nobody's fault. I'm looking for the explanation. It has to make sense to
Okay.
me. If it doesn't make sense to me,
Okay.
it's not
Would you
good.
like?
Work.
Can we talk about vectors?
And if it
I
doesn't
don't.
work in your model, maybe your model's wrong.
What do you mean my model? I didn't. I'm asking a question. I mean, I presented my Aether model. We can talk about my Aether model, how it easily answers this question that you're unable to answer. No one is able to answer
He
this
has
question.
answered it.
No, he
You
hasn't.
don't like his answer.
Yeah, I don't like it. Exactly. If you like it,
But he's
Yeah, you
answered.
don't like it.
well, you know, I could
Wait,
say that.
explain it.
I could say that I said bloop 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 bloop, and that explains it. Bloop bloop bloop. That explains it. You don't like it. Bloop, that's your fault, not my
We're
fault.
telling
I
you.
said bloop bloop bloop
We're
bloop.
telling you. We're telling you electromagnetic field, electromagnetic
What is
waves,
it?
such
Field
as
of
radio waves.
what?
Do
Field
not.
field of what? I know
You're
light.
not listening. You're not listening. Electromagnetic waves, such as radio waves, do not require a medium to be in.
That
So
doesn't
what they
make
require
sense. That
is
doesn't make
an
any sense.
electric field, a magnetic field. Both of them have to overlap.
Okay, field of what? What is there? What is it waving through?
Vectors.
That doesn't make any sense.
Vectors.
That
An
doesn't make any
electric field, a
sense.
I know.
magnetic field.
That doesn't make
It's
any
Okay,
waving
sense.
that's
through
not
them.
my fault.
That doesn't make any. Fine.
If you're
Okay.
just going to
I'm
shut
not. I'm
down
not
and
saying.
say I don't like
What do you
it,
mean shut down?
then no
I
one will
don't.
ever.
What do
You will
I,
never understand this.
oh, there we go. Attack me. Yeah, that's good. I
It's not an
understand.
attack.
I
It's
do understand.
it's
I
advice.
do.
It's practical advice.
Okay, thank you. I'm not here for practical advice. Look, I'm here to present to you my explanation. So I've heard your explanation for
Let's hear
many
it.
years. It doesn't make any sense. So I came up with my explanation.
Let's hear it.
My explanation is there is an ether fluid that fills the universe, and that is what all these waves are waving through. Very simple. Very simple. Not
Okay,
complicated.
so what test can we do to gain evidence that your theory is probably false or probably true?
Well, first of all, it's the only explanation that we have. So let's just discuss.
No, it's not.
Well, let's just discuss the fact.
Well,
Wait. Okay. So what's the alternative? Let's hear the alternative.
We just explained
electromagnetic
alternative
fields with photons.
Photons are just quanta of waves waving through what? And you already said that. I already said that.
Electromagnetic field.
Field of what?
electromagnetic fields.
Field of what?
Vectors. Vectors.
That doesn't make any sense. You might as well tell me.
You don't
field
have to
of
understand
To us, it makes
I
a
don't.
lot of sense.
Look. I can tell you.
You
I
don't
give you the
need
explanation.
to
understand things for them to
Field
be
of
true.
You're not.
Just because you don't understand it doesn't make it not true.
Look, it has.
Can I ask why it doesn't make sense to you? What
It
about
just-
it doesn't make sense?
It's
What's
like,
the
you know, I
problem?
don't like there's certain things I don't like to eat. I don't like chocolate ice cream. Why I just don't like I don't understand it. Why don't you understand that
Okay.
why don't you understand that 1 + 1 is 3? Why don't you understand it? Well, I just don't understand it. It's that my limitation of my brain. A wave through a vacuum doesn't make any sense. A wave through a vector field doesn't make any sense. A wave through
We're here to
electrons.
help you, friend.
What?
That's because you're thinking of
We're here to help you, my
longitudinal.
friend.
No, so I'm here.
But you
Look,
have to,
I'm
you just have to listen
Mosh,
and
Mosh,
stop
he's
and
thinking
stop
of
ranting.
longitudinal waves as transverse waves.
waving through what? Waving through what?
Longitudinal
Waving through
Listen,
what? I'm
Listen,
listening.
there are two types of waves.
I know you.
There are
We've
two
been
types
through
of
this.
waves,
You've told me already.
longitudinal
You've
and
told me.
transverse.
You've told me. Please don't do this
Yes.
again. You've told me. Don't do it again.
And
Waving
you should,
through
and
what?
you should know by that.
But you're not
That
He's not
answering.
even that
You're not
far.
waving through
He's
what?
not even that far. A field.
Field of what? You can have
Vectors.
that doesn't make any sense.
How does it not
I'm
make any
sorry.
sense?
Would you
What-
like
what
us?
about it
Would you
does not
like me
make
to
any
try to
sense?
explain it to you?
Sure, go ahead.
Would you like? I can try to help you understand it.
You know that I've heard this explanation about a million times, so you're not going to do better than anybody else. Like, I've heard everyone explain it
Well-
with all different weird ways. I came up with my way
Maybe-
because nobody
Maybe
made sense.
today is your lucky day.
You
Maybe
want to
today's your
try?
lucky day. Let's
Go
try.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm
let's try.
listening. I'm listening.
Okay. So there's this concept called a scalar,
Yes.
and you could think of a scalar as just a number.
Yes.
It could be 0. It could be a positive number. It could be a negative number. It could be a small number, a big
Yes.
number.
Yes.
It could be an
Yes.
integer or something in between.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It's a value.
Yes.
It's like a quantity, but
Yes.
it doesn't have to be countable.
Sure.
All right. So let's say that at every point in space,
Mm-hmm.
you can point to that point and you can measure that number.
How do you measure?
So
How do you measure? By what instrument?
you could use an antenna, you could use a voltmeter. There are different kinds of. Let's just say you have a meter, right? We don't have to get wrapped up in the details. Let's say there's a meter, and you could stick a probe at any point in space, and it will read out the number
Okay.
that is the value of that scalar field at
Okay.
every point in space.
Okay, fantastic.
Okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's the field. Now,
Yes.
imagine that you have a place where the numbers kind of go up higher and then they come back down to zero.
Yes.
Like a hump in the
Yes.
values.
Yes.
But it doesn't have to be like a 2D hump, but it's an analogy to an ocean
Yes.
wave.
Yes.
Where it's a hump. Okay?
Yes. Yes.
And you've seen ripples spreading out on the surface of a
Yes.
pond,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So when the field value goes up in one place, when the field changes in one place,
Yes.
that kind of radiates outwards.
Yes.
Circularly.
Yes. Yes.
And the waves cancel out, so they end up producing.
Yes.
It's like circles on a
Yes.
pond.
Are you
except
going?
they're
Are you going to
spheres. The
explain to
space
me?
is
Okay.
three-dimensional.
Are you? When are you going to get to the part where radio waves wave through? How do they wave? What do they wave through? When are we getting to that?
Okay, I just did. So
okay, then
the
I don't. I didn't.
There's
Yeah.
the scalar component I'm talking about
Mhm.
could be the electric component of this field, right?
What is this
Like
field
you
of
know
what?
about
Field of what?
You know about electrostatics.
Yes. Field of what? Field
Well,
of
we
what?
just talked about a field as being so a field is
Mhm.
when you can point to any point in space. You have
Field.
a
I
meter.
know what a field
You can
is.
point to
Field of
any
what?
point in
I know what a
space.
field is. Please don't repeat the definition of a
Okay,
field. I know what a
it's not
field
a
is.
field of anything.
Okay, then
It's a
okay,
field of
then
numbers, of
okay,
scalar
I don't
numbers.
understand. Okay, then I don't understand. I honestly don't understand. I'm sorry. I don't
Okay,
know. I don't.
okay,
There's
then
two
let's
things
take
I
one
don't
step back.
understand. There's two things I don't. I don't understand.
Okay,
I don't
let's
understand.
take two step backs.
Wait 1 second. I let you speak for a very long time. Look, I don't understand why 1 + 1 is 3, and I don't understand how waves
It's
can
not.
wait. Let me. I didn't interrupt you, and I don't understand how waves can wave through nothing. These two things I don't understand. So what I
Okay,
don't understand, I don't
so one
understand.
plus one is not 1 plus 1 is equal
Exactly.
to 2.
I know. I agree.
Okay.
I
All
agree.
right. So we're on the same page there. All right.
Yes.
And a
And
field
waves
is
and
when you
and for
have
the same reason, waves don't wave through nothing. For the same reason
Don't
that
get
1
ahead of
+ 1
me.
is 2.
Don't get ahead. Let's just take it one step at a time. Okay.
Yes.
A field is when you can point to any point in
Yeah.
space.
Please don't
and
repeat the
read a
definition of
number.
a field. I know the definition of a field. Please don't repeat
Okay.
it.
Do you accept?
Yes, I accept
Are
the
you able to
definition of a
talk
field.
about
Yes,
this definition of what? Okay.
I
Good.
agree
Good. Good.
about
Good.
the
Good.
definition of a field. Yes.
Okay.
Please don't repeat it. Yes. Go ahead.
Do you agree that a field could have numbers that
I
are like
agree to the
zero in most
definition.
places?
I agree to
But
the
wait,
definition.
I
Yes,
didn't
it could be
finish it. I
anything.
didn't let
It
me
could be
finish.
anything. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, but I'm talking about specific.
Sure.
Do you agree that a field could be zero almost everywhere
Yes.
except near a balloon that you rubbed in your hair? The
Sure.
field could be the numbers
Sure.
could be more positive
Yes.
around the balloon
Yes.
that you
Yes.
rubbed in your hair.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay, so so you can visualize, you can feel
Yes.
the
Yes.
concept of
Yes.
of a static
Yes,
field,
but
right?
what? Yeah, but I need to understand
right.
what is actually there. The fact that I can use vector fields to describe it is very nice, but what is it really there? And when a wave goes through it, what is it waving through?
Okay, so let's take it one step at a time. We're
Sure.
talking about scalar field.
Yes.
And we're just talking about the electrostatic case where you rub a balloon in your hair.
What is it?
gets
Sure.
charged particles all over
Sure.
it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Don't repeat. Don't repeat.
let's say it has a negative. So
Sure.
it has. Let's say it has a negative value
Sure.
around
Sure.
it because
sure.
and you asked what is there?
Yes.
Electrons. There are electrons on the surface of the balloon, and that the electrons have a negative charge. So the field near the surface.
Field of what? Field of what? Field of what? Field of
value.
Field. No.
Value.
No. That's a
voltage.
No, that's a mathematical description. But field of
That's
what?
right.
What? No, but what is it? Fine, that's a good description. I'm not taking it away.
Yes.
But what is it really there? Like if you tell me there's a field that
What is
describes.
really there?
Hold on. If you tell me here is a vector equation that describes the flow of a river, that's fine. The vector field equations describe, but there is a real river, nothing to do with each other. And there is scalar values and vector values. That's the mathematical part. But there is an actual river of water flowing, nothing to do with each other.
But
one describes the other.
so
But
let's say,
so
but you
so
rub a
with
balloon in your hair.
no, but
Do you
what?
feel
Yes,
that?
I feel. I feel. Sure, I feel my
Do you,
hair. Yeah,
do you
the balloon
you
is
feel it lifting
attracted.
up your hair, right?
Yes, it's lifting. Sure. Yeah, I can see it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you understand that there are electrostatic forces
Right. But
that are
what?
lifting up your hair, right?
Yes, yes, yes. But then
Yes. Okay,
sure.
so you feel this. You
Yes,
get it.
I.
You do understand this concept.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I
So
do
we take our
understand.
voltmeter
Yes.
and we can put the probe, we stick one probe in the ground in a nice conductive soil with lots of minerals in it, or maybe
Sure.
the ocean, salt water.
Sure.
And then we stick the other probe in your hair.
Sure.
And maybe it registers negative 100 volts.
Sure.
Because you rubbed the balloon in it. Or
Sure.
maybe we stick it on the balloon.
Sure.
If it's a really good meter, it might measure negative 100 volts or positive
Fantastic.
100
Well,
volts.
you're not answering.
Honestly, I can't keep track of which is which, but
The question
yes.
is when electromagnetic waves, when a radio wave goes through space where there is nothing, then what is waving?
The electromagnetic field.
Field of what? What is there,
The
right?
electromagnetic field is vector. It's a vector field.
No, that's just that's just a description. That's not the actual thing, right? There is
Yes.
I can give you a vector
What's the
field.
difference?
1 second. No. I can
The
no.
quantum
Hold on.
level, what's the
Wait.
difference?
What? So we have the Navier-Stokes right equations that describe flow of a flow.
Heat?
We have Navier-Stokes
Yeah.
that describes flow, and we have rivers. The Navier-Stokes is not a river, and the river is not Navier-Stokes. Navier-Stokes describes river flow, but these are two separate things. So you keep telling me, you keep dragging in the mathematics as if it's the thing. The math is just like English. You might as well tell me the river is English because there is a word river, so the river is the word river. It's not. The word river is
Okay.
the word river, and the river is the river. The Navier-Stokes
But you can feel
equation.
it.
Yes.
You can feel it in your hair.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Is it real? Is the balloon real? Is your hair real?
Yes.
Is the attractive force
Yes.
between the balloon and your hair real?
Yes.
And is it useful to model it with mathematics?
Yes. Very useful.
Yes, it is useful, right?
But it's, yeah.
So maybe, so a famous person said, all models are wrong. Some models are useful.
Okay.
And Maxwell's equations worked out a couple hundred years ago describe electromagnetic fields.
Field of what?
Really well.
What is it waving through? What do radio waves wave through?
When you say the word through, you're implying
what
there
is
has to be
waving?
something.
Well, of course, what is waving?
It is a property.
I don't know what a wave is. I don't know. A wave waves. A wave waves through something. I don't know what it means to wave. I don't know what it means to wave. Just like I don't know what one. I don't know that 1 + 1 is 3. I don't know how a wave can wave through nothing.
It's
exactly this for the
what
same.
What do you mean nothing?
What is it waving through? What is it waving? What is?
A physical field, a property of space.
A field is a word in English,
a
but
property of our universe.
But what is
it? It is a part of our
Let me ask,
physical universe.
Is it a vacuum? Is it nothing, or is it something? Is it a radio?
Waves do not work in vacuums. They work, very similarly in non-vacuums.
No. But do they work in vacuum? Can you have a radio wave in a vacuum?
Sure.
Then you say then you're saying then what is waving? Listen to the question. What is waving?
The physical property of the universe.
What is waving? I don't know what that means. What is, do you agree that there? Do you agree that there must be something there that waves? Do you agree?
I agree that electromagnetic waves are real.
I agree that, of
They are a
course,
real
I
property
don't.
that we can
I agree.
describe
I agree, but that's not the
and we
question.
can
That's not the
use,
question.
and
That's
we are
not
using them now
not the question.
when we
Not the
have
question.
radio.
That's
I have
not
a
the question. I
radio waves
agree. I
between
agree.
my headphones and
I
my
agree. I
cell
agree.
phone,
You're not
and
answering.
that's
You're not
sending
answering.
data
You're not
to
answering.
my
You're
Wi-Fi.
not answering the
I'm
question.
using these
You're
waves
not
right
answering the
now.
question. You're not.
I'm using
You're
these
not answering.
photons.
I
I'm
agree.
using these
You're not answering.
equations.
I agree with everything you just said. Please don't repeat it. Please don't waste my time. You did not answer the question. What is waving? When a radio wave goes through a vacuum, what is waving? How could it go through a vacuum? Are you saying it's going through nothing, or is it going through something?
It is going through our universe.
Okay.
And I can explain how to the best of my
I
ability.
didn't ask you
I
how.
will
What
try
is
to
it
do that for
waving?
you.
No. What is it waving through? Is it waving
Our
through
universe.
nothing? That does. I don't know what
The
that means.
physical universe.
Is it the
You don't know what the
vacuum?
physical.
The
Do you believe
vacuum.
in the physical universe?
Yes. Is the
You believe in the
vacuum?
balloon and the hair
Yes.
and
Yes.
and
Yes.
the
Yes.
static
Yes. Yes.
plane.
Yes. I'm
So
asking you a
you
very
believe in
specific.
electrostatic forces.
Yes. Yes, I
right?
do. Yes. No problem.
So you agree that these are physical properties of our
Yes.
universe, right?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that is 50% of the explanation of what is waving.
Now, what is the
The
other
other half is
50%?
magnetic, but
What
it's
is
very
waving?
similar
No,
explanation.
are you saying when a radio wave goes through a vacuum, is it really empty, or is there something there waving?
It depends on how you define something.
No,
It
just
is
answer.
our
No.
physical universe.
Yes. Is there something there waving, or is there nothing there somehow waving?
Let me ask you, do you remember the old picture tube TVs?
Yeah, cathode ray tube. I am familiar with cathode ray tube.
Yeah.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it's a vacuum inside
Yes.
there.
Yes.
But there's an electron beam shooting through that
Yes.
vacuum.
Yes. Yes.
And it uses electrostatic forces to send that cathode ray. Does it shoot those electrons down through that vacuum?
Sure.
Right?
Sure. No problem.
Okay.
Yes.
So would you say the electrons are something?
Yes.
Okay, they have mass. They're fermions.
Yes.
So
Yes.
most people would say electrons are something.
Yes. I agree.
Okay, but the gun that gives the force to shoot the electrons.
Yes.
That doesn't touch the electrons. It's just like a ring around the beam that accelerates them using the same force that the balloon lifts your hair.
Exactly. What is it? What is it that's doing it? What is transmitting that? Mm-hmm.
That is the electric field.
What is it? What is it? So you agree?
What is it?
So would you agree?
I can describe it.
But would you? Okay, so you're saying that there is no such thing as a vacuum, right? You agree that there is no vacuum, right? The word vacuum. Wait, let me just ask. The word vacuum, it implies vacuous. It implies nothing. It implies we took everything out, right? But you agree that there is no vacuum. There's no such thing as a vacuum, because there is this electric field is always there, and we can never get rid of it. It's a field of something.
The word vacuum does not mean there is no electromagnetic or gravitational field.
Exactly. So it's never, there is no true vacuum. So there's something there. And the waves, the radio waves wave through something. They don't wave through nothing. They wave through something. Can you give it a name?
That doesn't follow.
What?
That doesn't follow.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
A wave is a shape. It does not have to have mass. It does not have to be particles.
A wave is a shape,
a wave
and
can be
a wave also
a wave can
changes,
be
but it changes shape.
numbers.
But it change. No. That's like saying a wave is a shape in English. Math and English are just two languages. I can anything you can describe using math, I can describe using Shakespearean English. So Shakespearean English is not the wave. So I can describe the wave.
Does English have rules for addition?
Whatever,
subtraction, division.
Some. Let's say it doesn't. But at the end of the day, At the end of the day, I can describe anything you can describe with math, I can describe without. There's other ways I can describe. I can use English, I can use body language, I could show you a movie, I could do animations, I could, there's other
Okay.
ways for me to convey the information that math conveys. It's just another language to convey ideas. That's all. So
Okay, but people did talk about the universe before the invention of serious math, and they didn't, they, you know, bless their hearts, right? I mean, they tried to understand the world around them, but they didn't get very far until they started writing things down with written language and learning how to add, subtract, multiply, and
yeah,
divide
yeah. Math,
practically.
math is very efficient. I love math. Math is very efficient. It's a very efficient way
It
of
doesn't, you don't have to use math, but
Yeah.
it helps
Yes.
if you're trying to understand something
Yes. Math
that
is very
is
powerful. I
easily
agree.
expressed
Yes, I
with math.
100% agree. Yeah, I love math and it's very powerful, very good. Yeah. The question is, you agree that radio waves don't wave through nothing. They wave through something. You must agree with that.
Okay, what I think about what you just said
Mhm.
is that it is a semantic argument.
No.
What it is
Either it's
you are
something or it's
arguing about
nothing.
the, please let me finish.
Sure.
Please let me finish.
Hmm.
You are arguing about the definition of the words something and nothing.
Well,
And you are
mhm.
objecting to the idea that space can have gravitational and electromagnetic fields. You
but
by playing with
but the
words,
que-
but the fields don't care about your words.
sure, but the question is,
The universe doesn't
sure,
care about
I know,
words.
I know. The question is, would you say it's nothing or it's something, right? I don't know what else to say, right? You agree that a wave is a wave of something. You cannot have a wave of nothing. Unlike a particle, I can throw a particle through nothing and it would move through. A particle doesn't need a medium, but a wave needs a medium. That's all I'm saying.
What about space? Does a particle move through space? Space is something, isn't it?
A particle doesn't need a medium to move through. It doesn't need a medium.
What's a
Where,
medium?
like
What's a
a
medium?
wave is a propagation of energy through a medium. That is a definition of a wave. I don't know what a wave is otherwise.
Okay, but the universe doesn't care about your definitions. See, what you
Look,
want is to find definitions that match what the universe does, what it acts. It describes the universe in reality. You can't
wha-
use the definitions of words to argue with the universe.
I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing with the universe. I'm talking to you. And as far as I know, we didn't disagree on any definition. So if there is a disagreement on a definition, please bring it up.
Something, nothing. I disagree with your definitions of those words.
Is there a difference between something and nothing, according to your definition,
Some
or are they the same?
they're typically opposites.
Yeah, exactly.
But it is possible. It's not exact. It is possible to confuse them. It is possible to throw your hands in the air and say, "Oh, is it something? Well, it's nothing. Oh, but nothing is something. Therefore, there must be something." Like you can run around in circles with these
I
definitions
don't
and
see
still
how.
not understand
I
the
don't see.
universe.
I don't see. I just want to understand you, not the universe.
Me?
I
Okay.
understand. I understand I believe I understand the universe. I have a simple explanation for how radio waves seem to move through a vacuum. Through vacuum. To me, I have my ether, my fluid, and it answers all my questions. I'm just bewildered how
Really?
people. Yes, I'm just bewildered how people
Then
like you, or I don't know, but many people refuse to take into consideration this ancient theory that resolves so many questions. Like I'm here
I'll
talking to
take
you.
I
Go ahead.
because I have taken it into consideration,
Okay.
and the best minds, the best physicists of
You. I'm talking
in
to
the
you.
entire world.
I'm talking to you
Please,
right now.
please let me finish. All right, please let me finish the sentence.
Go ahead.
The best minds and physicists, people trying to describe our universe, tried to find a way to fit ether into our description of the universe for hundreds of years, thousands of years, and they couldn't do it, and they eventually just discarded it because it was a useless concept.
Okay, so I
Now
believe.
maybe we'll discover something. Maybe like dark matter or something else will come up, and we'll resurrect the theory of ether when we need it to describe something that we can see and observe about the universe.
Okay, so I don't
But that's
know.
not happening right now.
Okay, so I don't know who is we, and I honestly don't care about anyone else. Right now, I'm talking just to you,
Okay.
and you're welcome to
Okay.
try and explain things to me like you've been trying until now, and I can try and explain it to you, and that's it. I don't want to bring up anybody else, we or anything else. So I have a simple
Okay.
explanation how radio waves wave through something, and that thing is the good old ether. The ancients had it
Great.
right. The universe is filled with this fluid, and it explains how radio waves wave through something. It also explains how
The
gravity
ancients had radio waves?
actually look, it's not critical. It's the point
No,
is
they didn't, did they? The
no, when I
ancients did
say
not have radio.
no, when I don't want to get into historics. I'm talking about Maxwell. Everyone until 1905 basically believed in the ether, and they had radio until 1905.
1890 years. So yeah.
I don't want to get. I don't
Yeah,
want to
and
turn. No, I don't want to turn
it
this.
was hard to
I don't
give
want to
up.
turn. I don't want to
It's a really attractive idea. I get it, man.
look. Just look. I'm just presenting it to you. You're welcome to explain to me why you don't feel it answers the question. What are radio waves waving through? It's so simple. So simple. They wave through the ether, the good old ether. It's the
Okay.
most, it is
So
literally the most useful theory in the history of science. Not
okay.
not as you
So
say, not
let
so
me ask you.
useful. Go ahead.
Let me ask you.
Go ahead.
What tests can we
We can
perform
come back to this.
to
We can
show
we can come
you're
back to this.
interrupting me. You're claiming that this is a super useful theory, and I'm asking you, what tests can we perform that will show that that theory is false or the theory is probably true?
So we can have that's
Is there a test that we can form
we
to
can we
detect
can
this ether thing that you
we
say
can
is so important?
we can gladly have this discussion, but that's moving the goalpost of this discussion.
It is not.
Yes, for
It is
this
basic reasoning
no,
about the universe.
no, for
It is
this,
science. It is
no,
the foundation of science.
no, for
You're
this,
making a claim
you're
about the
moving,
nature of the
you're
universe, and I'm
changing,
asking you,
you're
how do we
changing,
test it?
you're changing this discussion. This discussion was,
It's
what do radio waves wave through? And my answer is
uh-huh,
very simple: ether.
uh-huh.
Ether answers the
And
question. Do you agree
and
or
that is and that
do you
is
agree or disagree?
that is that is a vacuous answer.
All right. You know, go
So
on. I'm
here, let me
listening.
reformulate what you just said, okay?
Okay.
Um what do radio waves travel through?
Wave
They
through.
travel
Wave
through
through. Wave
blah
through.
blah 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 blah.
Wave through.
Blah. What do waves wave
Wave
through? Say
through.
wave through blah 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 blah.
Yeah, you can
Doesn't that
call.
explain
You
everything?
can call. Look, you can. Look,
That
it's
explains
not.
everything
No, no, no,
exactly as well as
no.
what you
You
just
can.
said.
No, no. You can call it any name you want. I don't care what the name is. The point is, it's not nothing. It's not a vacuum.
I
Like,
didn't say it was nothing. I didn't. You're the one talking about a vacuum, not
okay,
me.
then we don't have a disagreement. Then you agree that there is something, even in the vacuum of interstellar space, there is a fluid of something that radio waves and light waves wave through. Do you agree or disagree?
I think that fluid is a bad way to describe it.
What is
I
it?
disagree.
Look, it's either so it's either a fluid or a gas or a solid. Pick one.
Or a field.
No, that doesn't make any
A
sense.
combination of
All
a
these
combination of fields.
no, all of these can be described mathematically by a field. A field doesn't explain
Right.
what waves are
What do we need
waving
ether
through.
for?
To
Why do they have to wade through anything?
Then what's the definition of a wave? I don't understand how you can have a wave without waving through something.
Well, I've tried to explain it, but you interrupt me before I get to that far every time.
I don't recall that I interrupted you while you explain. You had many chances to explain, and you're not the first one. I've heard
I know. You think you understand. You think you've heard it. You think you understand it, and you think you can reject it and substitute it with the magic word ether, and that solves everything. But it doesn't, because
Well,
you can't.
I don't appreciate. I don't. I don't appreciate
you cannot say anything that ether makes any difference about the universe.
No. Look, so I'll ask you again, right? You agree that a radio wave, must wave through something, right?
I do not.
Wait, what's going on? Who just spoke?
A radio wave waves through an electromagnetic field. What's wrong with that?
Look, it's either something there or nothing there. So do you agree that it's something
a field
there?
Is something.
Okay, so there's something. Okay.
Don't you think a change in a field is something?
Fine, that's fine. Would you say it's a solid, a liquid, or a gas? That field, what is it?
Those are states of matter. It is not matter.
But what's the best description?
It is a different physical property of the universe.
But what do you mean? I mean, it's waving through something. Is it a gas, a liquid, a fluid, or a solid? I mean, it's waving through something.
So, solid, liquid, and gas are states of matter.
What best describes?
Okay.
What best?
It is not those kinds of particles.
What best describes? What mathematically best describes what radio waves are waving through? A solid, a liquid, a fluid, or a gas?
Maxwell's equations.
No, but Maxwell equations.
Almost perfectly.
Yeah, those are waves.
All reasonable.
Yeah, but waves.
Okay.
Look. I don't think. Okay, so I don't think we actually have a disagreement. You agree that the universe is filled with something through which radio waves wave through, and we can never dispose of it, apparently, because we look at the farthest galaxies and light comes to us, and we know light is basically radio waves, some type of electromagnetic waves. Therefore, these things, and they're waving through something, and therefore this universe
is the electromagnetic field. The electromagnetic field is something, isn't it?
I mean, but electromagnetic field is nice, but there's other phenomenon, other wave phenomenon. We know also that gravitational waves wave through this universe.
Yeah.
So what do they wave through? What are they waving through?
Gravity is a separate field.
Right, but
to my understanding.
Right, but gravitational fields, gravitational waves wave through something. What are they waving through?
The gravitational field.
Okay, look, you're just giving. I agree. That's just the ether. So you can give it many names. It's just the ether. It's just the ether.
It's the same. You're saying gravity is the same as electromagnetic waves?
I'm saying.
Why? What makes you think that?
Well, I'll gladly introduce to you my unified ether theory that explains both gravity and quantum mechanics and special relativity and general relativity.
Really?
And of course.
How do we test it?
You move again. You're moving the goal. You keep moving the goalpost.
It's not moving the goal.
First,
okay, but
the first step.
It's fine if you.
The first test.
Have a theory, but if
the first test.
But if
the
first question I'm asking is, can you test it?
No.
We'll why should I spend my time talking to someone who has a theory that cannot be tested?
The first look, I asked you.
It's a hold on. It's a hypothesis. Then he has, not a theory.
Okay.
Whatever makes
it's a non-falsifiable hypothesis. I think that's his problem. I think he will always be stuck without ever learning anything more, as long as he clings to this falsifiable hypothesis.
Why do you say it's non-falsifiable?
Because
I have a unified explanation to all of physics. I have a theory of everything that explains special relativity, general relativity, quantum mechanics, dark energy, black holes, everything known in all of physics. I can base all of it on the ether, all of it, with no
Great.
contradictions.
Great.
Would you like to present it to you?
Is it testable?
Maybe you can find. But before then, let me present it to you so that maybe you can find contradictions and show me that actually my ether doesn't explain all of physics. Right? I'm making a grandiose claim. I claim that I have a theory of everything. I have a quantum gravity theory. So why don't you
I'm
first
pretty
listen?
sure I can find contradictions in
Fantastic,
it, but
fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. Let me present it to you. Let me present it to
every
you.
time I start replying to you, you
Let me.
interrupt me,
Let
and
me.
because
No,
you
you
just
keep.
want a monologue about your theories that are completely untestable. But go on. You could say
Before we
something.
get to the testability, why do you run to testability? Let's
Because
say
it is the quickest way
yes.
to quit wasting time.
Well, I mean, I have, I have tests that can be performed. But do you want to hear about those tests, or do you want to hear the theory? I mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'd love to hear about it.
You want to hear about the
Yeah,
tests?
tell me the simplest. Give me
You
the
want to hear?
simplest
You want to
explanation of
hear
your
the
theory and the thing that and the way to test it. Just
the
I
theory?
want to help you refine your ideas. So give me
Oh,
the simplest possible thing that we can test.
wait. You want to hear the test before the theory? You don't want to hear the theory first?
I want to hear enough of your theory that is testable. The minimum amount of new stuff then we can cut straight to something that it predicts that we can observe in the real universe. I got a garage full of tools. Maybe we can test it tonight. What you got?
But you haven't heard the theory yet. Why are you running to testing a theory before you heard it? You haven't
To
heard the
avoid wasting
theory.
time.
What?
Yeah, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Okay. So I'll present it to you. 1 second.
But please start with the minimum amount that I can relate to in my garage.
Discord. All right. So here is figure 1. The question is, why does the apple fall towards the earth? Do you have an answer to that?
Gravity.
Yeah, that's
acceleration of the gravitational forces due to the mass of the apple and the mass of the earth.
yes. But what causes quantum mechanically? What causes gravity?
I mean, cause is a weird word in quantum mechanics, but it's like associated with, is it fermions or bosons that have the property of mass? I don't remember the exact category of particles. And then there's also, it's kind of a controversial discussion of relativistic mass versus rest mass, etc.
But the question is, why does the apple seem to want to move towards the earth, accelerate towards the earth? Right? There's no strings attached. The earth doesn't.
Well,
Are you there?
I hear you.
I've been muted.
Awesome. How about mass? Like intrinsic mass, like neutron, proton.
Why do they mute me?
I wish that isn't there a name for particles that have a
It's
non-trivial rest
it's
mass?
it's not important. The question is, why does the apple seem to
I mean,
accelerate?
massive particles.
Why does
You're
the
asking me about mass, though, right? Like,
yeah
or
the apple?
gravity, and so I think it is important. But do you? Okay, so do you? Are we on the same page about gravity, or at least my understanding of it?
What do you mean? Why does the apple fall?
How does it fall?
It accelerates according to Newton. But what's the cause?
But
What's
that's just math. That just describes it
yeah?
with
That's just
numbers.
exactly. That's just the description. What's the cause? What causes the apple?
Gravitational attraction between
What
particles
causes? Yes,
bearing
yes,
mass.
yes, yes. What quantum mechanically? What causes that? Right? You have two electrons. They seem to attract each other. Why?
No, they repel each other.
They repel.
Electrostatic forces
Yes,
are much,
yes,
much stronger than gravitational
yes,
forces.
yes. But
And
there
electrons
is
have very little mass.
yes, yes. But there is an attraction between two electrons. Right? There's all these electrons
It's
inside planet Earth, and all of them.
completely outweighed.
Right,
Oh,
but
you're
there's
thinking of protons and neutrons.
yeah, but also electrons. Right? I like
Electrons, yeah, they're
I like
electrons. They
yeah
balance it. They kind of balance out the protons, but they don't
electrically.
contribute much to the mass. It's like a microscopic
Yeah, it's fine.
percentage.
Yeah, it's 1/2000 approximately. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
So, but what is so there
Okay.
seems to be an attraction between an electron in the apple and an electron at the center of the planet. What causes that attraction? That gravitational attraction? What causes it? What causes
Causes it.
what?
I don't know. I don't know why some particles have mass
Besides
and
mass.
why gravity is a
Mass
fundamental force.
mass is resolved. Higgs explained mass. Mass is resolved. I'm
Did
not
he?
asking. Yeah, Higgs.
Cool. Did he need ether to do it?
No,
No, he didn't. Did he?
not directly. Of course, he needs it indirectly.
Yeah.
But
Really?
yes,
They built
because
that whole super collider to find that particle,
well,
and they missed this thing that you're talking about
but
that,
the, but
you know,
quant but okay,
physicists have been talking about for hundreds and hundreds of years.
we'll come back.
They
I
just
don't.
missed it.
No, please don't mock me. I'm not mocking you. Please be.
I'm not
We're
trying to. I'm just
we're gentlemen.
I
We are both
but you understand that you
intellectuals.
are that
I
but you
understand. I
understand that you're kind of
understand.
making some extraordinary claims,
I
right?
understand. Believe me, I understand. Believe me, I thought, in the beginning, I thought not to call it ether because I knew the kind of backlash I'm going to get. But in time, I said,
It's
no, this
we
is.
can call it something else if you
I
want.
wanted to in the beginning, I called it many things the solid, the fabric, I called it many things. But at the end, I realized it is the good old ancient ether. It. It would be a shame to change the name because it's politically unpopular or
But what if that
religiously.
name has so much baggage that it makes it
I know,
difficult to
but
talk about
I
without
know,
confusing
I
people because they
know,
think you're talking about
I know,
other like
I
ghosts or
know,
something,
I
You
know.
know what I mean?
Yes, I
Like
know,
sometimes it's useful to just rebrand your concept
I
so
know,
you can get the chance to explain it fresh.
I know. But unfortunately, it's too similar. This is the good old ether with minor modifications. It is the same ether. I've heard people talk about the ether, how the ancients used to
Oh,
think of it. It's the same with minor
okay. Does it
modifications.
well, let me ask you about it.
Hmm.
Does it have mass?
The ether?
Yeah.
No, not really, because
Is it something? You said waves move through something. Is ether
yes,
something?
that is the thing through
Okay.
which everything waves. It is the gravitational field. It is the electromagnetic field. It is the gluon field. It is the electron field. It is the quantum field. It is all those things. Everything
Electron.
well, an electron is a
It's
vibration.
everything?
An electron, according to quantum field theory, an electron is a vibration in the electron field.
Vibrations. What's a vibration?
A wave.
A wave.
Yes. We'll come back to it.
They're
That's
what? What is if the ether is electrons and electrons are vibrations and vibrations are waves, what are the waves going through?
no. These. What do you mean? What are the waves going? What, I don't understand the question.
You said ether is the electrons, vibrations, and the vibrations are waves.
Hold
What are
on.
these waves
Wait, wait,
going through?
wait. Forget about what I said. I'm not sure you're quoting me right.
Okay,
Like
let's.
electrons.
I think that's what you said, but
Um,
okay.
no, probably not. Maybe I misspoke. So
Okay, what
electrons are waves in the ether. So
what
according
does
to,
that mean?
well, the ether is a fluid. Electrons
So
are a wave.
a fluid.
Hmm.
Okay,
And it fills
it's not
the.
a gas.
No, it's a
Is it
fluid.
compressible?
No.
Can you have
It,
more ether in some places and less in others?
yes, yes. There is a
Yes.
pressure
So it's
gradient.
compressible.
That's a good question. Usually we say that like water is incompressible, but we can have sound waves in water. And there is, I think, higher
Yeah, and in
density.
solids too.
Right.
But generally, this is the distinction between gases and liquids. Is
So it's not
gases are a lot more compressible.
exactly. So I can't have it compressible in order for it to behave like gravity does. Because of that, it must be a
So
fluid. But it allows
so it's
for,
compressible enough to have sound waves,
well, sound
like
waves are
pressure gradient waves.
pressure gradient
That's
waves.
sound.
No, that's when it's through air molecules. When a pressure
Okay,
gradient wave, that's actually a gravitational wave. I'll show you all those things.
it's a gravitational wave.
Yes, a gravitational wave is a compression wave through the ether. Yes, unlike an
Okay,
electrom.
let me switch microphones. I'm gonna give me like 30 seconds. If I glitch out, I'll be back. But
Okay.
let's let other people have a chance if somebody else wants to talk. I don't want to monopolize your time.
Okay. One, two, three, testing. Testing. 1, 2, 3, testing. 1, 2, 3, testing. Okay. Test passed. Mm, okay. Yeah, we need to write a paper about gravitational waves. Gamma, we need to write a paper about gravitational waves. Let me see. In progress. Waves. Mm, is he coming back? Let me see. Gravitational waves in the ether model, in the gravitational ether model. Does anybody else have any questions? Wait, I have you muted? No, Gamma, you're not muted. They muted me. I don't know who muted me. Somebody muted me, and I reported to you that somebody muted me. I don't have you muted. Are you talking? I can't hear you. Your soundboard is muted, but not you. Oh, by the way, we wrote a paper deriving gravitational lensing from the gravitational ether model. So here is gravitational lensing. I never presented it. So the ether flows into the sun and drags the light. Therefore,
Hey, Mr. Slave?
Sure.
You're over talking people. You need to stop that.
Oh.
Can you hear me now, Mr. Slade?
Yeah. What happened?
Okay. Easy. I just moved you down and moved you back up, so it fixed the audio, and it worked.
Oh, because I have Totoro muted because I don't want him to.
No.
I can't. He attacks me. You know, it's too much.
He doesn't. Totoro's an angel. He wouldn't purposely attack you. It's probably a misunderstanding.
No. He always just he doesn't do anything besides attacking. He never does anything. He never says anything. He just attacks. He has never said a thing to me. Maybe like sparsely. Maybe he's made sparse comments on the universe, but it's like 99% of what he said is about me, and I'm not interested.
All right, Mr. Slave. Like, I am your biggest advocate. You know that, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I don't want, like, you can't mute other people in here and still talk, because then it'll just cause people talking over each other, and that's not a good time. So you either have to unmute him or
I'll lower his volume to 5%, so I don't know what he says. I'm not gonna.
Like, as long as you can still hear him, that's fine.
Okay.
Also, if you can keep an eye on his, profile, you'll see the circle turn green, and then someone else is talking.
I didn't see him turning green, but maybe it's because when somebody's muted, I don't see it.
Yeah, you don't.
Okay, so now it's like on 3%, 2%. Good. So hopefully I see. Okay, I see him speaking.
But Mr. Slave, you do sound very quiet. Your microphone is very quiet.
I'm waiting for Totoro to finish. Okay. I mean, if Totoro has a comment about the topic and somebody wants to repeat it so I can hear it, that'd be fine. But if everything he has to say is about me, something about me, then I'm not interested. I don't want to waste my time. I'm sorry. I'm not here to waste my time. Nor anybody else's.
I agree. That is boring. Let's talk about the universe
and not people.
Yes, please. So we can talk about. Let me share it again.
Gravity is really hard. Can we talk about something really strong force like electrostatics?
We can talk about anything. My theory of everything explains everything. It fits all known physics. So we can. So you can You're welcome to try and challenge my theory across anything you know. Special relativity. My theory immediately gives you special relativity, general relativity, quantum mechanics, dark energy, black holes, gravitational lensing, gravitational time dilation.
Okay, so when I rub a balloon in my hair and my hair sticks to the balloon, how does your theory explain that better than the explanation I understand already?
I mean, if you think that the electromagnetic field is a real thing, then that's then I don't have much of an advantage. But
I'm asking what you think.
My ether gives you everything. So you're asking me
Okay.
about something very specific. My ether gives you.
Please.
My ether gives you
Yes.
gravity.
Okay,
Special.
so how do I rub a balloon in my hair and my hair sticks to the balloon? How is that ether? How does ether give me that explanation, please?
I mean, my ether doesn't explain what physics already explains. My ether.
So what do I need it for?
It explains what physics does not yet explain, like quantum gravity and dark energy.
Oh, I don't care about any of that stuff.
And my ether predicts dark energy. It needs dark energy, and my ether is a theory of everything. So all of physics.
I don't need dark energy to explain anything.
No. Currently science doesn't understand why there is dark energy. Like, who needs it? Where did it come from? Like my theory predicts dark energy. Dark energy fits into my theory perfectly. It answers a very
Why should I? How does dark energy affect me in my life?
I don't understand the question. I mean, I don't know.
Why do I need dark energy? Why should I care if it exists or not?
This is, we're here as gentlemen intellectuals. We're curious about the universe. I'm curious about the universe. I'm trying to understand everything in the universe. If you're not curious about the universe, I can't help you. I mean, I'm very curious.
I am. That's why I'm asking you.
We've noticed.
Why is this something I should care about?
I mean, what do you mean? We've noticed we've noticed the Hubble expansion. We've noticed the redshift. We've noticed, and we explain this with one word, two words: dark energy. So dark energy is, it seems to be a real phenomenon.
I think the Hubble redshift was noticed like 100 years before anybody brought up dark energy. So I don't think that it's really that connected. I could be wrong. I'm not an expert.
What do you mean connected? So how do you fit dark energy into all of physics? Like, where does it? Like, who needs it? Like, let me ask you this:
Exactly.
Could the universe exist without dark energy?
I have no idea.
Right. So my ether cannot the universe cannot exist without dark energy. That's how powerful my ether is. It immediately, as soon as you think of ether, especially the gravitational ether, immediately you need dark energy. Without dark energy, the universe will collapse very quickly.
Yeah, your ether is so powerful that it cannot be detected by any instrument.
Okay.
I guess it's kind of like dark energy, huh?
Okay, look, if we're going to mock each other, then I'll mute you. You know, I have the mute
It's an
button.
analogy. No, he's raising an extremely legitimate
He's
question.
asserting, he's
Or point.
asserting, he's asserting. That's not nice. He can ask me,
He's
do
inviting you to
in a
give an
very
example.
very brutish way. He can speak like a gentleman. We're here, gentlemen, scientists. We're curious. We're having a nice discussion, friendly discussion. There's
Let's
no
talk
reason.
about the universe and not people.
Okay, I will be listening, and I will be listening to what your theory has to offer.
But yeah, I mean, I've asked you this too, Slave. What testable? What is testable about your theory?
You haven't heard the theory yet. Why do you care if it's
Let's
testable?
hear it.
Okay.
So I rub a balloon in my hair. How does your theory explain that?
I said my theory does not explain any known physics. It explains unknown physics. My theory answers questions about
I
unknown.
care. Okay, but I care a whole lot more about physics that are observable. You understand that, right?
Gravity is observable. You don't care to explain gravity?
Yeah.
So
No.
you don't?
Okay, so I drop I I drop a brick on my foot and it hurts. Like, how does ether explain that?
Well, good. Right. Exactly. So we're looking. Somebody's hot miking like crazy.
Yeah, that's Dan. Are you here, Dan?
Okay.
Do that.
So we're looking at the first figure, figure 1. We're asking, why does the apple fall?
Okay.
Okay. So
Why does the apple fall?
Very good.
Mr. Slave.
Very good. So figure 2 explains why the apple falls. So figure 2, 1 second. Figure 2, there it is. So figure 2 says that the universe is filled with an ether fluid. This fluid flows into the earth, and as it flows into the earth, it drags everything along for the ride, especially apples, or especially, right, including apples and me and you. So apples,
Okay.
me and you.
Can I ask you, what shape is the Earth?
It's
in
a
your view?
sphere. I believe in all of physics. I don't deny any known physics.
Okay.
So,
but do you know where I'm going with this?
Yeah, that's the next slide. Yeah. Don't worry about it. The next slide will
Okay.
cover.
Okay,
Right.
so ether is moving downwards. Is the ether moving? It's flowing.
Yes.
Flowing is moving, is it?
Yes, flowing.
Okay, and it exerts a force on the apple. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in the downward direction.
Yes. It flows through the apple. It flows through the electron of the apple, right? The apple is composed of electrons and quarks and gluons.
Well, it's the protons and neutrons that really
a proton
correlate with the downward force.
Yeah, but the protons and the neutrons are quarks and gluons, right? So I'm referring to the
I don't
elementary.
know.
Yeah, I'm referring to.
I don't know about that.
Well,
you know,
so what do you want me to do? So I'm telling you that's
Mangel stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, but you didn't. Whatever you want, fine. But also an electron, right? An electron is 1/2000 approximately of an atom. I mean, basically, or less than that. But
Okay.
So the ether flows through an electron and drags the electron towards the earth. The electron in the apple, and the quark in the apple, and the proton and the neutron, everything in the apple, the ether is a fluid that flows through all these things. And it's dragging all these things towards the ground. It's dragging you and me towards the ground right now. It flows through us.
Why? Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why does the ether flow down?
Oh,
into the earth.
That will be explained in these slides. It will be explained. I have a slide. You will understand the complete theory. So this is figure number 2.
I have a commercial break. Sorry. I want to welcome Chronic to the channel. He's my good astrophysics friend that I've never met in real life. And he also, I hope I'm not stepping out on a limb here, but Chronic also likes vanilla physics.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, welcome, Chronic. Thank you for joining us, and thank you, Layla, for inviting.
Hi, Chronic.
Yeah,
Hi,
thanks.
Chronic.
You can. Hello. You can continue your presentation.
Thank you. So I'll continue to the next slide. Let's see what the next slide has to say. Let me find. There it is. So we're up to figure 3. Let me just center it in my page.
Moon. Why did we? I thought we.
Wait, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay.
Where did the apple go?
We moved to figure 3. Do you have a question about the apple?
Yeah, you were. I thought you were going to go into more detail explaining the apple scenario.
No. Well, we're going to.
We need to talk. We're talking about the moon now. Okay.
Yes, right. So the moon also falls towards the Earth, and the same question is asked: why does the moon fall towards the Earth? It's the same question.
Okay.
And the answer is same answer, but this gives us a better view of what's going on. A few million kilometer view. Million kilometers, or I don't know if it's 1 million kilometers. How many kilometers? 300 million, approximately, kilometers view, or even more. So we see here the Moon Earth system. So, and we asked. So the answer is why does the moon fall towards the Earth, or what is this tethering force that is holding the moon in orbit with the Earth? So the answer is that there is this fluid, again, the same fluid, the ether fluid, or the gravitational version of the ether fluid that fills the universe and flows into the Earth. And as it's flowing,
And again, if I can clarify or remind me, this ether it's compressible enough to have. No, it's not compressible.
No.
It's like a liquid or fluid.
Yeah.
It's not compressible.
No, not It's also laminar. It has. I've discovered a few more. It's Newtonian. It has viscosity. It has certain features.
It's Newtonian. Okay.
It's a Newtonian fluid.
It's non-compressible.
It's non-compressible, but there are waves in this fluid. There's gravitational waves. There's electromagnetic waves. There's electron waves. There are waves in this fluid, which is weird.
It doesn't have mass.
Mass is undefined. Mass is defined by the Higgs mechanism, and the Higgs mechanism is a mechanism that is in the ether. The ether is the Higgs mechanism. It is the Higgs field. It endows mass onto massless particles. So an electron is massless, but it interacts with the Higgs, and that's how it gains its mass, or the illusion of mass.
Electrons have Higgs?
No, electrons are massless. But
I thought you said it was 1/2000th of a proton.
Yes. How do they gain mass? An electron starts its life massless, but through interacting with the Higgs, it gains the illusion of mass. It interacts with the Higgs field, with the Higgs mechanism, and that is what seems to us like mass. That's how an electron and a quark and whatever other particles have mass. That's how they have mass. They have mass because they interact with the Higgs mechanism.
So if they have mass, then what do we need ether for?
That's not gravity. Mass is not gravity. Gravity is different. I agree that massive objects create gravity, but also energy creates gravity. But energy is mass. But fine.
Okay. Help me understand number 3 here. It says this is the ether flowing into the Earth.
Yes.
And you have ether flowing into the earth from 8 directions. But you also told me that this ether is incompressible.
Yes.
So where's the ether going?
There's a slide about that. We'll get to it. In general, the answer is it annihilates upon interaction with massive particles. As the ether it has the Higgs mechanism, but through interacting with the Higgs mechanism, when the ether's Higgs mechanism interacts with an electron, it endows the electron with mass, but the ether gives up its life. The ether self-annihilates during this interaction.
Okay, so ether is not conserved, at least not inside the earth.
Right, but not just the earth.
The earth is like a drain for
Yes,
this ether.
yes.
It's flowing towards a central drain where it just stops existing.
Yes, it annihilates as it interacts with every massive particle through endowing mass. So it annihilates as it goes into the earth. And when it reaches
ether endows mass?
Yeah, it is the Higgs. Ether is the quantum field. So it is also the Higgs field.
I don't know about a Higgs field.
I
don't understand
it's
those.
just a mechanism. It's just a mechanism in the quantum field that interacts with particles that are massless.
I don't understand quantum fields. On a good day, I can think about electromagnetics and maybe in gravitational, like lightweight gravitational fields, but not. I'm happy about that.
Okay, so it's fine. So as the ether interacts with massless particles, it endows mass onto them and self-annihilates in the process. So
if this is fundamental stuff, I should take notes on this. I could record this and type this up because this is good info, right?
Well,
he's got it on his YouTube. He's streaming this whole thing.
Yeah, this is being streamed.
Okay, go ahead.
So as the ether,
so all this ether's coming in equally from all directions.
Yes.
At the same time.
Yes.
Okay. Symmetric.
Super.
Do other planets do this or just the Earth?
Even the moon right now is there's ether flowing into it, and even the apple has ether flowing into it, and you and me and the air and every electron and every quark, every massive particle has ether flowing into it.
Okay, where does the ether flow out of?
Well, there's a slide about it. We'll get to it. The good question. Let's go to the next slide.
I don't want to jump ahead.
Yeah, there's a slide for everything, so there's no point. Let's go to the next slide. So the next slide is figure 5. In figure 5, we see a galaxy, and it's the same story. There is ether flowing into every galaxy, and that is the gravitational force. It flows through the galaxy, and as it flows into it, it binds the galaxy. And I'm not going to mention dark energy. My theory is orthogonal to dark matter. I'm sorry. I'm not.
Is this stars? Is this what holds stars together as well?
Yes, it's gravity. The ether flow is gravity. So anytime you say gravity, what causes gravity? Gravity is caused by ether flow. Why is the apple falling? Because ether flows through it. Why are you falling? Why are you dragged towards the earth? Because ether flows through you. Why is the moon attracted to the earth? Because ether flows. Why is the earth attracted to the sun? Because ether flows to the sun. Why is the sun?
What if we instead of ether, what if we just use the word love, and we believe that the apple falls down because it loves the earth? And there's love flowing through all things, except in the core of the earth. That's like the black hole drain for all the love.
You could call it love as long as we're keeping true to his presentation and what he's talking about. If you want to call this ether love, go for it.
Look, there's a problem if you call it love. right? Love already has an entry in the English dictionary, so you would
So
confuse.
does ether.
Yeah, but this is ether has many people that had theories about the ether, or there's many people that had many theories about the ether. I'm just another person with another theory about the ether. I'm just another guy. But we're all talking about the ether, and love is a different. Love is a right. It's a separate science. So we're talking about gravity and quantum mechanics and special and general relativity and dark energy and black holes. That's like astrophysics, quantum mechanics. It's like not love is not as love is not in on our scale, right? We after we finish physics, we go up to chemistry, then biology, and in biology you can talk about love as a phenomenon, as an emergent phenomenon in biology, but that's a couple of levels above us. So there's no reason to confuse these two separate ideas. I understand you don't like the word ether. Trust me, in the beginning, you can watch my videos. For months, I tried to avoid using the
I'm not
word.
hung up on the word. I'm trying to understand the geometry here. So, where does it come from?
That's in the next slide. This is the question now. So this is the universe. The universe is a bunch of galaxies. Each galaxy has ether flowing into it. And the question is asked, number 4, the universe should run out of ether and shrivel and collapse onto itself. Right? Because the ether flows into the galaxies, into the electrons, into apples, into earths, into suns. The ether is consumed all the time, and it's actually consumed very fast, extremely fast. I did the calculations. The ether, I mean, the universe is running out of ether all the time. Then how come the universe is not collapsing? The universe that we see, the galaxies are immersed in an ocean, in this blue ocean of ether. But these galaxies are sucking this fluid, and the universe itself should shrivel if the ether keeps flowing into the galaxies. Do you understand?
Okay, I'd like to understand about rubbing a balloon in my hair.
This is then you're in. This is not that presentation. Well, I already told you my theory does not explain known physics. I don't know why you keep going to known physics. I don't. All I'm asking you is to try and find contradictions between my theory and itself, or known physics, and that's it. I cannot ask you for any more than that.
Well, so maybe your theory is internally consistent. But it does not produce any. It's not falsifiable. It doesn't have any testable hypotheses.
Well, you're asserting, you're not asking, and I already told you that.
I'm just saying maybe that's a possibility. Maybe you could
so
prove me. You could show me
be
that's
nice.
not true.
No, be nice, right?
Can we continue like learning about his theory before
Yeah.
trying to like.
All right. So
the next, we've got an established framework already.
Okay.
Let's just hear him out first.
Right.
All of it.
Right.
Yeah. Let's go.
So the question is then, if this is correct, if I'm correct, right, the next thing you're going to say is, wait a minute, you can't be correct. The universe should run out of ether. This ether is a fluid, and every fermion is sucking, is a sink, is a negative pump, is a vacuum pump, and it's pumping the ether out of the universe. It's causing continuously the annihilation of this ether. Then the ether should be already gone a long time ago, and the universe should have collapsed. So what's the answer? So the answer is, and as I said, my theory necessitates dark energy. Therefore, there must be dark energy. There must be spontaneous production of new ether all the time. And this new ether must be maintained at a constant pressure. We'll get to the pressure in a minute. We'll come back to the pressure. But new ether must be spontaneously created, basically everywhere all at once. And this is
there, but because it's getting sucked in and destroyed by particles with mass.
yes. So because the universe keeps losing ether, ether keeps getting destroyed when it interacts with massive particles, then the universe should have run out of ether. So the answer is the universe. So we need dark energy. And that's why I said my theory requires dark energy. Dark energy is the creation of new ether, and that is what pushes galaxies apart. That is what causes the redshift. That is what is causing the Hubble expansion. That is what is causing the universe to expand. And we'll come back to see why it must be under a constant positive pressure. Again, it's demanded by my theory. Questions?
This guy is a robot.
Somebody's hot micing.
He's in research. You've got a hot mic.
All right, sorry about
Hot
that.
mic, Concave, we heard you fapping.
Watching some World Star Hip Hop, bro.
All right, let's go. Figure 8. Okay, so in figure 8, we're beginning to let's talk about an electron. So the circle is an electron. We're imagining it as a sphere. So as
Is
dark,
there a reason?
What?
Somebody had a question.
What's AIDS? You said AIDS?
What? Repeat, please.
You said to imagine something.
Circle. The circle I'm imagining is an electron. We're imagining this sphere. The sphere at the center. Somebody's hot miking. The sphere is an electron, and now this electron has ether flowing into it. It's only from one direction, but again, the ether flows into this electron from every direction, and as it goes into the electron, itself annihilates. Okay.
Is it a perfect sphere electron?
No, an electron. I don't think it. No. It's probably a wave. It's we know that it orbits nuclei, so it's probably like a string.
Oh, Jesus.
It's like a stringy, wavy thing. I don't know exactly. Anyway, so here we're imagining. So the ether flows into the electron. So
question.
Yes.
Is there a reason that you're consistently using an electron as an example when I would think that a proton or a neutron would, have more of this property of mass?
Because
that seems
protons
to play a role with the ether.
Protons and neutrons are very complex beasts. So internally, they are composed of quarks and gluons. And
Are they furry beasts?
We could just talk about Let's just talk about nuclei. Let's just assume
it doesn't.
that, like,
It doesn't
atoms
matter.
are
It doesn't
the
matter.
old meaning, like
It doesn't matter.
indivisible
It doesn't matter.
atomic unit,
It's
because
fine.
usually they are.
It's fine. It's whatever you want. You can think of this as a proton, neutron, or an atom, or anything. Anyway, so here we see that as the ether flows into the electron, it annihilates. But the question is, why should new ether flow into this annihilated zone? Why should ether flow?
Why would it annihilate?
It's given.
The ether isn't annihilating outside the electron,
No,
is it?
No, the ether self annihilates as it goes into the electron. But once it self annihilates, a vacuum is created inside the electron. An ether vacuum is created inside the electron. But what is causing
An ether vacuum?
No.
It's like a black hole.
No. There's
like
lack of
Kirby.
ether. No. There's just a lack of ether. Where the ether self annihilated, there's just a vacuum of ether. There is no ether. Just where it
Why?
where it self annihilated. The yellow
Why?
is the
What's special
the
about an
nature.
electron that the
No,
ether would do this?
because it's because it endows the electron with mass and it gives up its life in the process, and it has it that's the nature. I don't know why. I don't know why.
Okay.
There's only yeah. So, but the question is, why should new ether flow into the electron? Just because there is a vacuum of ether at the center of the electron, that's not reason enough for new ether from the outside to flow into the electron.
Well, you said it was poorly compressible and there's a vacuum, a pressure gradient.
Right.
So it seems reasonable it would,
But this,
push it.
wait, but okay. So the answer is therefore there must be a pressure of ether everywhere outside of the electron.
Under pressure.
So in order for the ether to flow into the electron, therefore there must be a positive pressure outside of the electron, so that there is now a pressure gradient between the outside and the inside of the electron, and that is what causes the flow. Otherwise, we
I
would.
got a question.
Go ahead.
You been drinking?
What? Okay, that's good.
I don't think he's serious.
Yeah.
So, like, can we move on? I think we got the idea that the electron annihilates
No,
ether
no.
and it creates a pressure gradient.
No, it doesn't create. There must be positive pressure in the.
Sorry.
There must be. We just realized there must be a positive pressure of ether everywhere in the universe, so
Why?
that otherwise there would be no pressure gradient between the outside and the inside. Right, inside.
That sounds a lot like begging the question, dude.
Ask. I
No,
don't
it doesn't.
I don't understand the question.
Yeah, he's presuming that there has to be a pressure gradient because
No.
there has to be ether.
No. Okay, within this theory that I've presented up to now, in order for everything to work, right, everything relies on the assumption that the ether flows into the electron, into the earth. What causes this flow? The answer is, it's a fluid, so it's a pressure gradient. So there is a negative pressure inside the electron, or a low pressure inside the electron, but there must be relatively a high pressure of ether outside of the electron in order for.
Yes, you've said this many times. I get it.
In order for my theory to work, in order for there not to become a contradiction, for a contradiction not to arise, we need the ether everywhere to be in a positive pressure. And this now explains, until now, when we said that dark energy wasn't under any pressure. Dark energy was just a spontaneous creation of new ether, but we didn't need it to be under any pressure. So it would not have caused the expansion of the universe.
Under pressure.
I'm going to mute this guy.
Oh, yeah. What units is ether measured in?
Hold
ether
on, no,
pressure?
wait. Let me finish. So dark energy, right? Dark energy seems to be pushing galaxies apart.
You've already said this several times.
Yeah, but my theory necessitates. Why does it necessitate the expansion of the universe? Because there must be a positive pressure of ether everywhere, right? The ether.
Why?
Because we said we need a pressure gradient. For everything to make sense, we need a pressure gradient. So we need positive pressure everywhere in the universe. So
why?
What do you mean? You need a pressure gradient. Inside the electron, you have low pressure. That means outside of the electron, you need pressure. You can't just have.
I don't need those pressures. No, I don't need ether. Nothing you have said explains any physical phenomenon that I am familiar with.
Look, I'm presenting to you. Okay, I'm presenting to you an explanation how gravity could potentially work on a quantum mechanical scale. It's just
Okay, what's quantized here?
we're talking about an electron.
Is ether quantized?
Yes, the ether is quantized. Look, the ether.
Okay,
The
what
ether.
is it particle called?
Look, let me just finish. I didn't finish. I didn't finish the
Okay,
sentence.
move on. Come on.
No,
We've heard this.
You have to behave. You have to behave nicely towards me.
I do not. Please keep going.
No, you do.
I've been very patient.
No, but you have to be nice. Look, I'm here. This is a gentleman conversation. You want to have a nice conversation, that's fine. You don't want to have a nice conversation,
Okay,
then
but
I'll
you
go.
have a whole room full of people who've been very patient listening to
I'm
it.
not
Please
here.
move on with your
no,
explanation.
no. I'm not. Please stop mistreating me, please.
No one is mistreating you.
You
We're
are.
asking
Please,
you to move on with your explanation.
no. Please stop. Please stop. Look, let me finish the sentence, and I'll finish the presentation. And if you want, I'll leave right now. I'm not
All right,
here.
do it.
Do it.
Do what? You want me to leave?
Finish your point. Make your point.
Look, but you have to be nice. Stop harassing me. Stop
Make
being.
your point, please.
No. You have to be nice. I'm not here to be abused. This is.
I will listen to you. That is being nice.
No,
please make
no.
your point.
No.
He said please.
Look, please. I've been abused on this server. Every time I visit, it always ends in extreme abuse. Please stop it. There's no reason for this abuse.
Please make your point. Pretty please. Will you pretty please make your point?
No, I will not. And I will lower your volume.
Okay.
And I'm done. All right. If anybody else has any questions about my presentation, if anybody feels that there is any contradiction within my presentation. All right. It always has to end in extreme abuse. So sad. So sad.
What's the question? What is pressure?
What is pressure? Pressure is defined by physics, just as defined. What's the question?
Well, just a second. So, if the ether self-annihilates when it reaches a massive particle, how does it impart the force?
What force? What do you mean? Impart what force?
Presumably, the ether flow is what's creating the force that we recognize as gravity.
Right.
If the ether annihilates on contact, how does it transfer the force from itself to the object?
Well, it only partially annihilates. It doesn't completely. Some of it goes through and some annihilates as it goes through an electron. So
how do we know? How do we know this?
This is already Newtonian and GR. I mean, I'm just explaining. I'm giving the underlying mechanics of Newton and general relativity. So at the end of the day, the electron has an attractive force, and right under Newton, the electron is attracting other particles because ether flows into it, but only a tiny bit. But the ether also is attracted to the Earth, so some of the ether flows through the electron. So both things happen at the same time. So some ether flows through the electron, drags it down, but some flows into it simultaneously, dragging other things into the electron. There's no contradiction. Yes. question. Gamma, did you call me?
Yeah. Are you?
What?
Wait. Did you mute people?
I lowered the voice of people who are harassing me, haranguing me. Like Mr. Marsh decided to start haranguing me.
Well, yeah, turn people up and I'll unmute you. Turn everybody up. Type in the text chat when you've done that.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, you're not going to turn people down.
Yeah, Mr. Slave. I can't advocate for you if you don't. You have to. That's the one thing I beg you to do is just let.
I mean, some
It can
people.
be.
Some people were. I mean, some people were being obnoxious. Some people were just being.
Don't care.
You don't care that some people are being obnoxious, so you care that I mute people who are obnoxious to me.
We're done. We're done with the meta. Leave people turned up, or you will be server muted. Simple as that. There's not going to be an argument.
So it's okay for people to abuse me. So
It's not going to be an argument.
So you realize you're opening the door to harassment. Mm-hmm.
Let me know when you are going to agree to those terms, and I'll take you off mute. Type in the text chat.
Agree to what? To being abused? Agree to being abused? LOL. No.
Okay, so what just happened here is we spent probably an hour and a half listening patiently to everything that he had to say, and it yet again it ends with him.
Well, he really, I don't know if that was a presentation to like the room or to another person. He was getting questioned the entire time. He couldn't make his presentation. So
You can't get treated better than what I just heard for the past fucking hour.
Mr. Slave, we love you. Free Mr. Slave. That is all.
Kind of true. I love you, Mr. Slave.
So
Free Mr. Slave.
Hashtag free Mr. Slave.
So they want me to
Can
be
we unmute
abused.
everybody?
Okay, I will not be. I will not be abused. I will not be abused. LOL. I refuse to be abused.
No, that's not Mr. Slave. It's Concave Earth is saying that Mr. Slave is being abused. Which it is. Which chat? Oh, the side chat. Oh, yeah. Okay.
I refuse. I
We've got a vote
refuse
going on.
to being abused. You abuse me. I mute you. LOL. Well, it's up to you. You don't want me here. Yeah, it's up to you. Yeah, I mean, I will not be abused. I will not be abused. LOL. That's all they got. I finish a presentation. They have to attack. They have to attack. No, we have to attack. No, you don't have to attack. But you will be muted. LOL. It's fine. Bye. Have a great rest of your life. It's fine. All right, it's up to them. That's all they got. Abuse, 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 just abuse. All right, keep abusing. I'm not interested in being abused. Nothing but harassment. That's it, just harassment. All right, whatever. What a waste of time. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Like I don't want to visit that server. It's like I keep getting dragged into that server, but it's a complete waste of time. Complete waste of time. Doesn't make any sense to continue visiting that server. Let's listen to this guy.
Or not, I don't know. But the first song is Radio Gaga by Queen. Late 70s, I think. Typical Queen, big sound, big beat. This is one of the songs of Queen that most gets close to kind of disco. There were a few others. This is the disco period. I don't particularly like it, I have to admit. It's not one of my favorite Queen songs. I don't think it's a Queen song that will survive. I don't think it's one of the will make greatest hits lists 20 years from now from Queen. I think the Queen has much better songs. But it's interesting because a lot of the very simple beat-driven songs of Queen are the ones some of the most popular and one of the most popular songs that they have. So who knows what popular taste is like? This song is about basically nostalgia to radio and the importance of radio. And how we're always going to listen to the radio and how committed we are to the radio. So even there, I think this is going to be dated very quickly, right? I mean, it should be iPod Gaga or iTunes Gaga or streaming songs Gaga rather than radio Gaga. Radio, I think, for music is pretty much dead. And if it isn't dead yet, it will be within a few years, decades, or whatever. This reference to War of the Worlds, Invaded by Mars. That's the famous radio episode of the War of the Worlds, where people actually thought it was real, where they declared the Martians had landed on Earth, and it was just a reading of a short story. But people freaked out, and that was kind of the first time that people got how powerful radio was as a medium. So he talks about that. He talks the song says, "You made me laugh, you made me cry, you made us feel like we could fly." So don't become some background noise, a backdrop for girls and boys who just don't know, just don't care, and just complain when you're not there. I mean, the reality is, and then we all hear is Radio Gaga and so on. So I find the music is a little boring and not very interesting and repetitive. And then the lyrics are cute. But it's for nostalgia to a world that's gone, right? Radio is gone. The other mediums, now it's all podcasts. Podcast Gaga. There you go. And who knows what the next big thing will be? Twitch Gaga. We hardly need to use our ears. Our music changes through the years. Let's hope you never leave, old friend. It's left already. Sorry. Like all good things on you, we depend. So stick around because we might miss you when we grow tired of this you. It's just, lyrics are not that interesting and not that sophisticated. And I don't like the song. Too simple. I find those songs from the 70s annoying. The 70s had great music, but those. Next one is My Life by Billy Joel. My Life. Again, 70s. This is when I was a teenager. This is kind of my music. I love Queen. I like certain music by Queen. Some of it is going to survive as classics, and some of it's just not going to make it. And I feel that Radio Gaga is not going to make it. Billy Joel is cute. It's fun. It's positive. It's melodic. It's got particularly My Life has a fun beat. It's very upbeat. And it's got some interesting chorus lines, and it's about being independent. So it's got some good lyrics about independence. And I like the music again. I couldn't listen to this song more than once. Like I could listen to My Life by Billy Joel and then not listen to it for 5 years and I'd be fine, right? And I don't hate it. It's just not. It just doesn't, for me, it doesn't really resonate as music that really touches me particularly deeply. Most of this music, John, for me, has a shallow effect and doesn't really last for very long. But again, if somebody was playing, want you to tell me it's time to come home, I don't care what you say anymore. This is my life. Go ahead with your own life. Leave me alone. I like the leave me alone side. I like leave me alone. I mean, that's good. That's a good line, right? I never said get out for me a second chance. Just leave me alone, in a sense. They will tell you you can't sleep alone in a strange place. Then they'll tell you can't sleep with somebody else. But sooner or later you sleep in your own space. Either way, it's okay. You wake up up with yourself. So it's kind of a song encouraging you to be independent, not to listen to other people. Do your thing. Go live your life. Speak your mind. That's another thing that the lyrics say, right? And you can speak your mind, but not on my time. Right? I'm not gonna waste your time on you babbling away. You can tell me stuff, but if I'm not interested, I'm walking away. The chorus at the end says, kind of keep it to yourself. It's my life. Keep it to yourself. It's my life. I don't care what you say anymore. It's my life. So a good message in a lighthearted, melodic, pleasant, rhythmic song. Enjoyable, right? Enjoyable. Another song by Billy Joel. We didn't start the fire. Again, fun. One of these fun songs. That once in a while, hearing it is kind of fun. It's got great rhythm. This one has great rhythm. It's got very simple lyrics. State of the world. It just lists the stuff you're hearing. And the chorus is, we didn't start the fire. The idea is here, shit's happening. Rosenberg's, H-Bomb, Sugar Ray, King and I. It's just a mixture of things all over the place. So it's kind of pieces of it. We didn't start the fire. Again, not particularly sophisticated, not particularly interesting, fun, again, enjoyable. No, it's very enjoyable. This one, like this, certainly this is a hard to edge and really whiny, taking me far away, slowing. It fits Columbus in my arms. I just want to hold you in my story departure. Relations. Yeah, he's leaving. He really wants to stay. He's leaving. Yeah, now we come to the song I actually like. I didn't have Bill Lightfoot. I like his voice, raspy kind of voice. It's very, very expressive. He's very expressive in his singing. This is the song Edmund Fitzgerald, but I like a lot of good Lightfoot's music. He's a storyteller, and the song is a story. He's very, very good, I think, at creating a certain atmosphere. And here it's about a doomed voyage of a boat on Lake, on Lake Ontario, Lake Superior, in the winds of November, like a storm comes and Edmund Fitzgerald, and everybody dies. So it's a ballad. I think a beautiful ballad, beautifully sung. The words are beautiful. It rhymes really. The rhythm of the whole thing is really amazing. Very tragic, and it comes across. It's got a certain eeriness to it. Can almost be on that boat, where they're struggling against it. Gordon Lightfoot always had a unique voice and a unique sound. It's definitely malevolent in the sense that it's a song that's portraying nature over man. Right? This was a good boat, and the crew was good. The crew was experienced. The crew knew what they were doing, and the gales of November came early, and they didn't have a chance. Right? They didn't have a chance. When supper time came, the old cook came on deck saying, "Fellas, it's too rough to feed you." At 7 p.m., Hatchway caved in. He said, "Fellas, it's been good to know you." The captain, and again, he's a ballad singer. He's a storyteller. This is a song from 1966. It's kind of a classic. It's from before my time, but what is it? Something still. He has a song. Song it's a classic. You've been very generous, I guess, the last few days. Maybe you're taking a breather from your generosity today, but I don't think the Nazis are the subject for humor. But the same director who did Ninotchka, the fraud that gets discovered it's a huge hit. It makes money, and that's why they get in trouble. So even in Mel Brooks's The Producers movie, which is, I think, the best Mel Brooks movie, by far, the best Mel Brooks movie made is The Producers. I think second best Mel Brooks movie, you've never heard of it. It's called 12 Chairs. Those two are the best, by far, Mel Brooks movies made. Both his first two and his best two. All right. Thanks, Charles. But all right, we stopped. What happened to the stickers? They stopped. Robert declared $3.99 Tuesdays being a bargain. Everybody said, "Yeah, I don't want that bargain." They walked away. I don't know. You scared them away, Robert. All right, Andrew, you don't care that you're sneered at as bloodthirsty to thousands of people? Well, look at the smears against Rand. It's a cost of being an objectivist, though objectivism teaches the independence that helps one not care about smears. Yes, and look, I'm right. What's there to worry about? Right? I'm right. They're wrong. I know I'm right. I have, their whole position, their whole framework of anarchism is pathetic. It's ridiculous. It's anti-reality. And as ugly, as horrible it is to say some of the things I have to say, because it does involve, advocating for killing people, it's the right thing to do. It's what justice demands. It's what freedom demands. It's what sanity demands. Smith. It's a close to objective of freedom. That's what upsets me. If I'm going to be upset, I'm going to be upset at Dave Smith.
All right. What is this? Chernobyl.
The power from the nuclear reactor heats the water into steam, which then drives a turbine to generate power, which is done by fission. I do recommend watching my video about critical mass by simulating nuclear reactor and also an atomic bomb while going into deeper details about fission. But don't worry, I'll assume you're lazy and quickly recap now. I'll also start building up the model so we'll be able to simulate the Chernobyl reactor. The nuclear reactor uses uranium of the isotope 235. This element has the property of undergoing induced fission, which is when the element absorbs a neutron. The element will split, i.e. fission, into two new lighter dorsal elements and release three new.
What's keep happening? I don't understand. So I keep hearing something as if somebody's visiting, but I don't see anyone.
Neutrons. Now, these dorsal elements are not important for the bigger picture, so not to confuse yourself visually in the model. Instead of showing two dorsal elements, I'll simply just show whether the element is uranium-235 or not. Blue for uranium-235, gray if it isn't. You can stack many uranium-235 in a metal grid and fire a single neutron. We just create a nuclear chain reaction. This is what we want in a nuclear reactor. Although we want it a bit more controlled and not this explosive. In the reactor, you have different isotopes of uranium in the fuel, and only a few percentages is the fissile type, uranium-235. This is how the metal is extracted from the ground. Having highly enriched fuel in a reactor is not only extremely expensive, but also way too dangerous. You can see in this reaction with a lot less fissile material, the reaction seems way more stable. The goal, of course, is to get the reactor up to some amount of reactions per second, and once you are there, you keep stable by ensuring each loose neutron on average only hits a single uranium-235. Now I want to add two more things to the model before continuing. These are just for helping my model and not really of any importance in actual reactors. The first thing I want to add is the ability to replace used fuel. Since I only have around 1,000 simulated uranium nuclei, I need to be able to magically pop in new enriched uranium. The second thing I want to add in the model is the radioactive decay spontaneous neutron emission. This is when a radioactive element suddenly releases a neutron, a naturally occurring process. Let's give this property to all non-uranium nuclei, i.e. gray circuits. Building the simulation control rods, I want to simulate the same type of reactor used in the Chernobyl accident, the RBMK reactor, which apparently is not an abbreviation for a ridiculously badly made kettle. The first thing I want to add is control rods. Control rods have the property to absorb neutrons. And just to say it obvious, you can cool down a reactor blue by inserting control rods, and you can heat up a reactor red by removing the rods, allowing neutrons to flow freely. We don't have everything yet to fully simulate the RBK reactor and its downfall, but for now, let's run what we have. It's a very basic nuclear reactor model. Normally, reactor reactivity is measured in megawatts, but I'll just count the number of neutrons present in the reactor. You can see that number on top here. I coded some very basic automatic control of the control rods. Every second rod will go up if there's under 40 neutrons inside the reactor. If there's above 40, the control rods will be inserted instead of reciprocally. By slowly pulling out control rods, I'm able to increase reactivity safely, whereas reinserting the control rods decrease the reactivity. Building the simulation, water. Alright, let's keep adding real physics concepts to the model. As I briefly mentioned, the reaction is surrounded by water, which heats up and drives the turbine. I'll depict water as a small box. The water has a low chance of absorbing a neutron. Whenever a neutron scatters with water, it will transmit kinetic energy, heating up the water. In the model, let's add whenever a neutron is inside the water, it will heat it up. When the water is cold, I'm calling it blue, and then fading it into red as it gets hotter. But I also want when the water gets too hot, it evaporates. When this happens, the water is gone and can no longer absorb neutrons. In my model, this is going from red to completely gone. When water cools off, it compensates and reappears. Let's try it again and fire even more neutrons than last time. The front of the burst is mostly absorbed while heating up the water. This means the backside can easily propagate without being absorbed. In reality, of course, there will be some temperature exchange between each water block, but let's just ignore that fact. You not see the water reappears. So for our reactor, that means presence of a lot of water will keep reactivity down, whereas heating up the water will lead to holes or voids, and reactivity will go up even further. Reactors with this property are said to have a positive void coefficient. Let's see that in action from the example before with the control rods. Notice that I know how to lift the control rods even up further because the water is helping to absorb the neutrons. But because the control rods keep the reactivity down to 40 neutrons inside, you won't see enough neutrons to evaporate the water for now. You'll have to wait a bit to see the positive void coefficient in action. Building the simulation, xenon. For this chapter, I'll keep it short and concise and don't explain that much. After absorbing a neutron at a later time, the nuclei will have a chance to decay into the isotope xenon 135. I'll denote xenon with the same dark gray color as control rods. Xenon has the property to strongly absorb neutrons. Once it's a xenon element, the only way to undo that is for the element to absorb a neutron. This is what is referred to as burning away xenon. Now let's run the model again with the xenon property. You'll see once again, it's now part of the reactor, and you must raise the control rods even further to get the same reactivity level, around 40 neutrons.
Okay.
This is one of the craziest maneuvering missile videos I've ever seen.
What's going on? I didn't see Mordwand. Was he there? Sea Lion, yeah. Yeah, but I don't see anyone talking. They're not talking. Nobody's talking. So it's quiet, it's a quiet room. No activity. So if I'm not there, they're not talking. Then they're happy. As long as their entire purpose is to keep me quiet. Unless I'm not getting input who's talking, it doesn't matter. I don't want to be abused. That's the beginning, the middle, and the end of it.
Extremely high G. Going.
If you hold the rope like this and pull towards your... This trip alarm will stop all...
You're running a high-speed chase from the cops and you have some vehicle that has OnStar on it. They just hit a button and they just boom. Yeah. Slow your Cadillac down. Yep. Is that true? Make sure that's true. Can police use OnStar to disable a car? If the vehicle is parked and turned off, the OnStar advisor can use remote ignition block to prevent the engine from being restarted, allowing the police to recover the vehicle. You're running a high-speed chase from the cops and you have some vehicle that has OnStar on it. They just hit a button and they just boom.
This is Lieutenant Dan.
An American THAAD, or Terminal High Altitude Air Defense system, is being sent to Israel. Yes, it will be crewed by Americans, and yes, it could place Americans in danger. But one of my viewers asked me, how would the THAAD system defeat drones? Think of air defense as layers. So I drew this diagram to illustrate. Here are the Jews, and our mission is to protect their weather machine. Iron Dome is very short range. David's Sling is medium range. Patriot is medium to long range and almost reaches up into space. Israeli systems like Arrow 3 or the American THAAD can reach up into space and intercept theater ballistic missiles. Long-range systems like Patriot, Arrow, and THAAD are strategic systems that are typically protected by short-range weapons, like the Stinger missile. These short-range assets aren't organic to Patriot and THAAD, but they are attached as needed to protect against asymmetric threats. An American THAAD, or Terminal High Altitude Air Defense system, is being sent to Israel. Yes, it will be crewed by Americans, and yes, it could play.
The highest flying unmanned vehicle in the world, cruising around as high as 100 space needles on top of each other, the Zephyr can stay in air for months. The secret lies in the solar panels on its wings. Chances are it might be responsible for 5G networks one day.
I used the Starlink Mini this past week in Utah in the mountains. It's amazing.
It's amazing.
It's the size of this book.
It's amazing.
It's crazy. It literally fits in a small laptop case. My friend couldn't believe that was it. I was like, this is it.
It's $100. It's less than $100.
It's crazy. Yeah, in a year or two, it'll probably be straight to your cell phone, and you won't need that dish anymore. But right now, the dish is a small iPad. I used...
What happened to Peanut Crunch after Shark Tank? In 2015, Dr. Juan Salinas founded Perfect Life Nutrition with a mission to create a healthy snack that still tasted great. After many attempts, he succeeded with Peanut Crunch, a vegan and gluten-free snack made from natural ingredients. The snack is packed with protein and fiber. In 2020, he pitched Peanut Crunch on Shark Tank. The sharks were impressed by his background and commitment to health, but it was Mark Cuban who offered $400,000 for 25%. And after some negotiation, they struck a deal. The exposure from Shark Tank led to a massive boost in sales, with Peanut Crunch seeing a 1,000% increase. Salinas built his own production facility, allowing the company to expand its product line and reach more retailers like Walmart and Sprouts. As of 2024, Peanut Crunch is available nationwide, and the company continues.
Did you know that for Terminator 2, Robert Patrick undertook a rigorous...
There's a new Linux operating system that just shot up to the top of my priority list of things I gotta do. Things like this are exactly why I'm a PC nerd.
My kitten was worried I'd drown in the shower. I'm okay. I promise I'm not drowning. Yeah, I know. You want to save me.
China just created the ultimate graphics.
The Nobel Peace Prize was awarded.
This is Dash, and he's an archer training his pullback strength with his bow. The amount of force needed to pull back...
Today we're cooking a $200 piece of zebra.
What happened to Peanut?
Oh, Naya! Oh, okay, Naya.
Oh, wow.
There's a new Linux operating system.
Well, powered by 45 caliber.
I used the...
Why did SpaceX static fire this odd-looking starship?
The highest flying...
Fun fact. String...
Again? Maybe there is an issue? Let's try getting out and joining again. Voice connected. I don't know. Okay, let's. Okay, gravitation, time dilation. Ether based. So we'll just go with gravitation, time, dilation in the gravitational ether model. Gravitational time dilation in the gravitational ether model. So abstract diagrams. Gravitational time dilation. So we're just going to have the atomic clock having a wave, having a photon wave bouncing back and forth. Basically the same as the rubber ducky. Okay, so the ether, the gravitational ether is a fluid that fills the universe. The gravitational ether is a fluid that fills the universe. Divine. Okay. The gravitational ether is a fluid that fills the universe. It flows into massive bodies such as it's like they're reacting to how complete. It's a theory of everything. It's so complete and it's driving them insane. Like they're trying to, they're trying to ignore it, but then they see how powerful this theory is and how complete it is and how simple it is. Everything is explained so simply. Everything is explained. All of physics is explained, and it drives them insane. Oh, get on with it! Stop repeating yourself. Like, let me finish a sentence. Really? Did I explain to you why there must be a constant pressure? He wouldn't let me. No, no, no. You're not gonna talk. No, I'm going to abuse you because how dare you be so smart? How dare you come up with actual physics? This guy's like, let me teach you what a field is. I'm going to teach you. You never heard this definition before in your life. I will teach you. A field. Imagine a geometric space. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I never heard this before. I don't know what a field is. I'm like a complete dummy, dumb. Anyway, the gravitational ether is a fluid that fills the universe. It flows into massive bodies such as the Earth. As it flows, it drags along for the ride every object that is in its path. Objects such as apples and people are thereby dragged into the earth. This is the phenomenon that we call gravity. However, this gravitational ether is also the luminiferous ether of the ancients. It is the medium via which light waves. It is also, and that's all I need. I don't need to say any further. I'm just going to combine light with the ether and produce gravitational time dilation. Let me just close the window. What's definitely of a great convenience is this paper that I can present. It's very convenient to have a paper that I can present each time with diagrams. At the end of the day, it's only the diagrams that do the job. Words are not useful. I should be able to derive the actual pressure. Yeah. Should be interesting. Oh. All right. Wait, what's going on? Let's call him. Wait, is he listening to them? Who's this guy, Scott? Oh, he's making a presentation?
Concave Earth is stationary, right? It doesn't spin.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
All right, cool. Yeah, that's all.
I don't think it spins. From what I came to the conclusion of, it doesn't spin. I think I'm still, almost still at the moment. I don't think anything is perfectly still, not even things frozen at very low temp. Nothing is still. Not until it leaves this plane of the existence in which we live in. Then things might have the possibility of being still, but nothing is still in nature. Nothing is flat in nature. Hence why it's flat. But it's definitely not rotating and spinning around the sun. That's what I think.
But it definitely is. So you
Yeah,
got to work on your
I would feel
understanding of the world in
yeah.
which you live, man.
From what I've seen, I really don't think the sun is centered in our solar system.
Okay. You have every right to be wrong.
Yeah, I may be wrong, but I'm not lying.
Never said you were.
Yeah, that's just a quote I like using.
I think most flat earthers are not lying.
I've met some flat earthers that are lying about claims they make just for the sake of being a flat earther and defending that.
That's why I said most.
Reality. And same with the globe. Lots lie. And
Why are they wasting their time? Jesus, what is wrong with these people?
A very simple reality. So simple we have a hard time imagining that people don't understand it.
So
that you don't imagine what you imagine. It's not about understanding something that can't be found or demonstrated different than the horizontal.
Well, I can find it. Just because you can't find it doesn't mean I can't.
Well, where's it at? Show us on the wall what it looks like.
I can't show you. I can show off to other people.
I have no problem with horizontal. You guys
What's incredible is they're nice to each other. But when I talk, they have to attack.
Horizontal. They know. We'll make
everybody
the
else
material.
gets it, man.
And now
everybody else
you
gets
can't
it.
make the material. You're just telling stories and lies, just like that thing you were talking about, because you want to bust some globes, but you don't have an Earth curve stencil. That's physical material showing you know what you're talking about and what you showed your kid. Make it real physical. Send me one in the mail, and then we'll talk. And other than that, you're a liar.
Nobody needs to talk.
You're literally a liar. Both of you.
The mail.
Both of you
that
can't
will assume
make
anybody
Earth
wanted
curve
to talk to
stencils,
you.
so shut the hell up.
But nobody wants to talk to you, man.
Nobody wants to make an Earth curve stencil that believes they're on a globe that can find the Earth curve that knows all
to prove
about it.
anything to you.
Instead of de-escalating, they start attacking each other. Instead of having a gentleman-like discussion, they go after each other. Shut up. No one is de-escalating the conversation, so it ends up being a blood fight, a blood war. What do you call it?
It was really cool.
Where's the Earth curve stencil at?
I don't
That
need it. I have a
matches the
picture.
Earth's curve.
I have a
We don't
picture
need
of
no
it.
picture. We need this to hand out to people who
No,
survey
that's
water and
all
stuff.
I needed. All I needed was a picture. You might not be satisfied with the picture. The
Oh,
rest
cool
of us are.
cartoon story. Yeah, I know Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
on Santa Claus's lap when he?
Oh my god. All right, let's continue. So the luminiferous. This is the luminiferous. This is good. So, how the gravitational, how gravitational, how the gravitational ether model, how the gravitational ether model, how the gravitational ether model creates time dilation in the luminiferous ether. This is the unification. Okay. The gravitational ether model is a fluid model. Is a fluid is a model of a of an ocean of fluid that fills the universe. It flows into massive bodies such as the Earth. As it flows, it drags along for the ride every object that is in its path. Objects such as apples and people are thereby dragged into the Earth. This is the phenomenon that we call gravity. This is the gravitational ether model. The luminiferous ether model how do you spell luminiferous? The luminiferous ether model is similar is identical is an identical model. That was created by the ancients in order to explain how light waves in empty and seemingly empty space through the seemingly vacuum of empty space. Okay. How the gravitational ether model creates time dilation in the luminiferous ether model to create the quantum ether model. Unites the universal. It doesn't matter. It's just weird. Okay, the luminiferous ether model is an identical model that was created by the ancients in order to explain how light waves in seemingly vacuum in seemingly vacuum of empty space. In seemingly vacuum? In the seemingly empty vacuum of interstellar space. The fluid ether model, or we have already explained, how any fluid ether model creates the second postulate of Einstein's special relativity, namely that light that any medium that, that any medium. We already had that paper, so then just say that the speed of light is equal, namely that the speed of light is a constant. I don't know. That the speed of light is a constant. I don't want to waste time because at the end of the day, it's all about the diagrams. The speed of light is a constant. So what if the speed of light is a constant? As the gravitational ether flows into the earth, it slows down No, it doesn't slow down time. It slows down the ticking of clocks that whose ticking who tick through clocks who tick that tick via waves in this fluid, thereby creating time dilation. Hence, we have created gravitational time dilation. All right, let's go diagrams. Wait. Um, I wish I could. I guess I can use function F11 or just F11. What does that look like? It's okay. All right. So, what are we saying is going on here? So, we're going to have gravitational ether. This is the gravitational ether. Call out. This is the gravitational ether. Okay, this is the gravitational ether. Let's make it blue. All right, so that's the gravitational ether. Now we're gonna create a clock. And it's going to be transparent. This clock is going to have a it's going to have a ticking, a transmitter. So transmitter, let's see which shape. We did just two rectangles. Okay, somebody's talking. Dr. Alpha. F11. I can bring this over. All right. Okay, so we're going to have the usual receiver transmitter. I would say receiver and transmitter. I mean, receiver. You know what? I'll just copy paste this guy and make it smaller. So that will be the receiver and the transmitter. And then we're going to have on the other side okay. And now we're going to have this thing is going to wave. So this is a wave basically. We can rotate the wave 45 degrees like this. But it's waving in a diagonal. Hey, what's up? Terrific. How's life?
Pretty good.
What are you up to?
Just got home.
You
Got
just
home from the gym.
That's good.
Just chilling now. Yeah.
Wait, how tall are you?
How tall am I? I'm like 5'11" or something.
That's good.
I like to claim I'm 6 foot, but realistically I'm 5'11".
Do you date chicks that are taller?
I prefer chicks that are taller, low key. Like I wouldn't mind a chick that's taller than me.
But you like chicks that are taller?
Generally, yeah. Or around my height.
Yeah, I love tall chicks.
Yeah, same.
Interesting. Do you like athletic chicks?
Depends on what you mean by athletic. Like the ones that have more muscle than me. No, hell no.
Really? You don't like
skinnier?
You like skinny? Oh, I like thick.
That's one way to put it. But I prefer skinny.
I once dated. I met a chick who's much taller and it's like huge, just huge, like naturally huge. On a beauty queen, just unbelievable. But at the time, and she fell in love with me. But I had a girlfriend, so I couldn't. I met her through my girlfriend, so I couldn't make a move. It was just the most painful experience of my life.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
But I prefer taller and skinnier.
I mean, skinny is nice, but thicker is better. Like the heavier she is,
I
the
disagree.
better. Really?
The heavier she is, the better.
Of
what
course.
about like that one girl on like my 600-pound life?
No, not super fat. Like I like them that they're full. I don't like them to be. I don't like it when the muscles pop out. It's like it's unhealthy. I like them to be just full of muscle and fat, like balance, like and so it's natural. Like I don't like the pure bodybuilder. they're like famished. They don't have, they're completely dehydrated. It's scary.
Yeah, that's
Anyway,
what I don't like either.
so did you think about what we talked about last time about what did we talk about? Yeah, AI. You should try and pick up AI.
Yeah, I think I will like next semester whenever I transfer to university, which I think I'm transferring next year.
That's good.
So I'm working on. Yeah, I'm currently working on something because I have like a midterm for my political science class tomorrow.
That's
I've got to
good.
study for that.
Yeah, that's good.
Like after the midterm, I have like one more final left. That's all.
And you're a senior? Wow, just the first. Before you transfer, what? Oh, end of the year, first year.
Oh no, for the semester to be done.
This
for
is
this
your
class specifically.
This is your first semester.
Second. Well, no, technically third because the first semester I took was like one class, and I was still in high school. Or technically not in high school, but still studying for the GED.
So, how you said you're okay with math, right? You said you're okay with math. That's good. Yeah, you don't have to.
Yeah, I'm okay with math.
You don't have to be a genius in math. Like I'm not a genius in math. Like, I mean, I'm fairly excellent in math, but you know, I don't think I'm like when I took classes in math, I was always basically at the top of my class. But I don't. I always like when I watch YouTube videos that have math. I always poop my pants. It's always hard.
Yeah, I think math. Everyone can like learn math. It's like the easiest subject to learn, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean,
it's very straightforward.
Yes, if the material is presented to you like in small steps and you do all the exercises little by little, yeah, it becomes exactly the easiest thing ever. Anyway, so did you change your mind about the warming of the globalization?
Nope, not yet.
You're still panicking?
So I hear a convincing argument otherwise.
Wait, you're still?
I'm not panicking over that. That's the thing. Like, I don't think I'd mind that much if there was global warming.
So how are we different? So I mean, so how are we different? Why do you even bring it up? Then you agree
because I believe it exists.
But you agree it's a nothing burger. You realize they're going to destroy the world economy over it. I mean, they are destroying the world economy over it. You realize
I think the economy is going to go up.
You realize.
Well, I think.
Listen to this. Listen to this. So the Middle East is about to blow up the planet because, at the end of the day, because of global warming. Putin has all this power because of global warming. Global warming is destroying the civilization. Right? If the US pulled out of the ground all the oil and gas and natural resources that we have, we wouldn't need the Middle East. We would just, the Middle East wouldn't have any money. And then it would be, it would calm down. There wouldn't be any money flowing into all these crazy, like Iran would not have money to fund its terrorism. And the same goes for Putin. Putin has all this power because he sells natural resources. He sells gas and oil and other resources, because in the West, like, we don't dig for anything. Like, you try to dig anything, they don't let you. Whatever you try to dig out of the ground, they stop you. So, and that's why all these dictators have all this power. So these dictators are going to take over the world because the West is killing itself.
Well, I disagree with any sort of, what was that thing? It was called like the Paris Agreement or something like that. I'm totally against that because it's going to make our energy prices even higher.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. So it's not only the question, is there global warming, which I'm not sure there is. I don't think there is. It's not. I don't know if there's global warming. If there is, I don't know if it's going to be severe. I don't know if it's going to warm enough. I don't know if it's going to cause the melting of the caps. I don't know if it's going to cause sea rise. I don't know. We're talking about so many unknowns. And if it does all these things, we'll handle everything. It's nonsense. And if we don't, we'll move. And if it costs more, it costs more. Who cares? You're talking about literally 1,000 years from now or something. This is ludicrous. If we stay on this planet in the next 1,000 years, we're doomed. Of course, we're doomed. We're not going to survive. This planet is a shooting gallery with all the asteroids and all the wars. Now Ukraine wants an atomic bomb because they can't defend against Putin. And at this rate, Israel is not going to have a choice but nuke Iran. What? We're not leaving Israel any choice.
True.
Iran tried to murder the leader of Israel. They sent a literal drone into his house. It exploded in his house. Did you hear about it?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah. So what? You think this can just continue forever? Anyway,
I mean,
what? My point is, it's just another.
I don't think the federal government should be taking over any action about climate change. They shouldn't be boycotting oil, boycotting gas,
Okay, but
and raising gas prices and
that's
making it less accessible to the American people.
exactly. That's what
And
I
they should be
mean.
selling it. Yeah,
Exactly. That's what I
they should be.
mean.
They
That's
should
what
start
I.
drilling in Alaska. I think it's
Yes,
perfectly reasonable too.
and we should, and they should allow living in Alaska. Like I see all these pictures, all these picturesque locations with endless forests. Why is there all these forests? Why don't they let people build skyscrapers and move there? It's like it's so beautiful. For whom? For the bears? Why does no one get to live there? What is this endless nonsense? Everywhere you drive in the US, there's all these beautiful places that no one enjoys. It's like endless and like in New York, I know there's in upstate New York, you can drive forever and like they don't let you build if you want to say if you want to build like a skyscraper right on the water, they don't let you. But it's all garbage. Anyway, they don't let you do anything these days. They're blocking everything, and they keep using nonsensical reasons every time. It's another nothing burger that they use in order to take away our freedom.
But I think one thing we do disagree is that animal factory farming is one of the main causes of global warming because of the CO2 emissions released by the cows and pigs.
That's literally impossible. That's literally impossible.
How is it literally impossible?
Because
they release CO2 emissions yet.
Where do they get the CO2?
Where do they get the CO2? When they consume oxygen,
where do
they breathe out CO2.
Oxygen, fine.
And
where
if we produce cows on a mass scale, they're going to start producing so much CO2.
No. It's mathematically impossible. Where do they get the C? Right? The cows, you're telling me the cows give off CO2, right? So where do they get the carbon from? What is this carbon? Where does it come from? From the ground? They dig it up from the fossil fuel. Where is the carbon coming from?
How do they get this carbon? I think it's from the food that they consume, right?
From where's the food?
Because every single food that they consume is practically carbon based.
Where is the carbon coming from? The food, the carbon food, where is that coming from?
It's coming from growing crops.
Okay, and where does
using seeds?
But where does the carbon for the crops come from?
Jesus, the seeds. See, when seeds
when a seed grows into a tree, where does the carbon for the tree come from? The tree's carbon.
Mm-hmm.
Where is the carbon coming from?
Well, I don't know. I don't think it really matters either, because the matter of fact is when they
Answer the
consume
question.
oxygen, they're going to release that carbon.
Answer
And
the
if we didn't
answer the question. You'll see that you make no
okay,
sense.
look. The trees are consuming carbon, right? They're consuming carbon.
Yes,
and
from
they're turning that
where?
into oxygen.
But from no, they don't.
Air.
Exactly. So how did they? Wait, there's carbon in the air. What did the trees consume from the air?
The trees consume oxygen.
No.
Then they produce carbon. Well, no, other way around. They breathe in carbon.
How
then
do they
produce
breathe?
oxygen.
How do they breathe in carbon? Carbon is wood. Carbon is carbon is a solid. How do they?
CO2. Technically CO2.
What do you mean technically? What do you mean technically? What do you mean?
If you really want to get down to the technical,
what do you mean
part of it,
technical? What do you mean
carbon,
technical? This is
carbon dioxide.
This is kindergarten.
CO2.
This is kindergarten. Kindergarten is technically in kindergarten. They taught you technically. This is kindergarten. Every baby knows. Okay, and where
Well, if
does
it's
the
down
C
to the
and
technical
where did the CO2 come into the atmosphere from?
Us, when we breathe in oxygen, we release CO2.
Well, you could even say from the cows, right? The cow. It's just a cycle
the
of
cows.
life. So the cows,
Every single-
you say the cows release CO2. The CO2 goes into the grass. The grass becomes grass because of the C. It releases the O2. It consumes the C. The grass is the C, the carbon. The cows eat the carbon, inhale the oxygen, and this is a cycle. It's called the carbon cycle. This is the cycle of life. This does not give off anything. This is pure conservation of mass. With the energy comes from where? The energy for the cycle comes from where? What drives this cycle? Right? The cycle of life. What drives it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking.
Life. Life itself.
No. What drives the cycle? The cycle takes energy, right? The plants, when they turn the carbon dioxide, when they break the molecule of carbon dioxide, that takes energy. Where do they take this energy from to break the CO2 into C and O2? Where does
I would assume like the sun or something.
Yeah, it's
like
the sun. That's photosynthesis.
Yeah.
Photosynthesis is
exactly.
Yeah, it breaks the CO2 into C. They keep the C. They throw the O2. O2 for plants is poison. They keep the C, the carbon. The carbon becomes the plant. The plant grows. That is the carbon. And this is the cycle of life driven, the carbon cycle driven by the sun.
Yep.
Yeah. So when you say that the cows give off, when you say the cows give off carbon dioxide, does that make any sense? To tell me that the cows create, that makes sense? The cows...
maybe not create is the best word. They convert oxygen into
I don't care.
carbon
The question is,
dioxide.
do cows contribute to the emission of CO2?
Correct. They do. Because that's part of the cycle of life.
It's a cycle.
Why
There's
wouldn't
no
it be?
contribution. It's a net zero. The cows are net zero. The biosphere is a net zero. There's no emission of CO2 from cows.
Let me ask you this. So let's just say that a bunch of cows are produced, which they are. There's like maybe 1 billion or some cows that are produced tomorrow. They're going to have some sort of effect on the atmosphere and what we breathe in and what we breathe out.
What do you mean produce? Wait. Hold on. Do you agree that as long as the cows are alive, let's say we're just, let's just let the cows live. You agree? Living cows cannot emit CO2. Agree or disagree? Just cows living.
What do you mean by emit?
I don't know. You said cows are the biggest contributors to CO2. Do you agree?
One of the biggest.
Do you agree that cows, just living cows, as long as the cows are alive, eating the grass and pooping and farting and eating the grass and pooping, just living cows, you agree, are net zero carbon emitters. They're net zero. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree.
Okay, then explain.
Okay, so first off, the whole cycle of life, it's dependent on the life within that cycle too.
What?
Like, let's just say it was predominantly animals. Like, for example, you, me,
No. Let's
cows, pigs,
separate variables. Let's
and
simplify.
we were to eliminate the majority of the plants.
No. Let's
there won't be breathable air for us because we will all die out because we have a lack of oxygen because the plants are what converts the carbon.
Stop.
Cool. What?
Stop. So let's simplify the discussion. I just have cows. Just the cows. Do you agree or disagree? The cows are net zero when it comes to CO2. Agree or disagree?
I disagree.
Okay. Explain to me how just the cows are not net zero. Go ahead.
Just the cow is not net zero.
Yeah.
It's because the cows breathe in oxygen. Yeah. And when an animal such as a cow breathes in oxygen, they're going to release carbon dioxide as a result.
Yeah. And we went through the cycle.
And when there's a mass amount of cows, there's going to be an unexpected amount of carbon dioxide.
What do you mean
cows.
What do you mean unexpected? It's a cycle. Whatever.
It's not going to be natural because we keep reproducing these cows
wait,
at a mass scale.
Wait. It doesn't. It doesn't. Wait. Let's assume a constant population of cows. You agree that a constant population of cows is net zero CO2 contributor, right?
What do you mean by net zero CO2 contributor?
Net zero, they don't contribute CO2. They don't contribute to the balance of CO2, to the concentration of CO2. I mean, they contribute, but it's a cycle. So they don't, on net, it's net zero. They don't increase the amount of CO2 on Earth. The amount of CO2 is a constant. They don't create CO2 out of thin air. They don't dig CO2 from the ground. Yes.
So you think the amount of CO2 is just a constant for the cycle of life?
Well, I mean, if we assume that the number of cows.
The problem is that
if we assume, let's simplify. Let's simplify this equation. I don't want it to run away. So let's assume a constant number of cows. Yeah. Then the cows, they eat the grass. They emit CO2. The CO2 becomes the grass, and they eat the grass again. And that's it. And this can go on ad infinitum. There's no creation of any more CO2. There cannot be. It would be a violation of conservation of mass. You cannot create new materials out of thin air. So it must be a cycle.
Yes, but the only problem is that CO2 takes different forms during that cycle. Like it can take the form of oxygen if it's produced by a plant. If a plant takes in CO2,
it's a continuous.
Then it's going to produce oxygen as a result.
But the
CO2 then turns into oxygen, which is not going to.
But it's a continuous. It's a continuous cycle. So the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere is a constant. The amount of cows is a constant. The amount of grass is a constant. Right? We can maintain. You can imagine a cycle of life that is completely balanced. Let's say.
Well, I don't think it's completely balanced. That's the problem. There's going to be too many cows that are being produced on a mass scale.
Let's assume. Hold on, step by step. Let's assume some constant. Let's say I'm a farmer with a constant number of animals on the farm. I have 1,000 cows. I've had them since forever. I'm going to have them forever. You agree that these 1,000 cows will never, ever be net contributors to CO2 emission? Yes or no?
I don't know.
What was there not to know? It's a cycle. It's a carbon cycle. So what do you
Yes,
think?
but it's dependent on
What do you think that CO2
how.
is right? You need to create new CO2 in order to change the concentration of CO2. You need to create more CO2. How would you create more CO2? Right? It's a cycle. Let's say it's
What would I create?
in a perfect cycle.
Well,
In a perfect cycle, right? The concentration of CO2 cannot change. Assuming a perfect cycle. Let's simplify the discussion. Let's assume we managed to create a perfect cycle. Number of cows is a constant,
hmm
amount of grass is a constant. Therefore, the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere must be a constant.
yes,
And
but that's not the case in reality.
fine. I don't know. Well, so that's why I think that whatever measurements you're making, they must be wrong. That's my because my theory says that it's impossible to change the concentration. I start questioning everything. And because everything is driven by politics and by money, there's so much money and pressure that I don't trust anything. I see on Discord, I argue with people about quantum mechanics and they want to kill me. People are so burning with passion about meaningless things. Imagine if it's your job and your job depends on global warming. You need to show the politician he needs global warming. Otherwise, you don't get the budget. You're fired. You have no job.
hmm
Imagine under what pressure you're going to be. But we're going to leave that aside. So, but you agree that if we assume a constant number of cows, constant amount of grass, constant land, it doesn't really matter how many cows you have. They cannot be contributing to CO2. As long as you maintain a constant, then there cannot be CO2 emission. Cannot mathematically there cannot be any contribution of CO2 to the universe. Agree or disagree?
Yes, if it's a constant,
Yes, if it's a constant. Okay.
which that's not the case.
I don't know. I don't know. But you
Well, if
said,
it's not the case, then there
hold
can't
on.
be a constant
Wait.
rate of
Okay.
CO2.
Okay. So now let's grow. Let's add one more cow. Okay. So we add one
Okay.
more cow. For the one more cow, we need more grass, right? Let's say we cut the forest. I don't know, and we have more grassland. Did the
hmm
concentration of CO2 change? If we add another cow, does the concentration of CO2 change?
Well, if we don't add any grass, then yes.
Then it's not going to have enough food. So let's say we grow more
What if we
food.
just underfeed them? What if we just underfeed them and feed them to something that they're not
Let's
supposed to eat?
let's simplify the discussion. Let's assume we grow, right? We grow more grass. Let's assume we grow more grass. Let's assume that. Then you agree again we don't have net CO2 emission.
Yes, if we grow more grass and
Yeah.
it's at a regular rate. But if we were
Whatever.
to underfeed them or feed them a completely different substance that's going to replace grass
It
and
doesn't.
is not going to be
It doesn't
natural,
matter if it's
it's going to
grass. It
change.
doesn't matter if it's grass. It doesn't matter if it's grass. Whatever we feed them, as long as we keep feeding them, it's just a cycle. As long as we feed the cows, it's just a cycle. Actually, we can never change the composition of the atmosphere through this process. Even if we have 1 trillion cows, as long as they're eating, it's part of a cycle. The concentration of CO2 cannot change. It doesn't matter if it's one cow or 1 billion trillion cows. How does it matter? As long as we feed them, the food is the sequestered carbon. The food is the sequestered carbon that we pulled out of the atmosphere. As long as there is this life cycle, as long as the cycle is the same, I don't see how you could have any emission, how you can ever claim that the cows are producing CO2. right? For every cow that you bring into life, you're going to buy more food. The farmers are going to produce more food. That food is sequestered carbon that you pulled out of the atmosphere. So you lowered the concentration of CO2. But the cow is eating more, it's producing more CO2. Yeah, but it must balance. It cannot not balance. It's impossible. How? And if the cow creates more CO2, that means if there's more CO2 in the air, that means there's less food for the cow. That's impossible. Then the cow dies. Then again you have balance. This system is self-balancing perfectly, with mathematical precision. So the statement, the cows are producing CO2, is a lie. It cannot ever be. It's a violation of math. It's not a violation of the data. I don't need data for it. It's just bad math. Agree or disagree?
It's once again, it's dependent on what the cow consumes. Like if the cow
No,
consumes something that, yes,
no.
it does.
I just proved
Because
to
if we
you.
were to feed the cow
It
something
doesn't.
else,
It doesn't matter. It
well,
doesn't
not
matter.
every single form of,
It
not
doesn't
every single
matter.
vegetative thing
It doesn't matter.
produces the same amount of
It does
CO2.
no.
Yes, it would
It
matter because if
doesn't.
every
The food is sequestered. See, do you know what the word sequestered means? It means
no.
the food contains the carbon. What do you think food is? That's why I kept
Yes,
on.
food has carbon, but it
No,
isn't going to produce the same.
no. The food is carbon. And that's why I kept discussing with Divine. The food,
No.
yes,
The food isn't carbon
yes,
itself. It's carbon based. There's a
no.
big difference between carbon bases
Fine,
and
whatever.
it
But
actually being pure carbon.
fine. But at the end of the day, the cow needs the carbon. At the end of the day, nothing but the carbon is food. The carbon is the sugars. The carbon is the carbs. The carbon is the fat. The carbon is everything. All these organic molecules are carbon based. The
Yeah.
amount at the end of the day, the balance must the diet, the nutrition must be balanced. Unless you change the nutrition.
No.
What?
Let's just say that there's something that's completely carbon based and versus something that's going to have like one
Let's
carbon
assume. Okay, let's assume the
molecule.
diet. Let's assume
And
that.
then there's going to be a bunch of other things that
Let's
have a bunch of calories and it's going
let's
to be able to feed the cow itself.
let's
If we
let's
fed
ass-
that to the cow,
let's
the cow
assume
would produce more CO2
let's
emissions than it's given.
let's assume the cow diet doesn't change, right? The cow diet doesn't change. It's the same diet. They eat either grass or grain or whatever they eat. Usually, lately, I see more and more videos where they give the cows more and more healthy stuff to eat because they produce better milk and better meat. And right, the farmers want the highest quality food. It doesn't matter. There's no reason. Let's assume that the diet stays the same as the amount of cows grows.
Yeah.
What? You falling asleep?
No.
Anyway, do you agree that cows cannot impact concentration of CO2? Agree or disagree?
Okay, I just made another point. Like I was making a point where if you consume something that is, let's just say, has 4 carbon molecules and a bunch of other stuff, so you're going to have to eat a bunch of these
Let's assume
organic molecules.
I don't want to get into that. Assume a constant diet. Assume there's no change in the diet of cows. Let's assume that. Assume
And
there's
yes, there'd be no impact on the CO2 emissions.
okay. Look, and basically, as far as I know, there's no revolution you cannot have a revolution in what cows eat. They need to eat green grass or grain or brown grass, whatever, dry grass. At the end of the day, it's not going to change. And it doesn't matter if it changes. At the end of the day, it's sequestered carbon. It's mostly by far carbon. Most of what we consume by far is carbon. It's all carbon. Fat is carbon, carbs is carbon, sugar is carbon. Everything that we consume is carbon. If it's not carbon, we don't need it. And our body has nothing to do with it. Like gum, you don't swallow.
What about H2O?
H2O is just, to clean the blood and to, the body is H2O, but fine, H2O. H2O, it comes and goes. You don't change H2O. You don't break down H2O into H and O. Nobody breaks down H2O. So H2O, they don't impact H2O. Cows don't have any impact on H2O. The amount of H2O, it's like, who cares? Cows are actually sequestered H2O. So less H2O in the air, that's actually good for the environment because H2O is by far, it causes global warming compared to CO2. It's by far a more massive molecule. CO2 is insignificant next to H2O. O is 32. O weighs 32, and C weighs 12. Right? C carbon is 12. Oxygen is I think 32. So it's almost 3 times as heavy. C Oh wait, CO. Wait. CO2. Oh, CO2. It has two O's. No, CO2 is much heavier than H2O. But CO2 is a gas. H2O is, I think, it's covalent, so the gas is much. I don't know. As far as I know, H2O causes much more global warming. But also H2O is clouds, and some clouds are gray. I don't know. It's complicated. So I don't want to have a position on H2O. H2O is what I don't have. I don't know what about H2O. I don't have a position about the H2O. Assuming constant H2O in the atmosphere, because I don't know where it goes. Anyway, you see why it's a nothing burger. When you actually start analyzing, you see it cannot be. It cannot be. It cannot be. It's a nothing burger. It's nothing. It never was, never
And
will
why
be.
is research showing otherwise?
Because there's so much money. Look, I was involved with a business venture because we money was on the table, and they told us, hey, if you put together a business plan that with the solar energy, with green energy, we'll give you money. So I'll take it. So there's money. There's so much money in this green revolution. There's so
So you
much.
think they're just faking it for money?
It's like religion. No one is faking religion. No one is faking anything. I was part of it. I used to believe in global warming, and even when I don't believe in global warming, if you pay me to say I believe in global warming, I'll say. If you pay me, I'll say. Well, I'll say whatever you want. If you pay me, what do I care? I'll burn this planet if you pay me, which is what at the end of the day, we that's how it works. So that's the way it is. So for whatever reason, sometimes religions show up and grow, and sometimes global warming shows up and grows for whatever reason. It's good for everyone. Everyone, look. Do you believe in Schmovid? Do you think there was something there? I don't
I
know. I mean,
believe it exists.
yeah, maybe. But did we need to shut down the world economy? No, of course not. Of course not. It was Trump actually. I mean, there was no. Of course, there was no reason to shut down the world economy. There was no reason to treat it in any way different than the glue. Sorry, I can't say anything because the very fact that I can't talk about it, that if I talk about it, they take down my video. That should tell you everything. We live in a world where they censor everything. We don't know the truth about anything. We live in constant fear of talking about this stuff. So we don't have any knowledge about anything. So you're telling me that we have knowledge of global warming? I doubt it.
So we don't have knowledge is essentially what you're saying, because it's all driven by money at the end of the day. So all this research that's put into it is all driven by money.
Try taking a day off and writing comments that you're skeptical of global warming, and see how you don't survive the day. See what kind of vitriol, what kind of attacks you get, what they call you. You're not going to survive. You're not going to tell me that there is professors in academia that are not under incredible pressure and sometimes maybe even have their lives threatened. You're not going to convince me. Of course, there's so many lunatics on the left. Look at all these Greta Thunberg nutcases. We live in fear. We live in constant fear. I am afraid. Once I talk about this topic, I know this video is going to get some sort of a strike. All the videos that I was making about these topics always got taken down one by one. One by one. We can't talk. And YouTube is afraid of the Greta Thunbergs. And the Greta Thunbergs, she's a little kid. You can't talk about her. You cannot talk to her about her. If you say something, you're out. They take you out. She's like a super protected class. And so this is unstoppable. This phenomenon is unstoppable, untouchable. This is very dangerous for the existence of humanity, because easily this can create, this can collapse into a North Korea situation or a Mao Zedong situation. This is but this is where we live. So for you to believe in this like nilly willy, yeah, everybody says, yeah, I'm sure nobody can be wrong. What's your opinion?
I don't think it would be money driving because, for example, the U.S. is not getting any benefit from global warming being an existent thing.
But
Because
the U.S.
if they want to start drilling in Alaska, that'd make a big net positive for our economy.
Yeah, but the U.S. You have to remember,
like Putin
but
and
you have
Iran
to
ahead of us because we aren't taking action of it.
But you
so
have
why
to,
would we be taking action of it, and why would research
because
funded
because
by
the U.S. because the U.S.
confirm
doesn't
it's true?
Because the U.S. doesn't exist. At the end of the day, it's me who exists, and I don't care if the U.S. makes money or doesn't. The question is, will I make money? Right? Will I make money if I'm pro or against global warming? And the fact is that like if I speak against global warming, I get attacked. So I'm going to shut up. I'm not going to talk about it. The mob wins. If the mob win is to promote global warming, then that's what's going to happen. So it's a mob. It's unpredictable to tell me that because the U.S. it's not good for the U.S. So what? So what? Was many things are not good for the U.S. So what? Who cares? Greta Thunberg. It's good for Greta Thunberg. Global warming is good for Greta Thunberg. That's it. That's all you need to know. It's good for her. So she's gonna push and push and push, and she's unrelenting. And there's many like her, and they're unrelenting, and they're very dangerous. These people are psychopathic. So what? She looks like a little girl. So what if she's a little girl? So what? So she can't block traffic? She can block traffic. So what happens when a fire truck goes through? The fire truck is not going to go through. So people will burn. People will burn. Who cares? She doesn't care. She doesn't care. An ambulance comes in. No, an ambulance is not going to go. Somebody needs to drive through to the hospital. She doesn't care. But they're dying. She doesn't care. She doesn't care. She's a psychopathic lunatic. She doesn't care. These people don't care. These are little children. And everybody is terrified because who is going to speak against Greta Thunberg? You're going to get chopped off. You're going to get your head chopped off. So you can't talk against her. So that's it. And that's how democracy dies, and that's how civilization collapses, and that's where we're headed. What say you?
I do not support Greta Thunberg. I don't support stop oil activists either. I don't support the federal government making sort of laws concerning climate change. My position is that it exists, and then it would be disastrous if the sea level were to rise.
Why would it be a disaster?
I think we've been over this a couple of times. It's because that these coastal cities will get flooded. Trillions of dollars of real estate will just go down the drain. Real estate in the Midwest
But
will
you
cost
realize,
more.
okay, but you realize it's not going to be overnight, right? It's going to rise even 1 centimeter a year, which it's not. It's like 1 millimeter. But let's say even 1 centimeter a year, right? So, look, you can protect the coast. People have been protecting coasts, but let's say you don't want to protect the coast because Greta Thunberg doesn't allow you. Okay, so you don't protect the coast. All right, so the buildings start deteriorating, fine. So people leave. It's not overnight. Now the buildings.
Yeah, sure. It doesn't really matter if it's overnight. This real estate's still going to be cleared up eventually.
But
When
eventually,
that's gone,
but
it's going to
every
be
building.
non-existent. It's not going to be able to purchasable. Same with the buildings. They're not
Wait.
going to be able to be saved or anything like
But
that.
every building,
They're all going to be eliminated.
Every building, when you build it, it has a lifetime. Buildings don't live forever. Bridges don't live forever. Roads, these things need to be taken down. A building has a lifetime. After its lifetime, it goes to the garbage. So, like, buildings usually are designed for about 100 years. So a lot of these buildings, we're not talking about tomorrow morning. We're talking about at 1 centimeter a year, which we're not. But even at 1 centimeter a year, we're still talking about many years. We're talking about the lifetime of the buildings. The buildings need to go to the garbage one way or the other. So you're not losing all the money. It's not like you're destroying all the new buildings. People will realize, okay, the sea rise, the sea's level is rising. Let's move away. They're gonna stop building.
Yeah, but the property will be gone. The properties themselves are going to be gone, which we don't see often when a building goes away.
Okay,
the property's still there,
but the property,
but the properties
that doesn't
is going to be
cost.
gone. Like
But a property doesn't cost money because property you have somewhere else. Property,
yeah, it still costs money because there's some sort of value tag put on every single property out there in existence.
No, but you're gonna get new right. If it gets warmer, that means Alaska is gonna be easier to live in. Canada, Antarctica. Most of the planet right now is unlivable. Plus, if you have more CO2, then the Sahara Desert will come back to life. A lot of the deserts will come back to life because the Sahara Desert became a desert because it's missing CO2 because the CO2 went underground. If we keep digging up the CO2, there's going to be more CO2. We're going to grow the biosphere. Sooner or later, the Sahara will come back to life. If we're actually going to elevate CO2 levels in the atmosphere, the Sahara will become green again. The Sahara.
Would it be green again at the same time that coastal cities such as New York City, LA, San Diego, when those places are flooded, will the Sahara Desert be green?
Let's say New York is flooded, but the Sahara is green. The Sahara is probably 1,000,000 times bigger than New York City.
Yeah.
California, the deserts in California are 1,000,000 times bigger than New York. New York City is a dot. It's a speck. It's a speck of dust compared to the rest of the planet. So if the rest of the planet becomes greener and warmer and more comfortable, that's a good thing. On average, this planet is inhospitable. The planet will become more hospitable. That's great.
Yeah, but it won't be there at the same time like full states are flooded. The Sahara Desert won't be green when full states are flooded.
But on
Alaska
average,
and Antarctica aren't going to be habitable.
But on average,
there is.
You don't know. On average, look, if the planet gets warmer and with more CO2, then on average the planet becomes more livable. You're going to get more of a biosphere. You're going to have more a livable planet. We're talking about hundreds of years from now. And that is if we don't get off the planet, if we don't do like we could still block the sea rise, and I don't even think there is a sea rise because I don't even think there's any warming because I don't think you can change the CO2 because the because the CO2 always gets absorbed in the cycle of life. You can't really change the CO2 level, as we discussed with the cows. So too, when you dig up fossil fuels, you can't really change the CO2 level in the atmosphere because if it rises, then you have more plants. Then the biosphere absorbs it, and the concentration of CO2 cannot rise. On a living planet, the concentration of CO2 in the long run cannot rise. You can shock the CO2 level instantaneously, but very quickly it's going to get absorbed into the biosphere. So the whole thing is complete and utter nonsense. The whole thing is complete nonsense. This thing doesn't take off the ground. This is nonsense to the power of nonsense from every which way you examine it. The whole thing makes no sense. No one should have given this a second thought. This is not worth talking about. It's only crazy people like Greta Thunberg who push it and push it, but these people are powerful and they have very powerful people behind them. And the politicians love her and love the concept. The Democrats, they love it. They love panicking. All the politicians love panicking. Even Donald Trump, when push came to shove, he loved the schmovid. And he loved panicking about the schmovid. And he loved blaming China for schmovid. So even Donald Trump loved the panic. So imagine a normal politician, how they love global schmorming. They love it. They love Greta Thunberg when she starts crying and yelling and breathing and exhaling and inhaling. Oh, they love it. They love the panic. And the news, they love it. And the academia, they love it. Everybody, this is like, she makes a very prosperous, she has like an entire economy around her. The economy of Greta Thunberg. It's like an entire economy that lives off this madness. Yes. Your thoughts. Are you alive?
I guess so, but I don't really think politicians like Greta Thunberg.
Politicians love panicking, love panics. Panics.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Look, a politician, imagine this. A politician in a perfect world doesn't have work. We don't need a politician if the world is perfect. But if we have some emergency, then now we need a politician. So politicians always love creating panics. The politicians and panics go together. So politicians love Greta Thunberg and they love global schmorming and they love the schmovid and they any chance to panic, they'll take it. Any chance to panic. And a lot of people are the same. It's not just Greta Thunberg and the politics. Most people don't like a boring life. People like excitement. People want there to be an emergency. Emergency is fun. People love it. They love to panic. When you panic, you can get chicks easier. You can bang more chicks when there's panic. Chicks love panicking. It's so romantic. You have wars and this and that and that. That's life. Life. That's and people they don't want to say they don't say it, but people love panicking. So we're doomed. We are doomed. We're not gonna survive this. We're not gonna survive. There's too many forces are pushing humanity to self-destruction that it's hopeless. Unfortunately.
True.
Yeah.
I've already taken my stance on that. I said that federal government should not get involved with anything to do with climate change.
Wait, I have Nicole. Nicole Hi, Nicole. Who is Who is Greta Thunberg? She doesn't know because I'm mispronouncing it. It's Greta Thunberg. Maybe you know her by Greta Thunberg. I don't know if she's still here. She's probably gone already. Oh my god, I miss Nicole so much. Anyway, so there you go. Yeah, we're not gonna survive. I mean, it's obvious, and it's getting worse. The panicking is getting worse and worse. I mean, we had Schmovid. I don't know what the next Schmendemic is going to be like. It's going to be much worse, much worse. Because this time, and we barely survived. We could have, we could have been in Schmovid until today. I don't know. I don't remember why they took us out of Schmovid. Like this, Schmovid is still around. It's not like Schmovid went away. Why would Schmovid go away?
Yeah.
It's still here. So why are we walking around without masks? How is this possible?
Not as much panic about it.
Right, the panic, burnt itself out, I guess. But the next time we might not be so lucky because the next time we might get a politician who is going to create a North Korea out of America. He's going to use the panic to create North America, North Korea, North America. The next politician is the next politician is just going to create North Korea. He's going to say no, you have to stay at home and you have to stay safe and stay home and stay safe and wear your mask and you have to get your vaccine. Every day you're going to get every day you're going to get a new vaccine and more vaccines you have to get and you saw the people that panicked. Half of the population lost their mind, if not more. People love this panic. They love it, and they're going to take away all our rights. We're going to have zero rights, and people are going to squeal on each other. They're going to tell on each other. You're not going to be able to. Your children are going to tell on you, and everybody's going to tell on everybody. That's how it works in North Korea. You cannot survive because the system is so strong. The political system is so powerful. And it drives everyone in exactly to where they want you to go. So you're going to tell on all your friends and all your family because otherwise you're going to die of starvation. They're going to starve you. They're going to tell you can't eat meat. No meat, not the cows. Is CO2. The CO2. They're going to bring Greta Thunberg and she's going to start inhaling and exhaling. And you'll see. And everybody's gonna say, oh, you cannot talk against Greta Thunberg. You cannot talk against her. Greta Thunberg. You cannot talk against her. And you're not gonna talk against her because if you do, they'll chop your head off. Because she exhaled and inhaled like a crazy person, and you don't want her to inhale and exhale because she's Greta Thunberg. So no, you cannot eat meat, and also you cannot eat fruits and vegetables because it's CO2. The fruits and the vegetables they also emit CO2. Everything emits CO2. They're gonna starve you just like they starved the population in North Korea. They're gonna find a reason to starve you, so you're gonna be always hungry. So whatever you're told, you'll do just to survive, just to get the next bug to eat. Anyway. Questions thus far?
I mean, I think it makes sense, but I still believe in climate change. At the end of the day, I think it's still an existent thing because it's still possible that. I think by starting the last conversation about climate change, I think I still hold some sort of position, but I don't think that animal factories necessarily contribute. I'm going to do some research on that.
Okay. All right, man. All right. Look, I don't blame you. Like for you, this is overwhelming. It's like, what the heck am I talking? What the heck is this guy talking about? What the heck? Greta Thunberg, she said there's global warming. What is this guy's crazy? Greta Thunberg said there's global warming. She inhaled and exhaled. That's all the evidence I need. She inhaled and exhaled. I saw it live on television. I saw her inhaling and exhaling. She was like, and she's going to look down. Her face will be down, but her eyes will be up. And she's going to talk to the camera quietly. And she's going to inhale and exhale. Yeah. And that's all the she's gonna do everything the politicians need, and the politicians will embrace her. And the media will embrace her because the media love panics. That's how they sell, right? CNN made all its money in the panic of the Schmovid. Because you were always home watching the Schmovid. The Schmovid! The Schmovid! Oh my god, the Schmovid! Yeah. That's how they make all their money. They make all their endless money from you sitting at home. Not you, but most people sit at home and just watch CNN, telling us how there's schmovin, emergency, the schmovin emergency. That's it. So the media loves it, the politicians love it, the academia loves it because academia is the same, right? Academia is the same story. So you have the politicians are paying the academia to do research and grants and more grants and more grants and more. If there's an emergency, you have to more grants and more grants and more. Emergency. You have to do research for the schmovid and for the global schmorming. The research and grants and more grants and then and the academia loves these grants. It's fantastic. So everybody and the police love the schmovid. They love the emergencies because now you need the police. The police, now they can do whatever they want. You can't stop them. So the police, the law enforcement. Anyway, I'm gonna let you go.
All right.
All right, man. I'll see you later.
See ya.
See you. Who is Greta Thunberg? All right, let's continue writing our paper. Where's our paper? All right. This is the gravitational ether. Okay, so we need a wave. The question is, can we... Oh, this doesn't move. Oh, it does? Oh. Oh, I can create a circle, but I don't want a circle. I mean, so the ether moves, so the wave will go that way. So I don't need this. I don't need this either. Well, we could do this. Okay, so let's copy paste. So this wave needs to grow. Yeah, it's going to be, I think, easier to just grow a circle. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to do this. Oh, it doesn't grow. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to grow it. It's going to be easier to just put a circle of life. The circle of life. Let's make it transparent. Okay. So this is the wave. Boop. This is where the wave begins. And oh, but first you need to move it like this. Yeah. To the circle of Schmovid. Wait. How do I tell if it's a perfect circle? Oh, I need to be exactly on top of the previous circle of life. And then it reaches, boop. Perfect. But we need one more because the ether makes it move. How do we do this? This is impossible. Yeah, we're gonna need to make it smaller. So because the ether moves, oh, the wave doesn't move. It moves down. No. So we need to move each consecutive circle, we need to move down. So this one, oh, I can't. Oh, they're translucent, but they're not okay. So this circle will move down to 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, what just happened? There's two. Oh, I created another one. And then you see that it doesn't reach the destiny. So I can even make it more acute. So 2 more. 2 more. 2 more. 2 more. 2 more. 2 more. Let's do even 2 more. Exactly. So now, yeah, so even more. Right? So let's say it doesn't catch a break. So we're going to create another one. And this one we're going to move 2 more and make it just a little bit bigger. Yeah, this time it's going to get it. No. I mean, we're never going to get it at this rate. So we can make it smaller. So we can just make this thing smaller. It's too big. So just bring it over. So it detects it at one point. We can't forever grow this thing to infinity and beyond. So this time, this thing, 1 more. Okay. All right, so the waves are not making headway. I mean, they're moving up at a constant rate, but this is light. You see that this is time dilation. Right? The original waves, we need to show the original waves. We have to show the original waves. It's difficult to see, so let's copy this. So we'll come back to this guy. So this is going to be, this is the original. This is going to be figure 1. So in figure 1, whoops. No. So we're going to go to this one. So it's centered basically on top of, this is centered basically on top of, this is centered, and you can already see that the third one, yeah, now you see the problem. The last one is too small. I think the distance between them must be maintained a constant. I think it is. This is a constant distance. So you see, this is t equals 1, 2, 3. By 3.5, by 3.5 basically, let's even 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We made it. At t equals 4, we got a tick. It ticked at t equals 4. So let's add a call out. So they're going to be t equals 1, t1, t1 is this one. T2 this is T2. This is T3. This is T4. This is T5. T1, T2, T3, T4, T5. T4 is when we have impact. Green. They're not going to see it. T4, T4 wins. So let's paint T4 border color. How do you change the color? But you can't change the text. So text colors. Okay. T4 wins. T4 for the win. The gravitational ether flows flows. And this is a clock. This is the gravitational ether flowing into the earth. Okay. And this is a clock ticking back and forth. This is 2. A clock ticking by, this is a light clock, photon clock, ticking. So this is a light clock. It sends and receives signals. This is going to be without the ether. Let's remove the ether, and then we'll add the ether, and then we'll see what the ether causes. So we'll save this. This we can throw to the garbage. Oh, we'll throw it later. This is figure 1. So we're going to copy this and paste. So in figure 1, there's no ether. Figure 2, this is with the ether, and this time we're going to move each consecutive circle lower and lower. So to here, the distance is still going to be the same. And this time, instead of 4, it's going to be 5 that gets it. So this is T1. So this time, we have to change the color sequence. Because of the ether flow, we get time, we get clock dilation, time, clock dilation. So this is T1. So T5, this is T5. T5. This is T4, T3, T2, and T1. But T4 is going to be magenta thickness 1. T5 will be the green for thickness. And the same goes. This will now be green at 4, whereas the old 4 will be, what were they, black at 1. This is figure 2. So figure 2, this is the gravitational ether flowing into the Earth. Because of the ether flow, we get time clock dilation. Now T5, it is now T5. T5 is T5 is the tick. T5 is the tick. Figure 1, T4. Wait, what? T4 is the tick. So this is gravitational time dilation. So we don't need this. And that's it. And we're done.
Actually coexist perfectly.
Let me try. Okay, so this is anyone with the link. Copy link. Wait, I need to move the paper. So I need to move this paper. What's the name of this paper? This is this one. But where's the name? So we need to modify the name. Oops. How the gravitational ether model creates time dilation in the luminiferous ether model to create quantum ether. It's too many words. How the gravitational ether model creates time dilation. We don't need anything else. Okay, so this we're going to move to. Wait, what just happened? This is in progress, so how the gravitation is going to move to ready papers. Move. So ready papers. This is ready paper. So where's how? This one. Okay. So we can share, copy link, come here.
They didn't reset with Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, that's because, like, let's say the ruler of Rome, which was the ruler of the area where Jesus lived, they didn't suddenly start year one when Christ was born.
Yeah.
They still went by the rule of the king, ruler over that area.
Hey, does anyone want to see an explanation of gravitational, how ether creates gravitational time dilation?
Once you can show me how I can measure ether at my desk.
I mean, that's a separate.
Even better, once you can show Shanji what you mean by vanilla physics.
So about experiments to detect the ether. I mean, we can have that's like different papers.
Dude, I have this guy turned up all the way, and he sounds like he's 4,000 miles away from his mic.
No, what you're telling me is you want to show us something that can show how gravity is affected by this quote unquote ether. But my question is how do I measure the ether?
Well, I'm saying that's a different paper. I mean, I can write.
Okay.
That's like different paper. Yeah, we can.
I think that's the most important.
Everything is most important. There's no most important. The most important is to explain
Well,
every phenomenon. It's not.
If you're going to say ether,
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to say ether, you would think that you would have a way to tangibly, because for you it has to be this whole mechanical thing, to tangibly measure for ether without just invoking it.
Well, yeah, I mean it might be possible to measure it. It might be possible. We can discuss it. We can discuss it.
Well,
it's a
if
different.
You're invoking it.
No.
To invoke it, you would have to measure it first before you can invoke it, right?
No. What do you mean? If the experiment I need a budget, then I cannot discuss it.
Oh no. What I mean is, like, when you came up with this idea, you said ether. Ether explains this, this, and this. But then there has to be a way for you to go, well, it's ether and not I don't know.
Yeah.
So how did you come up with ether?
But you can't say I don't know. Like if you don't know, then if you don't have an alternative, then that's the end of that discussion. Like you need.
Not true.
Okay, so continue. Instead of saying I don't know, say, I mean, what's the alternative?
No, I'm saying those would be your options.
I don't have.
I don't know.
I don't have. There is no.
Do you have a way?
Is
there a way to measure the ether you're talking about?
I'm saying there might be. We need to discuss it. It's a different paper. It's like this. This is the paper. I'm here to discuss it. We can discuss. It's
Has there been ways to measure ether? Have people come up with ways to try to?
Sure.
I have a question. Does the creation and annihilation of ether mean that the law of the first law of thermodynamics is wrong?
No, all of known physics is not changing. I don't.
But isn't ether being created? Isn't ether material and being created and destroyed?
It would have to be.
I mean, everybody agrees there is dark energy. So, look, I'm not changing known physics. I'm not impacting everything that we know is not impacted by this theory. Right? You're welcome.
Except for the fact that you're added this thing that it isn't testable or shown or a phenomenon.
I told you, but
hypothesize about.
I told you. You
It
asked
would have
me.
to be the case.
You asked me.
Everyone. It doesn't have to go against everything that he knows. It has to go like everything that everyone knows.
Wait,
Yeah.
1 second.
It's also part of this theory.
You're dog piling. So multiple people are talking. I'm not getting a chance to respond. Look, Sean, you keep asking. I keep answering. I can write more papers. In those papers, I can discuss different ways to test the ether. We can discuss it, just like this is a discussion. We can have a discussion in which I can present my theory, and you can show me where it contradicts itself or contradicts known physics, or I don't know.
Can I do tests
Don't. Why do you keep
to
asking the same
show
question?
gravity? Hang on,
Okay.
it's a different question now.
Okay.
Can I show gravity
What do you
without
mean?
showing you any way to measure gravity?
I don't understand.
Exactly, I know. If I wanted to say
Scientifically-
that things fall because of gravity, and then you say, "Well, okay, show me your evidence. Show me the test that you did to show gravity." And I
Yeah,
said,
but
"I
now-
don't need tests."
But now, look, I'm
That's
coming
what
to
you're doing.
no. I'm coming to explain a phenomenon.
Yeah.
We measure no. We measured a phenomenon known as gravity. It measured, done, measured.
Yes.
We measured it.
Yes.
Now we're
Yes.
looking
Mhm.
for the explanation for a theory, a quantum theory of gravity, quantum gravity.
Okay.
We're looking for quantum gravity. I'm presenting quantum gravity. That's it.
Okay.
That's it.
So then, at what point in quantum gravity have you introduced ether? How?
Quantum gravity,
What test was done
again
to go ether?
I didn't do any test. What are you talking about? There's
Okay.
no test.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. So where in your idea does ether come into your head? Like at what point did you go ether? It is. I mean, there's something in your
I was
in your
looking for
research.
I was looking for a mechanical explanation for the apple falling towards the ground. I was looking for a mechanical answer.
Okay. Okay. Now let's revert back to Omnivore's question to you.
Mhm.
Doesn't it contradict against what you say is correct?
I'm saying my theory does not contradict known physics. Known physics has dark
Does ether
Wait, let me
create and
finish.
destroy?
Wait, let me finish. So according to known physics, we have dark energy. So the universe keeps expanding. Something is pushing the universe further and further to accelerate away from itself. Something keeps.
Ooh, that's a. I don't know if you should say push. I don't think anything says push.
Whatever. I don't care. Whatever it is, there's energy. There's energy being inserted into the universe system. The system known as the universe
created. So it's created.
It looks like it. That's. Look, I'm not contradicting any known physics.
Okay. No. Okay. So what you're saying is something that is created. Isn't that alone a contradiction?
But that's
You
known
said yes.
physics. Okay, but that's known. I'm not
I know.
contradicting. What do you mean I know? I'm not contradicting known physics. What do you mean I know?
Okay. Known physics. Can energy be created and or destroyed in known physics?
In general, like in small scale systems?
Just say no. Come on, man. We all know the answer.
We have dark energy. You don't know about dark energy? I am just my ether creation is dark energy. I don't contradict.
Then why don't you so then call it dark energy, because when you say ether, it's something that has never been
dark
shown to be
energy. I call it dark energy. I don't change dark energy. I call it dark energy.
Okay.
But dark
so,
energy.
So ether doesn't exist to you.
Dark energy is the creation, is the process by which ether is introduced into the universe.
Okay, show me dark matter and show me where.
No
energy,
dark matter. No dark
show
matter.
Me. No, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Show me in the understanding of dark energy, what is very little, ether comes into play.
I don't understand. My theory, my ether theory needs dark energy. Needs the dark energy theory. My ether is always consumed. It's always annihilated.
Okay.
So I always
How are you testing for your ether?
We've been through this. I told you many times. Please stop asking the same question.
If I said no, okay. Well, if I said dark energy works perfectly with my gravity, and I know you believe in gravity. If someone didn't believe in gravity, they'd go, "Show me evidence for your gravity," and I'd go, "This, this, this, and this." So when I say, "Show me evidence for your ether," and you go, "Stop asking me that question," it's me saying,
I didn't
"Why
say.
do you keep saying
I
fucking
didn't.
ether if you
No,
have no
stop
reason to say
asking.
ether?"
No, but you've already asked me
I
about
will never.
Wait, you've already asked me multiple times about what experiments do I offer to detect ether. I told you I can write papers and we can discuss those papers and we can discuss how we can maybe
So
detect
zero.
it.
So as of right now, you have zero.
No, I've made videos about it, and I don't think I
Oh,
don't
okay.
know.
Oh shit. Okay, my bad. Just okay. Just give me a quick synopsis of your ether and how you test for it. Perfect. I didn't know you already did it.
I've presented many ways to detect the ether. There's many ways, many experiments to try and detect it.
Oh, perfect. Let's hear it. Let's hear one.
One is maybe with with a very big interferometer, a very big
Dude, you don't have a
interferometer.
very big interferometer. I'm asking you how you came up with ether. So therefore, what have you done? It doesn't even need to be what you've
Ether
done,
is
right? It could
just ether is
obviously.
you
Hang on,
don't.
hang on, hang on. It can obviously be some other scientist test or something, because obviously we don't really have the money or the ability to do all the extensive stuff that they do. So I understand that. So what test can you point me to that says, "Boom, motherfuckers, ether"?
No, I told you. I told you I can propose to conduct multiple tests to detect ether. I can propose. I didn't.
Oh, okay. So you have not done any of the tests yet.
I'm not an experimentalist. I'm a theoretician. I'm not doing any experiments.
Okay, so
I can.
okay, but so any of you, nothing you're theorizing has been tested.
No, I mean that's not true either. So every time an apple falls, that's a test.
Mm-hmm.
That's a test of to me. That's a test of ether, because ether is the only
Okay, that's a test
explanation.
for. Well, you could test for gravity. You could test for
Gravity is
electromagnetism. You could.
gravity is just what apple when apples fall we call that gravity. Every time an apple
No.
falls,
It's an effect that of why the apple fell. The apple isn't gravity. It's
Gravity.
just under the effects
No,
of
no.
gravity.
Okay, gravity is an
Mhm.
unexplained. We don't have quantum gravity. We don't have a
We
quantum
don't have a
mechanics.
no, but you don't need quantum to explain why an apple falls.
Yes, you do, because an
No,
apple.
you don't.
Let me talk. An apple has inside it.
No, hang on. Let me talk real quick. Hang on. You absolutely don't need it because gravity was talked about, theorized, laws were written prior to ether and prior to what you're trying to say is how it is. It is. It's literally before all quantum, before space, fucking fabric space, right? So again, gravity was the reason things were affected, right? So again, and I know you really hate this question, but you can't say that an apple falls and it is a test for ether when nothing you're showing or willing to show, I guess, shows that it's not the effects that we call gravity. It's not the effects that we call this or that. It's something you're calling it. And I'm just asking for where I can reference what you're calling it so it makes sense. Because you just saying ether is either you making up something or you just replacing the name gravity or just replacing the name, I don't know, space time. I don't know. But if you're just replacing a name, then the conversation can go a lot smoother. But if you're trying to say that we're missing something, when I say we, I mean science. If you're saying that science is missing something, please show us where that gap is being filled by your expertise.
Look, I'm looking. I am looking. Look, so an apple has an electron inside it. An apple is made up of many electrons and quarks and gluons and such, but it's also made up of many electrons. Now, each and every one of these electrons seems to be attracted to the Earth. The Earth is also just a bunch of electrons and quarks and gluons and so on. So the electron in the apple seems to be attracted to the electron in the Earth. And the question is, Why would two electrons be attracted to each other in a gravitational way? So they are repelling each other because because of Coulomb, because of photon exchange. We have a quantum mechanical QED explains why two electrons repel. Now we're looking at, everybody's looking for, and I'm looking for, why are these two electrons also attracted gravitationally? They repel due to photon exchange, but they also attract each other. And we're looking for a quantum mechanical like a quantum mechanical gravitational explanation. This is quantum gravity. So my ether,
except electrons aren't electrons a part of an atom, which is basically or most often neutral.
Yeah.
So it's not so an apple is not just electrons; it's mostly neutral or very minorly charged molecules.
fine, okay. At the end of the day, we have a quantum mechanical theory of why two electrons repel, but two electrons also attract each other. The apple and the earth are
Where does
attracting each other. One second,
where
let me
does
finish. Let me finish.
where
The
does
apple. Let me
where
finish.
does
Let
ether
me
cut?
let me
Hang
finish.
on, fast track,
No,
fast track.
no,
Where does
no. I
ether
let you.
come
I
into
let you.
this?
I let you have your
Please.
monologue. I let you have your monologue,
I know,
Sean.
but I really
Sean,
want to
no,
know where
Sean, no,
ether
no,
comes in.
Sean, no, no. You gotta let me talk. I gave you the monologue. I didn't interrupt. 1 second. Now let me talk. So we have a quantum mechanical theory called QED by which two electrons repel each other through particle exchange. They exchange photons and they repel each other. That's a quantum mechanical theory. Now everybody's looking for the quantum mechanical counterpart that is quantum gravity. Two electrons are also attracted to each other. So I'm proposing quantum gravity. I'm proposing a mechanism
Why?
hold on. I'm proposing a mechanism
Why
by
are you
which
hang on,
one
but
second.
why
Let
are
me
you
finish.
proposing
I
it?
didn't inter. I did not. I did not interrupt.
What
Sean.
did you
Sean. I
find
did not interrupt you.
that
Sean.
said
I did not.
propose this?
Sean. I did not interrupt you. I did not. Please stop. So everybody's looking for, and I'm looking for a quantum mechanical mechanism by which two electrons are attracted somehow to each other, quantum mechanically. There has to be some quantum mechanical explanation. So the
There
ether
has to
is
be.
such a mechanism. Go ahead.
Oh wait, okay. Back to okay, perfect. I'm happy you said that.
Just don't
How
repeat
do you
yourself,
know
please.
ether is this mechanism?
I'm proposing. What do you mean? How do I? I don't know. I'm proposing.
How
You're
do you
welcome.
know? Like,
I don't
what
know.
made you say
I don't know.
ether? Oh, see, okay, we're back to where we started. See, I told you, you don't know. Okay, it's so much easier when you say that.
It's a
So
theory.
ether is just your proposed name for I don't know. And that's fine. That's perfectly fine. That's what dark matter and dark energy is. They're proposed names for phenomena that we don't understand. I get it. But as long as you're admitting that ether is your I don't know, it's fine.
It's not
I
my.
get it.
No, it's not my. I don't
It
know.
is. It is.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Ether,
How do you test for ether?
ether is 10 papers that I've written thus far, and there's 20 more in the pipeline. And we can go through every slide, and you're welcome to try and show me
Nah, just give
how.
me a synopsis of it.
Well,
It's a quick one.
let me show you the paper I just wrote.
I'm not gonna read it. It's
No, I'll
fucking
show
12
you.
o'clock at night. I'm high
I'll
as
show you.
fuck.
No, I'll show you.
No,
This
I want
is.
to hear about it.
I'll show you. I'll show you. It's.
No. I'm not gonna look.
Why don't you look? What will happen if you look? This is time dilation. You know the time dilation. The thing with the clock when you don't see it yet. This is time dilation. And the question is, what causes gravitational time dilation? What do you
I
think
feel this
causes
pain right now.
What do you think causes gravitational time dilation?
Not ether.
Yeah, but you have to give a positive reason, not just a negative reason. What do you think is causing it? If you refuse to answer the question, in a debate, if one side refuses to answer the question, that's.
He is literally answering the question. What are you talking
What's
about?
the answer? What causes gravitational time dilation? I'm listening.
Not really.
You're not talking. You're welcome to talk. So my theory explains gravitational time dilation. Actually, gravitational time dilation immediately pops up out of my
That's
ether
so
theory.
amazing. Hang on, I'm done talking, but I just want to. I'm done back and forth part, but I do want to say this. It is so odd how you come in and you do this. But if anybody's watched your live streams when you're quote unquote studying quantum mechanics and all that stuff, and like 90% of the time you're like, I don't get this. I don't understand what they're saying. I don't get it. But you're trying to teach people quantum mechanics here right now. That is insane.
Okay. Let's just answer the question. What causes gravitational time dilation? If you don't answer, then that's basically the end of the debate. You gotta answer. Wait, did he run away? Oh no, he didn't run away. Okay, Sean, what's the
Oh
answer?
no, I'm still here, but it's just you're not doing anything to strengthen your theory. Again, like I said, it doesn't make sense to me that you're trying to lecture me about how this works. But I've heard you watch quantum mechanics stuff, and you're lost. So I don't understand where. About an hour ago, you were lost watching a quantum mechanics thing, and you come in here and you're trying to teach us QED. That is insane. What is the conversation? Until you can tell me how I can measure ether, our conversation is done. Because I'm always going to ask you that, because that's the underlying question for everyone's going to have. How the fuck do you know ether even exists?
I'm presenting a theory. I'm presenting a scientific theory.
Again, okay, that's fine. And every theorist gets asked this question. How the fuck do you know that, sir? And then the person goes,
I don't
this,
know.
This, and this.
It's just a theory. I don't
Perfect.
know.
See,
I'm presenting a theory.
Oh.
You're welcome to
perfect.
cross-examine my theory. You're not cross-examining my theory. Stop wasting time. No, you're not.
Am.
No, you're
and
not.
You don't like it. Put it this way. I'm cross-examining your theory.
Stop talking about me. Stop talking about me. Talk about my theory. Do you like my? Just tell me if you like my
These
ether.
are literally. I
Just
am
tell me if you like.
it.
Do you like
and
my?
I'm having all these questions before I even see your
do you
papers.
like my
so
ether?
If you can't answer these, these questions,
do you like my
what's
ether
the point
theory?
of me looking at your papers?
Do you like
no,
my
it's
ether
horrible.
theory?
It doesn't. No.
Okay.
Did
you
terrible.
find any contradictions in my ether theory?
Everything. Yes.
Okay. Name one contradiction.
You can't. There's zero way for you to equivocally measure and or say the word fucking ether.
What? Wait, measure or say?
What?
I cannot measure?
Anything,
I told you.
Yeah. How did you come up? What makes you think?
No. You want? Okay.
You
look, you've asked me many times about the measurement. I told you I'll write papers. We'll discuss the papers. It's not in my priority.
Again, no. Okay. You've already also said you don't know. And I like that answer. It's more honest. It makes more sense to watching you study quantum mechanics and then come in here and talk about it. It makes a lot more sense.
It's a theory. I'm presenting a theory. I don't know that it's right. I don't know that I'm right. I'm presenting a theory.
And I'm telling you one way that I know you're wrong.
Go ahead. I'm listening. Why do you think it's wrong?
Test it. Figure out a way to fucking test it. And if you can't figure out a way
to
test it,
that's a different paper. Right now we're discussing the ability of the ether to explain gravitational time dilation. Maybe you can find you can find a contradiction in my explanation of gravitational time dilation. What is the you haven't heard my explanation of gravity.
Your hypothesis. Fuck your theory. Your hypothesis is trash.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
We can't get past that. We can't get past your hypothesis and make a theory out of it.
What's
and
wrong
you don't understand
what's wrong
the
with
questions I'm asking you are everything.
Wrong?
There's no
one thing. What is one thing that is wrong with it?
It's your imagination.
Yes, it is. I agree. There's nothing wrong with that. I agree. It's my imagination. Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Exactly.
What? That's it? That's all you got?
It's a big part.
We don't disagree. It's my imagination. It's a theory of everything. It's a quantum gravitational theory. It explains quantum gravity, special relativity, general relativity, dark energy, black holes. It explains all of known physics. It gives the underlying foundation for all known physics. It's one simple explanation that explains everything we know. It's so simple. It simplifies everything.
It'll be entertaining. I'd love to watch it happen.
What happened?
Yeah, someone who will scrutinize it
just,
a billion
just
times
give
worse than
him
what we're
a
doing right now.
Nitro subscription for a month as a prize.
What?
You did it, buddy. Good job. Proud of you.
Sean, I don't appreciate how you keep
Don't start. I don't care. I don't care. Don't start that shit with me. I don't care. I really don't. I don't care. I really don't care. Dude, I'm not the one. I don't care about your whining. I've not made any personal attacks. So the second you start,
you keep laughing at me. You keep laughing instead of having an honest conversation.
Because you're not. Because I try.
No, it's fine. Look, if you're honest, it's fine. But you can stop the laughing. Stop laughing. If you, I don't know.
It's funny.
Okay,
it's funny. What do you want me to say?
I don't know. Look, fine. If you really find it funny, then laugh. I guess. I don't know. Okay, it feels like it's pretend laugh, but if it's real laugh, then fine. It's up to you. Anyway, did anybody else have any questions? Sean, you owe me an answer. How do you explain gravitational time dilation?
You don't know shit. The problem is I've asked you a dozen questions, and you tell me you don't have to answer them. But now you want me to answer
There's not any question.
Work that way,
what
buddy.
Question did I not answer?
All of them.
Which one?
Yeah, that's.
Which question did I not answer?
Nothing he's doing is fooling me. I'm enjoying myself. I'm high as fuck, and it's having fun now. Again, I'm gonna make this very clear. I have literally watched numerous times. You study quantum mechanics.
Yeah, don't talk about me.
You say something.
Don't talk about me. Don't waste my time. Don't waste my time. Don't waste my time.
Don't waste my time.
Don't waste my time. Don't talk about me. I'm not. I don't care. I don't care about me. I'm talking about my theory. Are you going to talk about my theory or waste my time talking about me?
Yeah, your theory falls apart because I know you don't know what you're even talking about. Because I've listened to you study.
I'm listening to you. What is wrong with my theory? Can you point to a contradiction? Like what?
Mr. Slave's theory in one word, one sound.
Yeah, that's it. Yep, that's the problem.
That's all you got.
Your theory is basically conjured up like fucking tarot cards.
Well, I don't know. At least this is good content, I guess.
You're right, it is.
Very, very sad state of affairs. At least if you would ask questions, if you'd be curious, if maybe you can.
I'm not. No, see, that's the
thing.
Let
me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. You gotta let me finish. Let me finish, Sean. Let me finish. You gotta let me finish. You gotta let me. Sean, you gotta let me finish. Sean, you gotta let me finish. You can't interrupt me every time.
Spoiled child.
Look, Sean, if you really could find like something wrong with my theory, I'd be grateful. Just try to at least if you give it a shot. Maybe here I'm giving you gravitational time dilation. Gravitational time dilation comes out of the ether instantaneously. Like one of the most complex things to understand comes out of the ether model instantaneously. That's an incredibly powerful model. Why are you dismissing it? You're not even trying to understand it.
Is this what Stump sounds like?
You know that scene in Family Guy with Jesus, where he's doing the magic trick?
Yeah. What's up, Sean? Sean, Sea Line. You having a good time?
I am actually. Yeah, we were chilling on camera.
That's good. So, do you want to hear my latest paper, Gravitational Time Dilation from Ether?
Hang on 1 second. Since I'm not in the text chat, Peter, shut the fuck up.
Darn it, I don't have access to this fucking paper. Excuse my language.
Anyway,
I need a paper for string theory. I only came down here because Dr. Parks is here. So
wait, Dr. Parks is
for the
here?
record. Yes.
You can't
But I don't
read.
know.
What up?
Hey, Dr. Parks, do you want to hear? Do you want to see how I get gravitational time dilation from the ether model?
What are the units of gravitational time dilation?
What are the units? I mean, I guess you could say time per time.
So unitless?
You could say. I mean, yeah. I mean, it depends on you. What
Guys,
kind?
I have ether pressure in
I'm
my
not. My
intestines.
ether model agrees with known physics. So whatever GR says, I say. I'm not saying different than GR. I'm just giving a mechanical GR.
Your theory for then.
Yeah, what do we need your theory? That's a great question.
My theory is a mechanical. My theory is a quantum mechanical theory. So my time dilation is quantum mechanical. My time dilation, my gravitational time
What does
dilation.
that word mean to you?
So what's an example of a quantum effect related to time dilation?
I mean, it could be that. I mean, this is already known physics. I mean, you're asking me about known physics.
Well, I didn't learn it in high school.
What?
I didn't learn about quantum effects and time dilation together.
Look, I mean, at the end of the day, a clock in a gravitation, like a clock on Earth on your desk ticks. A clock on your desk ticks slower than if you would take it to outer space where there is no gravity. Like if you put the clock, let's say on the moon, the same clock on one on the moon, one on Earth.
Gravity on the moon.
Right, there's gravity, but there's less
Actually,
gravity.
that's completely reversed to what gravitational time dilation is. But okay.
I mean, the clock on Earth will tick slower than a clock on the moon.
No.
A clock on the surface of the Earth will slow down, right? A clock on the surface of a black hole stops. So the stronger the gravity, the slower the clock. Relative to...
Maybe a relativistic speed for time dilation?
No. Sorry. He is correct. Apologies. It is 1:16, and it's been a long day. But yes, I'm sorry. He's correct.
Right. So for me, it's difficult to make a mistake because my time dilation is mechanical. That's why.
What does that mean?
So look. Well, here is right. This is before. This is time dilation before, and here is time dilation with the ether flow, and you can see immediately the time dilation. When the ether flows, you see that the ticking slows down mechanically. And you can imagine these are two electrons.
So you can measure the ether flow.
No, because your equipment is you're right next to this equipment, so whatever affects it affects you too. So it might be that it's impossible to detect.
I don't have to stand next to the equipment.
Okay, maybe it's possible. I need to write the papers. So when I write those papers,
so usually you write the paper after you figure out whether or not it's possible. But like if we had two of these things and we sent them in opposite directions, would they experience time dilation the same or opposite?
When you move inside, when you move relative to an observer, your clock slows down relative to the observer. Moving clock.
I've got a question for you.
I said we took two of these things and sent them in opposite directions.
I have a very, very simple question for you. Okay.
Yeah.
Does your ether framework solve Newton's bucket?
I can solve Newton bucket with no. I don't need the ether. I solve like the Newton bucket. I don't think it's a problem. I don't see it as an issue.
Do you know the difference between kinematics and dynamics, Mr. Slade?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you shouldn't. He's just yanking your chain.
There's a hole in Newton's bucket. Newton's bucket. Newton's bucket.
I can't
I
believe
just copy the solution from the internet and I solve it.
Anyway, Professor Parks, do you see how powerful my ether flow, my gravitational ether is? The blue arrow is the flow of the ether into the Earth, and immediately you see that in the interaction between these two electrons, or between this emitter and receiver, the light wave slows down. So this light clock slows down due to gravity. And this, if you strengthen the gravitational field, then you get more of an effect until the ether flows at the speed of light. That's when the clock stops, and it's all mechanical.
So how fast does the ether move?
I think at the surface of the Earth, it's 11 kilometers per second. At the surface, at the event horizon, it's at light speed.
So basically, the ether moves as the escape velocity of the object.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I can show you the.
Seems odd.
I mean, I can show you the calculation.
Why does it
the way I calculate it is I assume a point mass at the center of an empty universe. And then I put a very small test object far away, and I let it start drifting. And obviously, it's going to impact on Earth. Let's say it's Earth. It's going to impact at escape velocity. So if you imagine a test particle and you let it float, you let it drift towards.
Yeah. Do you know why it would do that?
I'm assuming I'm assuming that the universe is filled with the ether fluid, and it's just moving along with the ether fluid.
No. Well, what I'm asking is, you did that equation. You did the mathematics that showed that an object that is far away from the Earth, you only have two masses. You have the mass of the Earth, and then you have your test mass.
It doesn't need to be.
They are.
No, the test particle could be massless.
Okay. And so, all right. Well, let's table that for a second.
Okay.
But if you have a test mass that does have mass, and you're saying that they're fairly well separated.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say even they're separated at infinity.
Right.
You're saying that the test mass will hit the Earth at the escape velocity of the Earth.
Yeah.
Do you know how that is found?
Sure. I mean, I did.
Classically?
Yeah. I mean, I have the calculation. It's in.
How did you set that up?
Here, I'll show you the other paper. Give me a second.
Okay. Because there's a theory out there. I don't know if you've heard of it. That exactly explains that.
Okay. I think it's this. Let me check. Is this it?
I mean, it's well tested. We actually use it in everyday life.
You mean GR?
So
Newtonian? What?
Newtonian, yeah.
Yeah, I'm using Newton's gravity to the calculation, of course.
Okay, so now I'm really confused. If you're using Newton's gravity, then why is ether necessary?
If I'm using Newton's gravity, what?
Can I tell him, Mr. Slave?
I mean, Newton's gravity is, it's basically a field equation, but it's not a quantum mechanical explanation of gravity.
And how is this a quantum mechanical explanation of gravity, talking about a test mass falling onto an Earth, onto the Earth? from an infinite distance.
I mean,
that seems the counter of the exact opposite of a quantum mechanical situation.
No, so let me present to you my quantum gravity paper, how my quantum gravity works, and let me show you. So the question is,
I think,
why
I
does
saw this one.
why does an apple fall? This is an apple, so we ask why it falls.
Sour apple, good times.
So it falls because ether flows through it. The ether drags it towards the earth.
Why doesn't it flow into it?
It does too, but it also flows into the earth. And the same question is asked, why does the moon fall towards the earth? And it's the same answer. It's because ether flows into the earth and drags the moon along. Ether is just a fluid, and the earth is like a vacuum pump. And the same goes for galactic scale. So the galaxy, ether flows into the galaxy. And the same goes for all the galaxies. But now we have a conundrum. So we run out of ether. All the galaxies eat up all the ether, and the universe should collapse. Therefore,
so you're saying all of us matter in the universe are really just kind of like drains on the floor for the ether to run out.
Yes. The ether goes into matter and self-annihilates. And because of that, we need dark energy. So already my ether theory
because of that, your theory needs dark energy to have fewer internal contradictions.
Yes.
That doesn't compel dark energy to have dark energy.
My theory demands dark energy. My theory predicts dark energy.
If there is no dark energy, your theory does not work.
Correct. If we did not find dark energy, or if we'd find dark energy was a mistake, then my theory, that's an invalidation of my theory.
Excellent. This is what I've been asking for all night, is some way to prove your theory is not true.
Okay.
But if your theory is found false for other reasons, that does not mean that dark matter could not exist.
Dark energy. I have nothing. My theory has nothing to do with dark matter for now.
Okay.
Anyway, the next step. Okay, the next step is here is dark energy. Here is ether flowing into an electron and self-annihilates. So ether, the way it works, it flows into objects. It self-annihilates.
But so usually when we say annihilation, we think of an energetic reaction. Does this release any energy or photons or visible radiation?
I think that's the way.
You had the best argument so far.
That's the way through this interaction. I think my ether contains also the Higgs mechanism. So when my ether interacts with an electron,
I don't think you can just like wave Higgs mechanism and make this make sense. I think that you can't just. That's like Deus ex machina with the God particle.
Okay, well I can come back to it, but
Can you write the Feynman? Would it be cool? So you're talking about like self-annihilation of the ether with an electron. Can you give us like the Feynman diagram for that?
No, not. I don't
like
have
the term
it.
that you'd have in like a Lagrangian.
No, I don't have that available right now. But these are very good questions. Anyway.
Well, how about, can we do it right now?
No, let me finish my presentation. What I have available.
No. We're not sitting through this thing again. I want to see this Feynman diagram.
Yeah, so like if you have like you have an interaction,
let's make a vote.
Any interaction with an electron, you can write down the Feynman diagram for it. Right?
I'm not offhand. I would have to think about it.
But see,
we could look into it together.
Though. This is not actually interacting with the electron. The electron is just a catalyst for the ether to self-annihilate.
Okay, Feynman.
Feynman. Come on,
Okay,
everybody.
okay, look.
Diagram.
Look, when I do diagrams, it's after I.
Do it.
Well, we would have to think about it
Everybody,
first.
come on.
We would have to think about it first. I mean,
well, that would help. Yes.
Yeah.
I'll give you an example of one. I'm going to give you an example of one. This is an easy one. So, what does yours look like from one of these? I have some Feynman diagrams handy, as it happens. Yeah. Electron scattering.
You don't, Dr. Parks. You don't need to finish explaining how.
Ooh, some sexy virtual photons. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
See what else we got.
Okay, I'll continue the presentation while you bring up the material, and we can discuss the Feynman diagram of this interaction.
It is.
Anyway,
I like how they just
Aether
swap those
scattering.
electrons. Like they just trust
Here we go.
each other.
Here you go, Mr. Slave. This is a perfect one to work off of. 2 photon pair annihilation. It's perfect.
Right, but look, the ether is not in itself an elementary particle. All elementary particles are waves in the ether. So we would have to come up with a new diagram altogether. We would have
still works with a Gauss theory.
In these quantum theories.
What?
Are waves sometimes particles in quantum theories?
No, I mean, I don't understand the question. I don't understand the question. I don't deny any known physics.
You said earlier that ether was quantized, but that implies the existence of a particle, which is a quanta of ether.
I don't know. Look,
is this the Higgs?
Look, I don't know.
No, ether's massless, right? So it
I don't know.
Higgs, right?
I don't know. Look, the problem is that the ether is, it is the substrate in which all elementary particles are waving in. So what we call mass, that's the Higgs interaction.
You can keep saying that, but that does not make it true.
What do you mean?
You've repeated that 100 times tonight, but you've supplied no reason why we need that in our understanding of the universe. It doesn't explain anything.
So what's your quantum gravity?
This is such a ridiculous false dichotomy.
Wait, what's your answer? I'm giving you quantum gravity. What's your quantum gravity?
My quantum gravity is the percentage of my tax dollars that went to fund some pretty freaking awesome gravity observatories in like Louisiana.
I don't understand.
Actually detected quanta of gravity.
Are you answering the
Washington
question?
State, right?
Are you
like so?
Wait, what?
I mean, yeah,
Oh,
you can ask my tax dollars how much I believe in the quantization of gravity.
Wait, what's your theory of quantum gravity? How do you quantize gravity? How do you do that?
So
how
do
you get 2 electrons to attract each other gravitationally? By what mechanism do 2 electrons have gravitational attraction? How do they do it? What's the quantum mechanical explanation? What's your quantum gravity for 2 electrons attracting each other?
We don't have one.
Yeah, so I'm proposing a quantum gravity theory.
But you haven't made any predictions. You don't have a theory.
I've been asked about predictions, so I'll write a paper with predictions with tests. There's many papers I can write about different tests to conduct.
The gravitational attraction of electrons isn't a problem for quantum gravity, by the way. But quantum gravity has to reduce to like GR and to Newtonian mechanics and like a classical limit.
Yeah.
So can you show how that happens for the ether theory? Like, how do you retrieve?
I'm trying.
Yeah. So like, what's the limit that you take, right? So like, just to give an example, so quantum mechanics reduces to classical mechanics. the limit where like h bar goes to 0, right? Like where you get to classical scales. So what does that look like for the ether theory as like a theory of quantum gravity? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it at the small, scale. So I'm actually discussing it right now. This is the interaction of the ether with an electron. So I'll explain it, and you'll see
classical
it.
mechanics is just like, projectile motion, like that. Like how do we get to that from like the ether theory that you have here?
Not my
like, we want to do ordinary
ether
stuff.
theory. My ether theory does not contradict any known physics.
Yeah, but how does we get known physics from the ether theory? Like again, a theory of quantum gravity has to retrieve classical mechanics in the appropriate limit.
This explains gravity. This quantum gravity explains gravity. Here it is. This is the slide. This is an electron and we have quantum gravity in this slide.
How much energy does this reaction release? Is it exothermic or endothermic?
No, I don't think there is any.
Oh, okay. Our savior is here.
DMOC.
You need to
know what DMOC thinks of this theory.
You need to critique Mr. Slave's theory.
Well, I haven't presented this slide yet, so I mean, let me present this slide. Anyway, so what we see here is the ether flowing into an electron, annihilating, but then the question is asked, why would the ether flow into the electron in the first place? What's pushing the ether into the electron?
No idea.
So the answer is we must have a positive pressure everywhere in the universe. So not only does my theory demand dark energy, it also demands the positive pressure all over the universe that dark energy gives us. So,
but that's only interesting insofar as the universe demands your theory to explain something else.
Well, my theory explains gravity.
Can you give us like an example of, so there's a lot of like gravitational problems that we have, like I said earlier, projectile motion. Can you show us how to predict like the path of a baseball or something like that using your theory?
But this mechanical model produces the gravity that we know. The gravity that we know.
Can you show how that happens, like the mathematical derivation of it?
Yeah, but kinematics doesn't predict anything. Didn't you know that?
Oh no.
Look, what you have here. I mean, you have here. Anyway, there's so we have, so everywhere in the universe there must be positive pressure, and now whenever an electron annihilates the ether, we get low pressure ether, and therefore we have.
I've been wanting to ask this for a while. So when you say the ether gets annihilated by the electron, that means the ether is no more. So is there a finite amount of ether? Or is ether constantly being created by something else?
Yes, it's the dark energy. The dark energy is the creation of new ether, plus this new ether, plus the dark energy must maintain a constant positive pressure in order for the pressure gradient to exist, in order to cause the ether to flow into the electron where there is low pressure due to its annihilation.
So what I would like to know is how much ether was created when the universe began, and what is the essentially the what is the rate of annihilation? Effectively, can you predict using your model when we will run out of ether? And so essentially at that point, I'm guessing the universe will actually. What will the universe do when ether runs out?
But dark energy is the spontaneous creation of new ether, and it creates the pressure, and this pressure causes the inflation of the universe and redshift. But you see now in this model exactly why we need it. So my theory would have predicted the positive pressure the dark energy gives us.
Can you give us a definition of pressure here? So like, do you mean like the stat mech definition, or are we talking like classical thermodynamics, or what? Like what do you mean by pressure?
I mean, this is ether. So ether, it's a substrate. So
Yeah, but like, what does pressure mean? Can you just
this
write
is
down like a
ether.
formal definition
This
for us?
is
Like, what does pressure mean in your words and like physics in general?
Look, pressure. You could say that pressure is that causes a pressure gradient is that causes the flow of a fluid from high pressure to low pressure.
Well, a pressure gradient is different from the quantity pressure, right? So like pressure is like it's typically defined in like thermodynamics and statistical mechanics. So like, is that what you mean by pressure, or is it like something different?
Yeah, it should be similar, just that it's like a parallel universe to us because I'm not sure we can have any access to this ether because we're waving.
No, just like the pressure. I mean, like we should have access to like pressure measurements, right?
But look, the ether, we're waving in the ether. We are waves of ether. We're having such a hard time detecting it. Like, I don't know if I'll be able to, like, I have theories how to propose, I have propositions to conduct experiments to maybe detect it. I don't know if I'll succeed. So I don't know.
Can I ask you this?
Yes?
Can we go back to the first slide with the apple?
Sure. Wait.
Oh, I missed that apple slide.
What's the question?
Granny Smith apple. It's good.
The next one.
I have a good question next.
Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, here's the apple.
Slide 2, the next one.
The next one?
Yeah. So this shows the ether going downwards to be annihilated in the earth, and it shows an apple being impelled or pulled down with some sort of ether drag. The ether's dragging it down, but the ether would still be going faster than the apple. Would that be correct?
Yes. The ether is flowing through us right now at 11 kilometers a second.
And would the ether be pulled? Would the apple be annihilating ether in its center of gravity as well?
Yes.
Okay, so that's not depicted on this diagram because
No,
that
it's
would
not.
deflect those arrows to point
Yes.
some of them, or at least bend them in the direction
Exactly.
of the center mass of that.
You
of
can
that
imagine.
apple.
You can imagine. You can look at Newton's field equations or Einstein's field equations and just redraw
Okay,
these
so-
arrows. So some of the
So
arrows.
if I have another apple directly under that one, would it not receive less ether wind? Would it be
Yes.
in the shadow
Yes.
of the apple above
Yes,
it?
it would be
And this
right.
should be measurable.
Yes, this is gravity.
Shouldn't that be measurable?
Yes, this is gravity. Gravity is measurable.
No, gravity does not exhibit this behavior.
What do you
One
mean?
object cannot shield another from gravity the way the upper apple would shield the lower apple from the ether wind.
Look, it's some of the ether flows into each apple. That is Newtonian's gravity or Einsteinian's gravity. It's just look, the curvature of space-time is the flow of the ether. You can look at Einstein's stress tensor as a fluid stress tensor. There's fluids that
I think you're deflecting. You're deflecting from my point.
Go ahead.
My point is that the upper apple, if it's going to consume and annihilate any amount of ether, the apple directly underneath it is going to experience less ether wind and thus less acceleration due to gravity.
But
and that should be measurable.
Yes, but the upper apple, think of Newton. In Newton, you have two apples.
I don't care about
Let me finish my sentence. Let me just finish my sentence. Look, you have two apples in Newton. The upper apple is pulling up the lower apple, right? Right. If you're holding the upper one, then the lower one experiences less of the pull of the earth because the upper apple is dragging it up. So this fits the data. This diagram is incomplete, but we can make it complete. It would become very complicated. It would be right. We can draw the complete diagram according to Newton's field equations or GR field equations.
What do you mean by Newton's field equations?
Well,
can you like give us like a link to those or like express those for us real quick?
Yeah, I mean, you could say A equals GM over R squared, and R is a vector.
I thought you meant like field equations, not like the.
It's a field
gravitational
equation.
law.
It's a field equation. If R is a vector, then Newton becomes the field equation. A
That's
is it?
not a field equation, but sure.
Okay.
You can develop a classical field theory like after, but Newton didn't have one really. But anyways, keep going.
So
it could be a gradient field, right?
Yeah, it is. It is a gradient. Or
it's a vector.
It's represented by.
What do you mean?
Operator.
Look, it's it's a vector field equation, right? It's a field. Oh, it's all over the universe. I can right? A equals.
So 2 hours ago, you refused to admit the existence of a field or vectors.
No, I know. Why would I? I love fields. I love vectors. What are you talking about? Anyway, so A is a vector as a function of R. Vector is equal to GM over R squared, times R vector hat, whatever. R hat vector. R hat at the bottom or at the top.
I still don't see how you get out of the shielding of the ether when.
But it fits the data. Tell me how it doesn't fit the data.
You don't have any data.
The data is the mass, right? If I hold both apples, then they're attracting each other.
You imagining a mass is not data.
Data are numbers.
Yeah, we can measure. We can measure.
Slave.
We can measure the weight of each apple. We can measure the weight.
Yeah, but when you say that something fits the data, what you would want to do is you would want to make some predictions from like a mathematical model, right? And you would ask, do these predictions are they borne out in nature? And you compare them to some experiment.
But
so in this case, you'd have
if you imagine
some test masses, maybe
no,
apples.
but just imagine drawing Newton's gravitational field equations in this diagram, where each apple has Newton's vectors flowing into it. Or you can use Gauss's theorem.
I don't think you get the same predicted result. I think that predicts a different result than the upper apple shielding the lower apple from the ether wind.
This is just Gauss's theorem. You can apply Gauss's theorem to the top apple, the bottom apple, and the Earth.
Wait, which theorem? Like the theorem of Egregium? He had like fucking dozens of theorems.
The flow, the fluid flow. Newton's theorem of fluid flow.
Oh, you said Gauss.
Gauss's, yeah. That
Yeah, like which one did you have in mind? Dude was prolific. He wasn't like
He's just
Euler or
naming
Euclid,
people.
but he wrote a lot,
He's just
man.
naming people, dude.
Gauss,
Newton, Maxwell,
Pythagorean.
The theorem of Egregium is actually pretty sick.
Anyway, Lenny Susskind used Gauss's theorem to derive Newtonian's gravity in his course on GR. So I mean.
So why haven't you done it? Why haven't you done?
He did it. He did it. He did it, and he did it, and I followed, and it makes perfect sense. It's very simple. Actually, Lenny Susskind said you can imagine the universe is just a fluid, and it flows into the Earth, and the Earth is a vacuum pump. I mean, I can let you listen to what he said. He said you can view the universe as ether fluid. I mean, that's what he said. And based on that,
please, I would like to see this link.
Fine,
you should send an email to Susskind with your presentation.
The point is, you can use Gauss's theorem to create Newtonian gravity. So you can either do that or just apply Newton's gravity to your problem with the two apples. That's it. I mean, I'm not contradicting Newton or GR. I'm just giving it a quantum mechanical context. I'm presenting a quantum gravity model.
You're just saying ether did it, and quantum mechanics, and then like Heaviside and Gauss and the Higgs bosons, and you're just tossing around terms and pretending like you've explained something, but you've made no predictions.
What do you mean predictions?
You don't have a testable or falsifiable hypothesis.
Well,
it sounds like the dollar store wits.
Well, I was already asked about actual tests, and I can write papers about tests, but those will be, I'll gladly make a presentation. There's many tests. I've already made many videos in which I propose many tests, including a vertical particle accelerator. So, I mean, there's many ways to test it.
Do these tests involve numbers?
Of course, very accurate, because we can measure this 11 kilometers a second. It's very useful. So I can make very accurate predictions based on gravitational time dilation. So if we measure the time it takes a particle to decay, so particles falling at 11 kilometers a second should decay faster. They should decay the fastest compared to particles that are falling at less than 11 or more than 11, because those clocks are ticking slower.
Wait, what do you mean by decay? Like how are you relating decay to time dilation?
Anyway, I'll write a paper. Look, I don't have slides to explain.
That was a great question, by the way.
I'm just so confused. Like all these terms, I realize that maybe you're not familiar with like the background physics, but you're kind of just like throwing completely random terms together in ways that like don't make any sense to me.
Ask questions. I mean, I'm answering questions.
Well,
Look, so let's concentrate.
I have a question.
Let's concentrate.
Do you think that the ether wave is disturbed by perturbations in the toroidal field through the magnetic ecosphere?
Look, I'm suggesting you ask me questions about this presentation, and if there's other presentations that I have, I can pull them up. But presentations that I haven't made, presentations that I have not yet made, there's no point, because if I don't have slides, it's going to make it very difficult to present anything. So tests like my particle vertical.
Please make a dense presentation that's about like electrostatics or magnetic fields, something we could observe on a desktop with this equipment. And if it's written up well enough, I might try to replicate it or something.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. Please repeat. I'm sorry. What's the question?
Can you write something up that's extremely concise and to the point, and proposes an experiment that could be used to find evidence and to support or refute a particular theory?
So I'm going to, it's like in the pipeline, I will write papers about conducting actual experiments. Like I've proposed experiments.
Looking forward to it. All right. Can we move on? Like, I think we've kind of covered this, unless somebody, wants to keep asking them questions.
Can I ask him just one last question?
You can ask many questions.
Slave, can you define what quantum mechanics means? What is the field of quantum mechanics?
That's a good question. Like in general, it's like, the little things like electrons and, stuff on that scale, like how things behave, like the laws that govern the behavior of quantum particles, of little particles, elementary particles. Maybe there's a lower level, but for now, I think that's all we have. It's the It's the law. It's the laws of mechanics of the quantum world. So, in general, it's basically everything is quantized. I would say they're very similar to our laws. Just that things are quantized. Like you cannot have any mass.
What's something in my daily life that's quantized?
Hey yo.
What's something in my daily life that is quantized?
Mr. Slave, who wants to hear this loser? Oh my god.
He's been given a lot of time, but he'll just toss something out, and I'll feel like I have a question to try to dig a little deeper in what he means, and it always turns out that he doesn't actually mean anything.
Exactly. He's been out there. He's been trying to make a name for himself. Nobody really cares about him. What?
Let's try to stick to talking about my theory, not me. Please, don't waste my time. Anyway.
You have no time.
Okay, stop wasting my time. Anyway, so you see here, this is my latest paper.
You are 5 hours per day streaming.
Stop wasting my time. So this is my latest paper about how we get gravitational time dilation immediately from the ether flow, which is I think it's very powerful.
Can you make some predictions? Like, so there's a lot of Einstein and a lot of other folks that were working with him and shortly after him used GR to make predictions about like how time would dilate like at different altitudes for like different masses and stuff. Can you like make a few predictions like that?
Okay, I'm gonna go on mute, but this fucking slave said yes time, right?
This gives us look, this mechanism, it gives us GR.
Yeah, so how does that happen, right? So like anyone who proposes a new theory of quantum gravity has to show how that theory retrieves GR in the classical limit, right? Given that GR is a classical theory. So can you show us how that happens? So it's one thing to say it, and it's another thing to prove it, right?
I don't know.
Actually, a theory of quantum gravity could fail to retrieve GR in the appropriate limit, right? Like that's a thing that can happen, and that happens for some proposed theories. So like, how do we know that you're not lying to us?
Look, I can't be lying because I don't have intent to lie. I have nothing to gain.
Oh, no, you could be sorry. You could be wrong. I should.
Sure,
of
course I could be wrong. I mean, I could be. I mean, you're welcome to find the problems in my theory. Anyway, look, this just gives us.
Go back to this where you try to put the burden of proof onto somebody else to prove an internal contradiction of of your theory, when the whole problem with your theory is it doesn't predict anything that is external in the world that could be observed.
I said I'll write the papers.
Even connect to anything that has been theoretically established in observation.
I said I'll write the papers. I have many experiments that can be conducted to detect the ether. So I'll write the papers and we'll discuss them.
When you do that, and we'll talk we'll move on the discussion maybe.
Okay. I mean, I just came here to present my latest paper, that is how we get gravitational time dilation from the ether model. So
it's not a paper. That is an abstract and 2 diagrams.
Yes. So whatever. But do you have Can you find?
I wish my advisor was so accommodating.
Anyway,
my dissertation would have been way easier.
Anyway,
we'll fill in the details before the camera ready copies, required.
Okay, I'm still. Hold on. Oh, Mike.
Thank you for your time. I really appreciate all the the questions and the creative, constructive criticism. Like usually, I get here very unproductive criticism. Today was actually a productive session with very good questions.
Yeah, Mr. Slave, I just came in here, right? So if you can can you be like the most honest person you can be? Like, I want to know what you're thinking. I just came in here. God. So I'm a newbie. Like, I'm hearing you for the first time. You're
no.
You're some guy trying to.
No, don't ask him to start over.
Oh God, no.
The ultimate time loop.
Anyway, look. As I was saying, I know that some of you were asking questions in bad faith, trying to mock me. It's fine. But these are good questions. I mean,
pay attention to logic.
I would love to be able to to have answers, but unfortunately, it's right now.
I have questions.
Right before that, but right now it's not a quantitative theory. It's more of a qualitative theory. I have the 11 kilometers a second.
Ken Wheeler fucking exposed. Yeah, he's a Ken Wheeler fucking.
You're welcome to ask me questions how I came to the 11 kilometers a second, because all the tests are going to be around how to detect.
Just write down the math and then come back.
The math the math of the 11 kilometers per hour. That's what you want to see.
Like
you just offered to show it.
Sure.
Like Newton already had a theory about the ether. Like you're nothing new. Like we don't really care what you have to say. Like Mr. Slave.
Like I said it earlier, Mr. Slave has a hypothesis. He doesn't have a theory.
He doesn't even have a hypothesis. He's literally like a troll or something.
He's
What do you
not
call-
a troll. He is.
What do you
he
call
is
these people who
sincere.
come on the internet who want attention? What do you call that?
Okay, here is the paper. I found it. So this is a paper, black hole formation analysis using a novel gravitational ether model. So here's the derivation.
I am shocked to find gamma NOHAC mixed up in this questionable.
Anyway, so
what is this?
So this is
Wait,
just.
why are you taking an integral over a zero into a final velocity?
So we're taking, right, we're placing a test particle at r equals infinity at velocity equals 0.
Wait, but these two sides have completely different dimensions. This is like dimensionally incorrect.
Why?
Like you can't put an equal sign between
E
two.
and
Like,
DR?
equals means that like the two sides have like the same dimensions, right?
I mean, we started from f equals. This starts from f equals ma.
Well, E equals mc
We know
squared.
math.
This is the force of acceleration is ma, and the force of gravity is gmm of r squared. This is where we start from.
Well, acceleration is not force, but
I didn't say it's a force. Anyway, so a is defined as dv. A is dvdt. dvdt.
How can fa equal ma?
I think that's supposed to be a subscript.
No, that's I don't know how to do subscript. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh,
So
okay.
this is
So
the force
ether.
due to acceleration is m times a.
What is ma?
That's mass times acceleration. And this is the force due to gravity.
The flow of ether is measured in newtons.
No, the flow of the ether is in kilometers a second. This is the conclusion. This is actually this is related to Schwarzschild equation. If you reverse it, you can get the Schwarzschild radius.
So how far does ether have to fall in the gravity at the surface of Earth to reach this velocity?
This is at the surface of the Earth. This is
okay. How far does the ether fall to reach that?
From infinity. This is the ether falling from r equals infinity to the radius of the Earth, to the surface.
Okay, and how do any of those numbers get to the 11?
yeah,
so
can you do the right-hand side integral for us real quick?
The right-hand side integral?
Yeah, so that integral, the integral from infinity to r, like what does taking that integral look like? Like how is the bottom bound infinity and the top bound is r? Like what is the result?
This is the radius. It's confused. The top r is the radius of the Earth. This is the independent variable r. And the top one is
but you have a definite integral there, right? So you can evaluate it and give.
Just ask him to solve the next step. What's the integral?
Yeah, what's the next step? What does that integral equal when you take it?
What do you mean? The integral 1 over r squared?
What's the next step, dude? What do you do after this?
I mean, you do the integral.
Yeah, do it.
You want me to do? I mean, this is r to the -2. So
type it.
What do you mean? I didn't do it. Gamma did the typing. I don't know how to type it. Anyway, you want me to do the integral of r to the -2 power? This is the standard method of integrating powers.
I mean, but you have infinity as your bottom bound and r as your.
But infinity,
it's kind of
at
weird.
infinity, this is it's 0. At infinity, at limit infinity, this is 0. This term is 0.
I guess I'm confused. Why are there like a bunch of random equations just kind of posted in a row?
What do you mean? What's the question? What do you want to know?
It kind of seems like you took like an intro classical mechanics book, like the first few pages, and then like maybe like one or two like.
Okay, ask me.
And, like,
look, just ask me. Okay, just ask me questions. What don't you understand? Honestly, what don't you understand? This is really.
Where did you get 11 meters? Where did you derive the 11 meters, 11 kilometers per second from?
Well, if you do the numbers, you get something like that. We didn't do the numbers. We just
No. We're not asking if you do the numbers, you get something like that. Where did that come from? See, I can understand I can vaguely, with my very rudimentary maths, understand what double chalk is talking about. Very vaguely, and I mean really vaguely, as in not done this in 35 plus years A-level maths vaguely.
Yeah. Tell me about
Where
it.
are you getting 11 kilometers per second from?
Well, if you plug in the numbers, you plug in g, m, and the radius of the Earth, you get about that.
Cool.
Yeah, it's just the escape velocity, but I don't know why he has like v sub f instead of like v sub like escape, like most people would. It's kind
Because
of like
because the ether crashes at the surface of the Earth. This is the final velocity as the ether crashes on the surface of the Earth. It's
So why does the ether crash on the surface of the Earth and not go through it like an apple?
It does, but I want to know for my experiments. I want to know.
So it doesn't crash on the surface of the Earth.
Correct, but if we
that's
were
where
to
the velocity he's interested in.
if we were to measure, right? We want to measure. We want to conduct experiments. We want to run an interferometer. This means we need a huge interferometer. Nothing like because they assumed, and it has to be vertical. It's a huge vertical.
How huge?
How huge? It's a good question. I mean, they were looking for. I mean, Michelson was looking for 30 kilometers a second, and he was using 11 meters. And he
Arnold Palmer huge or.
Look, I don't know who that is, but by my calculations, I don't know what that means. Anyway, no, I mean,
I think that was a swing and a hit, Boomer. Sorry.
Yeah.
What if we did? What
Back
if we
on
sent
point.
what if we sent a multiple frequency radio transmitter onto a Mars lander and did interferometry on the electromagnetic waves
Wait, does he
from
believe in
that?
Mars?
That's what I'm
believe that
saying.
Mars exists?
Okay. If you want to ask me serious questions, so
No, serious question.
Like, would that give us the same number for the ether velocity of the surface of the Earth?
the ether velocity on the surface of Mars would be lower. It's the it's probably it's the escape velocity.
No, we're sending an interferometer from, like, you wanted a vertical interferometer, so you go straight up from the surface of the Earth when Mars is, pretty high, and you get your interferometry signal from.
No, you can't. It has to be.
We paid billions of dollars to land there.
No. It has to be a Michelson interferometer. It has to be able to rotate.
Oh, so NASA interferometry sources aren't good enough for you.
Well, it has to rotate.
Okay, how about this? No, serious question. How about this? How about signals from a geostationary satellite?
No, it has to rotate. It has to rotate. It has to be rigid and rotate.
Which of these terms is angular momentum?
No, rotate
this is not
around which axis?
This is not the experiment. This is the paper about black hole analysis from the ether.
How is the escape velocity? So this is like kind of like a naive derivation of escape velocity, like assuming the Earth is like a perfect sphere and like not a spheroid and stuff, and like perfect mass distribution. How is that related to black hole stuff?
That was a leap.
Yeah, so like this is typically, like you care about like launching a rocket into orbit. You want to know roughly like how many delta V's, like how much fuel and shit you need to get it there. Like escape velocity is like a nice thing to know. But I don't see how it's related to black holes.
If ether flow is infinite in the event horizon, doesn't that mean that space should be an explosion of ether expanding?
Stay here. Yeah.
I mean,
ask Cole a question.
What?
Cole, are you still?
No, go to page 3. Go to page 3.
Page 3. This one?
Yeah, this right here.
This is the same stuff, just that I drew it and then Gamma wrote it. Gamma typed it up.
So they say Cole?
What?
Cole.
What's the question?
Are you there, Cole?
Yeah.
All right, let me ask you. So, how deep have you been in a mine?
Oh, I thought you were going to say in a woman. Probably a couple miles.
So you've been a couple of miles underground, and there would be a lot of mass between you and the surface of the Earth, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And so does gravity, like, do you weigh differently underground? Is gravity seriously affected by all the shielding of the ether annihilation that would be falling down upon the surface of the Earth? Like, does it all reach you when you're miles underground?
Well, everything weighs exactly the same.
Well, everything should weigh more. If not,
How closely did you look? Because the acceleration of gravity does decrease with depth below the surface. Acceleration of gravity is maximum at surface.
But he's gone like 1/6000th or something of the way underground, whereas it's been a lot of shielding for this ether wind theory.
Look, this ether.
A good example. Hold on, real quick. Let me tell you a good example of how deep I went. In Kentucky, I worked in at a shaft mine where we went down in the valley, almost a mile straight down an elevator, and then when we got out, we got on a rail runner, and then we drove like 2 miles up and under the mountain that we was already in the valley of when we started going underground initially. So not only are we that far underground from the valley, but then we go under the mountain and we add all of that rock on top as well. So we were very deep there. So, but no, to answer your question, I've never noticed any effect change at all from outside to underground.
Mr. Slave, I feel like this is a problem for your theory.
I'm sorry that you feel that way. Anyway, does anybody have actual questions and not silly? Doesn't want to just waste my time? I'd rather not waste my time. And I have to leave soon. Anyway, so you asked me why in a paper about a black hole would I derive. Basically, I'm deriving.
He doesn't want to talk about it, does he?
Mr. Slave, here you're deriving escape velocity here, but it's unrelated to black holes. This is like an intro, like astrodynamics / classical mechanics kind of thing, like physics 1 type stuff.
I mean, when you think about, like, so I was thinking about a black hole, like basically you start from Earth, and then you start adding mass onto Earth. But at any point, a black hole is very similar.
You could dig a hole and go underneath mass.
Yeah, so the numbers that you're using here are specific to Earth, right? The mass of the Earth,
yeah,
and the radius of the Earth to get 11 kilometers per second.
Yeah.
How is that salient to black holes?
Yeah, if that guy would let me finish, I would, but he keeps interrupting.
Yeah, so how are the mass of the Earth and the radius of the Earth related to black holes?
So look, I'm starting from Earth or from any planet, and I'm just I'm getting the feel for the flow of the ether. And then I'm adding mass in my imagination until I get a black hole. And all this time I'm thinking about the ether flow. And at the end, the ether flows at the speed of light at the surface, let's say at the surface of whatever planet, let's say planet Earth. Let's say we keep adding stuff and we keep compressing the planet. So we're just adding mass. We're not changing R. So I'm just thinking, okay, the ether flows faster and faster into this heavier and heavier Earth. So this is basically Schwarzschild equation. So
no, this is the Earth's escape velocity. So if you were on Mars, this would be different, right? Because you'd have different values for M and R. Right. So I still don't see how that's related to black holes. Like I'm kind of waiting for you to specify if that's all right.
I mean, you replace V with C, and you play with R or M, and you want V to be C anyway. But this is Schwarzschild. This is the same equation.
Well, no, V is what you're solving for, right?
I'm saying
like, so
when you want to convert, right? You want this equation to help you in thinking about a black hole. This is Schwarzschild equation. If you replace V with C. Then look for R. Right? You can look for R or look for M once you place C for V, right? So this becomes Schwarzschild famous equation. So you see how this equation that explains the flow of ether explains also the flow of ether in a black hole. But in a black hole, We get, the ether flows at the speed of light at the event horizon. But it's very similar to Earth.
Mr. Slave?
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Slave, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
What is the radius of a black hole?
I guess you would have to square both sides.
Oh my god, man! I just get, why do you? I just don't understand why. Like,
boxes, Come on.
Why wouldn't you just learn this stuff?
What do you
rather than
mean?
make it up on the spot?
What do you mean?
Like, no offense whatsoever. I just like you seem very interested in it.
Yeah.
I think he's trying. I think he is like.
No, definitely
watching a lot of math and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, you should just pick up like a classical mechanics book, like learn classical mechanics, work your way up to GR, learn GR.
I'm doing tensors. Tensors are killing me. So. But
I think you should start a little farther back.
5 books earlier.
Yeah, like
I mean, every time I do GR, I get stuck with tensors. Like I did Lenny Susskind's GR, I got stuck with tensors. Then I did another guy, and I'm getting stuck with tensors. Are very difficult. I don't know this. Why are they?
I mean, to be fair, Lenny was giving like lectures to like adults, like kind of like making them simple, just so they can like vaguely understand like GR and stuff. And he's awesome, to be fair. But I think you should pick up like a Hartle or like MTW, like Gravitation is like the big black book. If you've ever seen it,
No.
take a look at.
No, but I don't have any like.
About the one by Thorne.
Yeah, Meisner Wheeler or Meisner.
Look,
Thorne.
I follow.
Yeah.
Look, with Lenny Susskind or with any course on GR that I've looked at, I follow everything perfectly. I don't have a problem with anything up to the tensors. The tensors is where I get confused. I don't know, it becomes really weird math. So I don't know what I'm missing.
I think you should just learn like linear algebra first, and then
I might do that. That might be a good idea. But right now I'm just doing. No, I don't need that. That I can easily teach. That's not a problem.
You can't do integrals. We saw that just now.
Why? What's the problem with the integrals? What was the problem?
Bro, when we asked you, you could have just told us, but then you said that some other guy gave you the math.
No, he typed it up. It's my math. What are you talking about?
Why don't you just write it? So why don't you just write this in the thing or something?
Here is the math that I did in real time. I drew it in real time. This is mine, and then he typed it up. What's the question?
I'm still confused about why like escape velocity.
This doesn't. None of these steps make any sense, dude.
Ask me questions. Well, ask me questions. I get Schwarzschild's.
Okay. Okay. So the text in green where you're integrating, how does that lead to the thing below it?
The green to the yellow? I mean, that's like.
Yes. Is that like a sequence of steps? Or
what
like,
do you mean? When you
thing?
integrate v dv, you get v squared over 2 from 0 to vf. From 0 to vf, you integrate gm. Gm is a constant. Pull it out. 1 over r squared is 1 over r. I guess. And then
yeah, that's right.
And you plug in, from infinity to r. At infinity, this is 0. At 0, this is 0. So it's just vf squared and gm over r.
Out of curiosity, do you know why we actually choose the lower bound to be infinity here?
I did.
Like
what do you mean? I placed the test particle at infinity.
Yeah, but this is from like an introductory.
This is not from anywhere. This is from my mind.
No, sorry. This is just from an intro class. Like, so I know you did this yourself, but this is like something that freshman physics students do because they derive the escape velocity for Earth. But I was wondering if you knew. So that integral is a choice, right? Like that infinity doesn't have to be the lower bound. So I was curious if you knew why we chose that.
I chose it. Ask me why I chose it. What do you mean we? It's me.
Why did you choose it?
I placed the test particle at infinity.
Yeah, so why do you choose the 0 for potential energy to be at infinity?
It's not V is not potential energy. V is velocity.
No, I know, but the reason why we place the bound.
I don't know we.
At infinity,
I don't know who is we. There's no we. This is me.
Do I really have to dig up this derivation from an intro classical mechanics?
Look, I don't know what you're talking about. Ask me questions. If you don't understand, ask me questions.
Why did you start the test particle at infinity as opposed to half infinity?
Why?
Or 100 miles above the surface?
Look, again, I'm assuming the universe is filled with a fluid, and I'm placing a test mass, or sorry, I'm placing a point mass at the center of the universe. That's Earth. And
yes.
I'm letting the fluid flow into Earth. Like Earth is a vacuum pump, and the universe is filled with a fluid.
But why are you? Why, when you are deriving this equation, are you assuming that the starting position is at infinity?
I'm placing.
Why not assume that the starting position is 100 kilometers above the surface?
Because then I would get an interaction of the test particle with the ether. I don't want to get an interaction. I want the test particle to ride along with the motion of the fluid. I don't want the fluid to cause an acceleration.
What do you mean by interaction?
I don't want the fluid and the test particle to have different velocities. So if I place, the test,
the article I just posted for our previous conversation.
Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I added.
No, let me just answer the question. Look, if I place a test particle 100 kilometers above Earth, then when I let it go, the flow of the ether goes through it, and I don't know what kind of interaction it does. I wanted to put the test particle at infinity, because at infinity I know there's no motion of the fluid, there's no interaction, there's no acceleration, and then the test particle is.
How do you know that?
What do you mean? I'm assuming it's a fluid that flows into the Earth. The Earth is a vacuum pump. I'm just assuming the Gaussian flow. I'm assuming a Newtonian fluid. I'm just assuming that. I wanted to know.
You are also assuming that the ether flow, the initial velocity of the ether flow at infinity is 0.
Yes.
And my question to you is directly, why are you making that assumption?
At infinity, if you only have Earth sucking out ether, this fluid, at some rate that is not infinite, at some rate, at some constant, at some rate, non-infinite rate, then at infinity, the velocity of the fluid is 0. How could it be anything else? What do you mean, why? How could it be anything else?
You tell me.
Logic.
Why would it be the same in both directions?
What do you mean? The velocity of the fluid at infinity is 0. How could it be any? I cannot imagine it being anything else. What am I getting wrong? You think the velocity?
What causes it to flow towards mass?
You think the velocity? Wait, you think the velocity of the fluid is non-zero at infinity?
What pushes it towards a mass if it has 0 pressure pushing it, since it's at infinity?
Dark energy.
Right, exactly. Yeah, dark
energy.
No,
it's a different question.
Can you pull up the link I just sent in the chat?
Sure.
Put it on your screen.
But I really have to go soon.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why this derivation is suspiciously the same as yours, and why I've seen it in dozens of textbooks.
Let me see. Share.
Kind of interesting. Yeah. So why? Yeah. So scroll down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So why is this the same as what you had?
What do you mean it's the same? How is it the same? Let me see.
This is just the derivation of escape velocity, which is what you had.
It's not exactly the same, because this one actually is dimensionally correct.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm not dimensionally correct? What do you mean?
You can't have dV on one side and dV on the other. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, let's go. Let's get back there 1 second.
Close enough. But anyways,
no.
The reason why I was
No.
confused.
You're not getting away. No, you're not. No one is getting away. No one is getting away. Explain to me.
Apologies, I didn't. Sorry. I didn't mean to derail that.
What's the problem? What's the problem?
Actually, I would appreciate it if you went back and addressed his question of why.
No. What's the problem? Show me the problem. Where's the problem?
Yeah, why are you deriving escape velocity in the same way that?
No. I was told that there is a problem. There is a dimensional mismatch in this paper. Could you please point to the dimensional mismatch? Where's the mistake?
Do you see where you take your integral from 0 to VF and from infinity to R?
Yes.
What are the dimensions on the left-hand side of that equation?
Look.
Very simple question.
Yeah, I'm looking. VdV.
What are the?
I mean, that's a good question. Could be velocity squared. Yeah, it ends up being velocity squared. So this is velocity. The dimension is speed squared, like meters squared over second squared. And this
Sure,
G.
we'll go with that. What's the right hand side?
I don't know. I don't remember G. G is like has so many things in it. I don't remember.
All right, I will simplify this for you. The dimensions on the left hand side of the equation are meters per second. The
Squared.
dimensions on the right hand side of the equation are in meters.
Okay,
Hence why that is not that equation is invalid, because you're not talking about apples to apples.
Look, I would have to look at G. I don't have G available, so I'll have to, if you have G available, show me G and we can discuss it. Without that, you're just asserting.
No, sir, I'm not.
I might be wrong. I look. I derived it step by step. I might be wrong, but we need G in front of us to make sure. So otherwise, I mean, I don't have G available.
Isn't G derived from the ether rather than the other way around?
But again, I really want to go back to the other gentleman's point of why your derivation looks very similar to the derivation of the escape velocity as defined through classical mechanics. This is something I was touching on very early in the conversation.
Wait, I don't know why it's similar. Let's say it is similar. What's the problem with that? I don't care. I don't care about this. Who cares? Like, I mean, I love math. I don't want to underappreciate this thing, but I mean, I don't know what this is. I never looked at this.
Yeah, so Mr. Slave, essentially what you're doing here is you're deriving the escape velocity, as millions of other people have done.
What's the question?
It's kind of like using. It's like we're wondering why you're doing it and how it's related to black holes.
Okay.
Like why just like it's a very easy thing to derive. Like why do you have this? Why do you have that specifically rather than like I don't know.
Oh, so the answer is Gamma wanted us to do some math. He insisted on math. I told him that people will ask, why are you putting this math? And he said, no, I want to do it. He wanted to do it.
Oh, so he chose like an easy thing to do, and then like you related it to black holes. Is that the way that it went?
I told him people are going to ask. I mean, it's recorded. We can listen to the recording. I warned him that people are going to laugh at us. But
no. Deriving escape velocity is a super cool thing to do.
Okay.
I just don't know why like you're showing that for your. Like,
I would
theory
not.
Than,
I
like,
would not. Stuff. I would not have shown it. I would personally probably would not have shown any derivation of any math. He said we have to have math. I told him we don't. He said we do. So we did, and there you go.
Oh.
This paper.
Okay. Well, hey, good for you for doing math, man.
Let's throw some random math inside the paper so it
basically it's random math because Gamma wanted it. So if you have any issues,
that makes a lot of sense.
If you have any issues with the math, then talk to Gamma. Like you can talk to me about. So this is a quantum mechanical explanation of what's inside a black hole using Aether. So if you're wondering what's inside a black hole. So at the very center of a black hole, there is still a neutron. At the very center of a black hole is a neutron, always will be. So if you want me to...
Just one?
At the very center of a black hole, there is obviously one, and around it there is others. But we definitely can know what's inside a black hole. It's very easy to show it. And I don't need Aether for this. Aether is just a very simple tool to use to analyze things. But
wait a minute. I'm sorry. I was about to hang up, and then you made that statement.
What's the question?
You were telling me it is very easy to learn or to know what is inside a black hole.
Yes.
Even though light cannot escape from within inside the black hole.
Correct. I agree. Here is what's inside.
No, there's no agree. So how is that possible?
I mean, because you can. I'll make a presentation next time, and you can ask questions. It's really very simple. I'll send you the paper. you can look at it. You'll see that it's really very straightforward, and I'll gladly share all the knowledge with you. Let me just give you a link.
I would have thought that if it was very easy to do so, it would have been very easy to communicate.
Well, I really have to run, and there's many diagrams. Look, I'm starting from a neutron star. I'm starting from a neutron. This is the flow of the ether into a neutron star. Then this is the neutron star. It has a centermost neutron. Then we're piling.
Is that what a neutron star is?
What?
A neutron star doesn't have a centermost neutron.
It doesn't?
It is a ball of neutrons.
Yeah, but at the center there is one neutron, right? At the epicenter.
I
Right.
I suppose.
Okay.
I mean, not really. You're gonna run into
really?
So that's the neutron. There is a theoretical neutron at the center of every neutron star.
Right,
So
I'm okay with that, the theoretical one.
Yeah,
It's a Bose-Einstein neutron.
look, it's a thought experiment. Again, you're welcome to show me where I'm wrong. Anyway, so we're gonna take the neutron star. We're just gonna pile more neutrino, whatever, neutronium. We're gonna pile more stuff on top of this neutron star, make it heavier. Neutronium? Neutrinium? I don't know. Anyway, so we're going to pile more stuff on top of this neutron star. So we're going to create more and more pressure on the centermost neutron. So this is the centermost neutron with the neutrons around it that are sitting on top of it. The centermost neutron has the most pressure. So it is the prime candidate where the black hole will begin. Now, so we have pressure, we're pressurizing this neutron, so it's being compressed. So we're doing work. This is work. This is energy. We're giving it energy. The neutron system gets energy. This is an analysis. So this is the delta D. This is the distance that we're pressuring it through a distance. So we're investing energy into the neutron. So we're using E equals mc squared. So the neutron, because it gets more and more energy, becomes more and more massive. So not only is it under the most extreme pressure, but now it's also becoming more and more massive. Just before we're going to get a black hole, remember, it's just a neutron. And now, at one point, remember, this is the ether flowing. The ether flows into the neutron until the ether flows at the speed of light. So this neutron has become a black hole. So already you know what's inside a black hole. It's just a neutron.
I'm still trying to figure out.
Is that what you're saying? It's ether?
No, ether flows. We're analyzing. We're doing black hole analysis and black hole formation analysis using gravitational ether. This is just
no, you're drawing 4 blue lines around the circle.
Those are ether.
Saying that
that's ether. That's the ether.
Black holes.
That's the ether flow. You can imagine the curvature.
That.
It's the curvature of space.
Look, that's just something you've made up. It doesn't have any connection to observations.
It's the you can imagine it. Look, this is just a simplification. It's just a tool to analyze. Even if you don't believe in the ether, it's still a great tool to analyze any phenomenon. It simplifies every analysis of GR, SR, quantum mechanics.
Oh, let's see your simplified analysis of GR, please.
Yeah, can you give us some examples of things that it helps us with? Like, suppose we have. Can we talk about like a specific problem in quantum mechanics? Like,
well, in GR, here's gravitational time dilation. Anyway, I gotta go. I'll see you next time. You guys are asking
10 hours of streaming.
I know you guys are making fun of me. It's fine. I'm having a good time, and I hope you are too. Anyway, see you next time. Bye. Thanks. Bye. Wow, they think they're just so smart. Oh, they're so smart. Oh, I did 10 hours of streaming. I'm such a dummy dum dum. All right, I gotta go, everyone. Bye. See you next time.